Can anybody hear that?
Quietly.
Welcome everyone to today's full council meeting, Thursday the 26th of October. Welcome councillors, guests and viewers online. We have a special presentation for you today from Year 7 in Monmouth Comprehensive School, and I'm going to introduce them to come in now.
Excuse me, sorry, we can't hear you very well. Can you turn the volume up, please? I've got mine on full.
Okay. Yep.
I can't hear anything.
Democratic services are in the chamber and are working on increasing the volume.
Welcome all from Monmouth Comp. Welcome to the chamber here at County Hall. I'm going to pass you over to your you take over and introduce the children, please do.
So I'm Nikki. Sorry. Yeah, I won't say too much because they will do a far better job. But yeah, I'll just hand over to the children, formerly of Osbaston Primary School when we started this project. They're now in Monmouth Comp and Haberdashers. So they've come back together at the crest of Marianne to represent what they presented at the Savoy, at the ACE Festival in Monmouth about a month ago. So if I could hand over, off you go.
Good morning everyone, and thank you for joining us for this presentation. You may have heard lots of things about this Deforestation Free project that last year's Year 6 students at Osbaston Primary School were involved with. If not, then you're in for a treat, because we're going to share the highlights of our journey with you. Let me introduce you to the team we have presenting this morning. Here we have Alid, Isabel, Poppy, Sam, Bryn, Rodri, Marcel, Toby, Daniel, Alistair, Alex, and me, Lawrence. Thank you.
In July, we moved on from Year 6 at Osbaston Primary School and moved into Year 7 at secondary school. Some of us attend Monmouth Comprehensive School and some of us go to Habs. It's so exciting to be back together to share such important messages with you. Despite moving on to high school, we are determined to continue the work we started at Osbaston and hopefully inspire others to join us.
When this journey first started, back in the autumn term of 2023, some of us were able to visit the Senedd and meet with Mr Lee Waters, Deputy Minister for Climate Change, and Delyth Jewell, Plaid Cymru politician, both of whom were very excited by what we're trying to do, that is, to become the first deforestation-free school in Wales, and indeed the world.
Mr Waters was so interested in our plans that he came to visit us, along with Mr Wilma Queen, Head of Child Services, Monmouthshire County Council, and Mrs Pauline Batty, who used to plan meals for schools across Monmouthshire. Our plans made quite an impression because even the BBC came and took some footage. We thought we'd share with you what we presented to Mr Waters, as well as some BBC footage. We hope you are able to see how committed we are about this.
The interesting is that all pupils benefit from the same approach. So what all children need is high quality, consistent teaching using those evidence-based strategies. And when they get that, they will improve.
Oh, we hope so. Alan Tutil from Eston, thank you very much.
And pupils at a primary school in Monmouth have been telling the Welsh Government about their concerns that school dinners could be contributing to the destruction of rainforests. Campaigners want ministers to ban schools and hospitals serving dishes containing products linked to deforestation. Here's Ben Price.
Tropical rainforests are often regarded as the lungs of the earth, taking in carbon dioxide and releasing oxygen for us to breathe. But in many parts of the world, large areas of woodland is felled to make way for grazing livestock and growing crops we consume. At this primary school in Monmouth, they've been investigating what produce linked to deforestation might be in their school dinners.
The sausage is pork, so it could potentially have embedded soy in it. If it's unsustainable soy, then it is linked to deforestation.
Soy is a really popular animal feed because it's cheap and it's good for the animals, but most of the time it's not grown sustainably.
The ice cream could have palm oil and the cocoa powder could have unsustainable cocoa as well.
We recognise our responsibilities.
Today, the children had an audience with Wales's Deputy Minister for Climate Change to express their concerns and to explain how they're working to address the matter. A recent report by World Wildlife Fund and other charities found an area of overseas land almost half the size of Wales was cleared in a year to grow Welsh imports of soy, beef and palm oil, among several other natural products.
We need to know that we are part of the deforestation economy here in Wales, so it's really important that young people understand how they can take action and look at things like their school menu and then call on government to take action so that the food that we eat here in Wales isn't causing devastation of tropical forests.
Size of Wales, a climate change charity, is running a pilot project in Monmouthshire to educate children about these issues. It also wants Welsh Government to change the rules on the procurement of unsustainable produce.
There are lots of things farmers can do, there are things that shoppers and consumers that can do, there are things that decision makers can do, and we all need to do it. The real challenge, though, is to do it with the urgency and the scale that's in time to make a difference.
These pupils at Osbaston Primary School hope that those with the ability to make change happen are listening, as they say they are determined to tackle deforestation, one school dinner at a time.
We have been learning that the world has a very big problem. 73% of all tropical deforestation is being driven by just 5 commodities that we consume every day here in Wales. One of these commodities is coffee, one of the world's most popular drinks. Did you know that around 93 million cups of coffee will be drank today in the UK alone? After crude oil, coffee is the most traded commodity.
Goodness, it must take a lot of space somewhere to grow all that coffee.
It's not just unsustainable coffee, but unsustainable chocolate and palm oil are also a big problem for the tropical forests. Wales imports 15,000 tonnes of chocolate every single year. Now that's the weight of 3 jet planes. But we can't grow chocolate here. Like coffee and palm oil, the only place it can grow is in the tropics.
Goodness, that must take a lot of space to grow all that chocolate.
It does. We would need an area the size of Wrexham to farm all that chocolate ourselves.
Palm oil is the most popular cooking oil, and it's made its way into 50% of packaged goods, include in the supermarket, including biscuits. Unsustainable palm oil is a really big problem for our planet, and another big driver of deforestation. And in tropical countries like Borneo, it threatens animals like orangutan with extinction.
Some people think that we should boycott palm oil, but we have learned that isn't the answer. The answer is supporting sustainable palm oil through certification schemes such as RSPO. But we need to make sure that businesses keep their promise and not cut down trees.
Whilst coffee, cow and palm oil present a big problem when it comes to tropical deforestation, they are the biggest problems we have. The #1 driver of tropical deforestation in the Amazon is beef. Don't worry, Amazonian beef is not a problem for us. because thanks to Monmouthshire County Council, only locally produced beef is used in our school meals.
But you might not be aware that most of the livestock here in Wales is fed on a high-protein diet, which consists mainly of soy. This is the second biggest driver of tropical deforestation. So even if you aren't eating Amazonian beef, every animal raised for meat or dairy, including egg production in Wales that is fed on soy, is also driving a big problem for tropical forests.
Wow, we must need so much space to grow on that soy.
Yes, we do. If we were to grow all that soy here that we import from South America, we would need an area the size of Monmouthshire to grow it. We wouldn't expect everyone in Monmouthshire to move out to grow that soy, but cutting down our tropical forests, home to indigenous people and precious biodiversity, is not the answer. Together, we have to find a way.
The big problem we have is that these five commodities together are driving tropical deforestation, and they're being grown unsustainably where our tropical forest should be. The tropical forests that grow there grow faster than any forest on Earth, swallowing up millions of tons of carbon dioxide every year.
That makes them the world's best chance of a safe climate. They are the world's air conditioning system. Without them, scientists are clear that we cannot stabilise the planet's climate.
David Attenborough tells us we only have a few years to stop all deforestation before it will be too late. The science tells us that these forests are already showing signs of losing their resilience. This is everyone's problem and someone needs to act.
But it's not just about the climate. Tropical forests are also home to the most delicate ecosystems in the world. 50% rainforest contains 50% of terrestrial plant and animal species. Many medicines have been made from plants found in tropical forests, and millions of indigenous people call these forests home. We children want to grow up in a world where elephants and orangutans live in the wild, not just in picture books.
The good news is that our choices don't have to drive tropical deforestation. Sustainable alternatives do exist. We know that fair trade coffee and cacao that ensures no deforestation is widely available and available at a similar cost to non-fair trade. There's no reason not to use them.
We know palm oil can be grown sustainably. That is the palm oil that we should be demanding.
We know that pasture-fed or organic meat raised ethically is better for the planet and better for our economy.
And we also know that a diet with less meat consumption is much better for our health.
We know the solutions. They're so simple even a child can understand them.
We believe that it's unacceptable that anything we at school should drive the destruction of these forests. This is about being a good global citizen.
We recognise our responsibility to protect these forests. They're so old they remember the dinosaurs. Forests so vast they can stabilise the climate of our planet. Forests so full of life that they are home to millions of diverse plants and animals.
So what can we do about it? We are determined that primary schools in Wales should take tropical deforestation off the menu.
We have always been told that when we have a big problem, we should just break it down.
So we have. We have broken down the school menu commodity by commodity, investigated why we are eating foods that drive tropical deforestation, and trying to figure out how we can stop. This is the film of our learning journey.
We've been working with Sides of Wales. This is our journey.
We hope you enjoy it.
Hi, I'm Poppy.
I'm Phoebe.
Isabel.
Ruby.
Charlotte.
Florrie.
Lexi.
Marcel.
Atty.
Rodri.
Professor Rodri.
Alistair.
Sam.
Bryn.
Charlotte.
Abigail.
Bethan.
Tyler.
Jacob.
Callum.
Toby.
Emma.
Lawrence.
Alex.
Jet.
Jake.
We are the children of Osbaston Church and Wales School in Monmouthshire, Wales, and
we are the future of this community!
we have learned about the world's tropical forests. We We have learnt that they are in crisis and their future is not certain.
Before we started this project, we had no idea of the full extent of deforestation.
Because of just a few things.
Eaten all over the world.
Every
single day.
We have learnt how the forests farming of these products impacts tropical forests, the people that call the forest home, and the animals that live here too.
And how this can be reduced by farming sustainably and sourcing sustainably.
Coffee can be fair trade, and so can chocolate. Palm oil can be RSPO certified. Beef can be Welsh or British.
Meat and dairy fed on soy can be organic.
So we've also learnt we've got to eat less,
but better quality meat and dairy, and more plant-based protein such as pulses.
We have learned that we can use our voices and encourage others to do the same.
And this is how we did it. So we travelled to Cardiff and we went to the Youth COP27 event, and for us that was almost like the seed of what we could do.
Because we learnt when we asked the question to the Deputy Minister that our voices can change something, and that if we get the message out, then people will listen.
Which then triggered a meeting, and on May the 4th he's going to be coming to our school.
I attended a community coffee morning on Saturday to help spread the message about fair trade and sell Jennifer's coffee and a lot of Rwandan products.
We want to reach out to all the companies in Monmouth about fair trade and how we can change it in our community to see whether they will help us along in our project.
We attended a community climate change meeting at Bridges. And we would really like to work with ACE in the future and we would really like them to help us get our message out.
We have learned all this by listening to the voices of others.
The voices of those who have been affected most by climate change.
We have discussed what is fair for everyone.
And we've come up with a plan. A plan to help protect our tropical forests.
It is a big solution to a big problem, and we can't do it alone. We need your help.
We want to take tropical deforestation off our menu!
We want to be a deforestation-free school. A deforestation-free community.
And a deforestation-free nation.
Because the science tells us only a deforestation-free planet
can give us a safe future for our planet.
So we have started small,
breaking down our problem
commodity
by commodity.
As deforestation-free detectives, we were looking where the 5 key commodities were in our schools. These are beef, soy, palm oil, coffee, and of course, chocolate.
We made a list of all the desserts on our school menu that are made with chocolate.
Simple.
So we wrote to the chocolate factory that gave us our chocolate powder to check if they were deforestation free and fair trade, because that's the only guarantee that it's zero deforestation, but they still haven't wrote us a reply.
Then we tackle coffee. We put up our project to try to stop teachers from drinking non-fair trade coffee. This is how we did it.
At the coffee morning, we decided to sell Jennifer's coffee. We set up stands and we raised the price a little bit. We sold loads of coffee and we made up to £120. And we're going to share that back to the coffee farmers back in Uganda. We did a survey to see what coffee the staff was drinking. The most popular brand, most unethical one. So we found cheaper, fair traded alternatives if they bought it because of the price or taste, and we showed them ones that had similar reviews but were fair trade.
For the coffee morning we created a pledge board for people to pledge that they would never drink non-fair trade again.
So lots of people signed the pledge board. It was really nice and we got a lot of good signings, maybe around 30. Things got a little more complicated when looking at palm oil. We learned from our workshop that palm oil is most likely to be found in things like cakes, ice cream and bread.
When we were looking for palm oil, we were looking for anything that contained margarine.
The fats that we use in the kitchen do contain palm oil. Now we need to check if the palm oil is sustainable.
We were pleased to learn from our very helpful kitchen staff that all the things made in school came from just 3 margarines.
All 3 say that they use palm oil, but all 3 say they're sustainable.
Beef is the #1 driver in deforestation.
Beef appears five times in our school meals.
We are really pleased to know that Monmouthshire County have allowed British beef to be in our school menus.
So now we know that the beef we're eating does not come from the Amazon.
Guys, did you hear the good news about the beef?
Yeah, that's all well and good, but if it's been fed on soy, then there's still a risk that it's driving deforestation, and that includes sheep, chicken, beef, pigs,
and fish.
So that means any animals that have been fed on soy, any of their products that come from them, could potentially have embedded soy in them.
But that's everything on the menu.
Oh wow.
Oh no.
We're going to have to check if any of the meat, dairy or eggs are organic, pasture-fed or MSC certified.
Okay, so the children now have a much deeper understanding of how the 5 commodities are driving deforestation. We've taken action on chocolate and coffee, and we've learned that the beef used in the school meals is locally sourced. So we're now putting together a report which focuses on palm oil and soy, because they're a little bit more tricky. We've used our influence to reach out on a local level through community groups such as Fairtrade and ACE, and we've engaged with the local council, and we're meeting with them in June to discuss how we can realise our dream across the wider community. And on a national level, we've engaged with Welsh Government, with some of the children visiting the Senedd a few months ago, meeting with Lee Waters, the Deputy Climate Change Minister, and also receiving keen interest from Delyth Jewell, Plaid Cymru politician. And we've been tireless in documenting our journey through social media, inspiring the children to use their voice, involving parents and staff, and the whole community really to achieve our goal. So in terms of our next steps, we're trying to get our heads around the school menu, and the children need now to deepen their understanding of certification and how it works, and how we could maybe substitute uncertified foods with more sustainable alternatives. And we've gone as far as we can really as a school, and this is now where we need help from Monmouthshire County Council to facilitate us in eliminating deforestation from our school menu. And it would be great if the kids could be involved with this, creating, testing different recipes and so on. And this really is a perfect time for that to happen, with free school meals being available for all primary school children from September. So the children have really got the ball rolling, but we want them to remain at the forefront of this change. So as well as networking with Monmouthshire County Council, we want to work alongside the Town Council and work with them in making Monmouthshire the first deforestation-free town. We'd like to reach out to local businesses and other schools, to encourage them to join our mission. And the children have also expressed an interest in developing a business enterprise idea of selling Jennifer's coffee. Jennifer being a fair trade coffee farmer, which the children met a little while ago, and had a massive impact on how committed they feel to this project. So our wish for our children is that they become ethically informed global citizens, and they recognise the huge ripple effect that the things we do have on other people and places across the other side of the world. So the children are realising that the solutions are already there, but we need now to instigate change, and we would love it if you would be part of our journey.
So we come together to share our vision for the future of tropical forests and how we can work together to protect and restore them for everyone, our community, our future, our climate, our health, our earth, our home.
deforestation free. Yeah!
We presented our project to the Town Council and asked them to help us on our mission to become the first deforestation-free school in Wales. They were very impressed and promised to support us. They said that they would like to follow our example and become the first deforestation-free Town Council. We made front page news after our meeting with the Town Council, so now their support for us is official. The final accolade we have received is our award from Size of Wales, awarding us our deforestation-free status on Thursday the 22nd of June, World Rainforest Day. We were all so proud of our achievement. Aberystwyth were also keen to meet us, having seen us on the news, and came down to visit our class to teach us about how technology, like satellites, can be used to monitor tropical forest habitats.
Everyone found us totally mind-blowing and inspired so many of us to think about the sorts of exciting jobs we can have in a world where everyone is working together towards solving these problems. It was a really inspiring morning and proved to us that our voices are being heard. We really are spreading the roots of our campaign far and wide.
A few weeks after Castell Howard were also keen to meet with us. They're one of the companies that provide ingredients for our schools' meals. We asked Edward about the commodities we mentioned. We wanted to know how we can be sure that they don't trace back to the tropical rainforests.
He was very impressed with how committed we were to this project, and he promised he would do everything he could to ensure that the ingredients provided by Castell Howell would be unsustainably sourced. He invited us to Castell Howell to set 3 challenges to drive improvement, and he agreed to return to our school in a year's time and report back. And we're working with partnership and with Edward to solve these problems together. And in return, we offered to help Edward in any way we could. That's what partnership means. It means working together to solve the problems so no one gets left behind.
By the end of term, we had reached our goal of being awarded our deforestation-free status, presented to us by Peter Fox, MS, in recognition of the work we had done towards our goal. With the support of Electoral, Lee Waters and Peter Fox, we achieved cross-party agreement on our mission. That means every party agrees. You only get that in Wales. Of course, there is more to do, but we are well on our way.
And in case there is anyone who is still wondering if this project has been good for us as children, as citizens of Monmouth, as citizens of the future,
we want to leave you with this message that was sent to us on our last day of primary school, and we will let you decide.
I'm one of your Senate members, and I wanted to congratulate you and to thank you. Diolch yn fawr iawn a llongyfarchiadau, because I met some of you a few months ago down near the Senedd, and I've been following ever since the work that all of you have been doing in terms of, well, leading the way, I think. The work that you've done with Jennifer, the work that you've done with trying to get a deforestation-free menu in school, and all of the strides that you've taken with that, the work that you've done presenting to politicians, you know, working with companies. It's really inspiring. It really is. And I think that you should all be so proud of what you do. And I have every faith that you're going to continue motivating people, you're going to continue inspiring people and leading to change when you move on to comp, when you go beyond that as well. I'm sure that there's going to be a very bright future for all of you. But in politics often, you know, a lot of us talk about the need to, when we think about climate change, when we think about the changes that we need to make in our lives, we talk about the need to involve young people, because all of you are in the generation who are going to be most affected by these changes. And so it's only right that you should have more of a voice. And you are a shining example of how you can actually flip things over. You can actually show decision makers why we need to be making these changes. You, I know, have been leading your parents to be making changes in their lives, because I think sometimes adults can be very set in our ways, and it's when children and young people like you, actually speak up and say, well, this is our future and this is our planet too, and we need to change things because we need to save our planet. So thank you. You really are an inspiration and a shining light in Wales, and the changes that you will lead to being made, let's hope, in schools across Wales will have an impact across our fragile, hugely vibrant planet that is so worth saving. So thank you for inspiring me. Thank you for inspiring so many of us in the Senedd. Please keep what you're doing. And if ever any of us can do anything to help with what you're doing, then please get in touch with us, and please let's keep working together. But you should be so proud, and I am so proud of everything that you've done. Da iawn. Llongyfarchiadau.
In September, we presented to our entire community at the ACE Festival. Here we are with Edward from Castell Hawl, Regen Ben, Mary Ann Bucklesby, our town mayor and the Chamber of Commerce. The panel event was chaired by Andy Middleton. It was our biggest challenge yet, answering questions on our campaign alongside such important people. Every one of the panel pledged to support us and help us. Businesses, farmers, young people and politicians were all in agreement. This isn't a case of if, it's a case of how. 87% of the public want tough action on tropical deforestation. The biggest brands in the world promise deforestation-free supply chains within a few years. Even the state of New York wants to be deforestation-free. We would like Monmouthshire County Council to be the first deforestation-free county council in Wales, in the UK, and indeed maybe even in the world. And in this, you will have the full support of us and the future generations of Monmouthshire, those that will inherit this planet. We know it won't be easy, but you won't be on your own. Together we could do something incredible, one school meal at a time. Thank you for listening.
Thank you all. You're an inspiration to us all. It's not easy standing up here and presenting to a group of councillors, but you look very comfortable doing it, and hopefully we'll see some future councillors amongst you there to get your message across.
Chair, because I invited them, could I thank them for coming?
Of course you are. I'll come over to you now. 1 second. Just thank you for sharing your knowledge with us and your message and your vision. Thank you so much. I'll pass you over to Councillor Brocklesby, who's I'm sure will want to say a few words.
I'm so delighted that you chose to take up my invitation. That was absolutely brilliant, even more than when I first heard you way back in September. As you know, I have a personal interest in this because I spent almost 5 years working on tropical deforestation in the Congo Basin and Cameroon. And had I known then that a school in a very small county in Wales was absolutely plugging away at the northern end of the world to say we need to make change right from the rainforest all the way to the people who are using the products from it, you really would have spurred me on and absolutely inspired the people that I was working with then. Because the fact is, when I worked there 20 years ago, that forest is largely denuded. And the villages that I worked in that would take me hours to trek to and having to stay overnight, they're now connected to big cities. And it is too late. And the fact that you are working in the way you are with the political astuteness that I think we could all learn from, couldn't we, members? I think we'd all love to have the networks you've managed to develop. And the fact that you can show us that policy-driven and evidence-driven change can happen. Not only can it happen, you can pin so many adults against the wall and get us to agree to what we should have been doing 20 years ago. And yes, I would like us to be the first county in Wales, if not the world, that backs tackling deforestation. And yes, we are working on it with our partners. And as you said, what a fantastic definition of partnership. And it's something that is very important to us in Monmouthshire County Council, that we work with everyone. And you've now shown us that you are part of our partnership. So thank you. And with our partners, we will do the very best we can. You've made it clear it's hard. We know it's hard. We've got a cabinet member here, Councillor Maybe, who works on this tirelessly, on climate change and on tackling the nature crisis. And it is part of what we do. So I'm delighted you came to talk to all of us, because everybody in this room and online agree with what you're saying. And I was so relieved, because my two big vices are chocolate and coffee, that there is fair trade and I am doing it right. Thank you so much. And lastly, who I would really like to thank is the teachers, because your ability to articulate, to take this on board, to be connected, is in part because of the relationship you had with your teachers in primary school and you now had with yours in Comp and Haberdashers. And we know that very, very, very often young adults who go on to make change in the world, in whatever sector they want to make it, is because they were inspired by a teacher. So thank you, wherever you are, thank you, teachers, and thank you, the size of Wales.
I can do. It doesn't seem right to greet you and thank you as girls and boys, children, young people. I think we've just experienced an ambassadorial level address, and I don't say that lightly. That was stunning. For you to sit here and talk with the comfort and the calm about really, really big issues, I think just shows us the level of research, the level of thought that you've given to this subject. It's truly, truly staggering to achieve cross-party consensus in Wales. I think I'll be sat here at 5 o'clock wondering how that was achieved. But for me, we've got future makers amongst us right now. You don't need to wait until you finish school to discover your power. You have it. You really, really have it. And the future, if we're going to have one at all, because that's the epicenter of your challenge to us, isn't it? If we're to have one at all, then this world needs audacious challenges. There was a reason that the Prince and Princess of Wales became involved in the Earthshot movement, and I think you've just given us our very own Earthshot. How audacious a challenge is it to become the first deforestation county potentially in the world? If we believe you, if we can learn from you, we should be prepared to accept that challenge. Brilliant input, one of the best inputs I've ever seen in this chamber. I don't think I've ever seen this chamber stand and give a round of applause before, and you deserved every single one of them. Congratulations.
Again, thank you all. I'm ready to sort of move into our full council now, so you are very, very welcome to stay for the next 3 hours or longer. But if you'd like to make your way now, that's great. You will be excused. Thank you again. Thank you very much indeed. Thank you all. I think we're all back in the room now. Before we begin today's business of today's meetings, I think it's right that we observe a minute's silence to remember the innocent victims of the conflict in Israel and Palestine. Please join me. Thank you. First item on the agenda is apologies for absence. Do we have any apologies? Item 2, declaration of interest. Any declarations that are not received? No. Sorry, item 3 has been moved on. I'll just let you know that I have moved the call-in part of the agenda on the Gypsy Roma and Traveller pitch needs up to just after the before the motion. So it'll be just after item 8. Chair's announcements is as read. Item 5, to confirm the minutes of the meeting held on the 21st of September 2023. Everyone agrees? Councillor Bryn.
Yeah, is it possible to ask, it would be helpful if we to receive responses to questions submitted in full council in writing, particularly when we wish to relay the answers back to our communities, as this will ensure that we're not simply communicated our interpretation on what is said and ensure the answers aren't misconstrued. I don't know if that's possible to request that.
Yeah.
Diolch.
Yeah. Do we agree that they were accurate picture? Well, yep. Thank you.
Chairman, may I just say one thing about the comment that Councillor Bryn made, that every member should receive a response, not just the councillor who's put the question or the motion, if there's going to be a response from the cabinet member to a question, because we are in chamber. It's not an individual email or response by email, and I think possibly some of us, so if you represent the community, there are cross-cutting issues as well, so it may be that you have an interest in that with your community, and members of the public which reside in your community may have interest. So it is important. I spoke about that in the last council meeting. I was assured that every member, if a question is brought to council, would receive a response, i.e. Councillor Watt's question about the investments side. We all had a response reference to that, and I think it's important that we all are looped in to any response that's directed from a senior leadership team or a cabinet member to that member. We are copied into it. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor House.
Chair, if I may, I do apologise.
Yep.
I didn't actually get a response, Chair.
Could I respond, Chairman? I did receive a response from the senior officer to Councillor Watts's question in council last time, so he may have mislaid that, but I'll have a look for it now and I'll try and forward it on myself. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Item 6 on the agenda is the Gwent Regional Partnership Board Area Plan and annual reports. I'm going to pass you over to Councillor Chandler to introduce that.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I'm not going to be presenting the report. I'd like to welcome Phil Diamond and Natasha Harris, who from the Gwent Regional Partnership Board, who are joining us online and will be presenting it. But before I hand over to them, I just wanted to set the scene a little bit, if we may. The purpose of the report is to present to the Council the Gwent Regional Partnership Board's area plan and the Partnership Board's annual report. Members will remember that the Gwent Population Needs Assessment was previously signed off by Council during this time last year, and a commitment was made at that time to share the Gwent Area Plan with members to set out how the regional priorities are to be delivered in partnership. Putting this in context, under the Social Services and Wellbeing Act, Monmouthshire County Council has a statutory duty to complete an area plan and an annual report, and both of those duties are discharged to the Gwent Regional Partnership Board to do it on our behalf. And this area plan is based on that population needs assessment that I just referred to, and also a market stability report. And it must include how joint health and social care priorities will be delivered in partnership across the region. The Gwent Regional Partnership Board, for those of you that are not fully aware of the structure, the infrastructure of our partnerships, the Gwent Regional Partnership Board is a partnership between Anara and Bevan University Health Board, the 5 local authorities in the region, that's Monmouthshire, Newport, Caerphilly, Torfaen and Blaenau Gwent, but also the third sector partners who are represented by Torfaen Voluntary Alliance and the Gwent Association of Voluntary Organisations, or GAVO. And the RPB itself is supported, within it has 6 integrated strategic partnerships covering children's and families, the Dementia Board, Adult Strategic Partnership, the Mental Health and Learning Disability Partnership, the Carers Board and the Health and Housing Partnership. And each of these strategic partnerships has its own programme of work contributing to the overall priorities of the RPB to improve health and well-being for people in our region. And then just putting it in context locally, the local arm of the Regional Partnership Board is Monmouthshire's Integrated Services Partnership Board. So there's a lot of phrases with Partnership Board in them, so please forgive me. But the Monmouthshire Integrated Services Partnership Board, and that works with local joint priorities and incorporates the neighbourhood care networks, or NCN leads and plans, that are so important for delivering the services that we have. And current shared priorities include strengthening our joint approaches to preventative approaches to preventing people from going into hospital, and also supporting timely discharges from hospital. And there is a link to our Integrated Services Partnership Board plan within the report that you have in your pack. And from the plan itself, the progress on the delivery of the area plan is set out within the RPB's annual report, which you've got a copy of, and the format and the nature of this report is determined by the Welsh Government and must be submitted to the Welsh Government. The annual report provides partners with the opportunity to highlight progress over the past year and set out case studies where innovation and good practice have been developed through partnership working. And that full annual report, as I said, and the summary of some of those key achievements are included within the papers. And I would like to highlight, I think, some issues there, and one in particular where we in Monmouthshire have been highlighted as good practice is the development of the microcare project in Monmouthshire County Council, where we're recruiting people to be part-time microcarers in their local community to supplement some of the gaps that we're all facing, that challenge of recruiting people into the social care workforce. There's other support that's available that I think it's worth looking at. Support for young carers in schools, development of workforce consortium with Coleg Gwent and others. I also, though, want to highlight, before I hand over to Phil Diamond, I want to highlight that the RPB and the strategic partnerships play a significant role in ensuring that the Regional Integration Fund from the Welsh Government is used to best effect to support better outcomes for people. And the benefits of this to Monmouthshire are quite considerable. But the RIF, the Regional Integration Fund, which is a substantial amount of money that we depend on, is subject to tapering arrangements, which last year we persuaded the government to relax those tapering arrangements, which is about cost sharing and about taking away some of the, supplementing some of their money with the money that we've got. If that tapering of the RIF fund would continue, it would present actually considerable risk to Monmouthshire County Council, as it would for other partners across Wales. It's therefore been agreed that the Gwent Regional Partnership Board will raise this directly with the Welsh Government to tackle this. Anyway, moving on then to the paper, before I hand over to Phil and Natasha, I just want to remind Council what the recommendations are, the outcome of this debate, as set out in the covering paper. We are requested to consider the joint commitments within the area plan. The Council is requested to ensure that members have the opportunity to review the RPB annual report and the progress made against the objectives, and to provide any feedback or comments, and to note the joint priorities in the area plan and Monmouthshire's Integrated Service Partnership Board plan. So that's the purpose of our discussion now. So I'll now hand over to Phil Diamond, who is head of the regional partnership team in the Regional Partnership Board, to present the area plan and the annual report. So over to you, Phil, and thank you for joining us today. We're very grateful for the time you're putting into this.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Chandler. Can everybody hear me okay? Yeah, brilliant. Well, that was quite a robust and clear and succinct overview of the report from Councillor Chandler. I'm conscious of time, and it was a fantastic presentation prior, so I'm not even going to try to attempt to emulate previous speakers. I guess just to add some assurance, the Monmouthshire County Council and the other 4 local authorities, as well as the Health Board, share similar challenges across health and social care. And what the plan in front of you today sets out is the joint actions that we are taking in collaboration right across this region. There will be huge benefits working in partnership, such as being able to share resources, identify good practice, but also it will be instrumental in us going forward with the increased demands on budgets. So it is the only way we can work going forward in partnership, and the area plan is the joint health and social care plan that we work to identify joint solutions. The annual report sets out some of that progress, and again, these duties, these statutory duties, are placed on Monmouthshire Council but are fulfilled by the Regional Partnership Board. So hopefully it does provide some assurance that we are working together. A benefit has already been highlighted in terms of microcare. We've identified the good practice that started here in Monmouthshire, and we're now looking to roll that out to other local authorities. There are examples of other good practices which have been identified in other local authorities where we've adopted them here in Monmouthshire. And I think of my service team in terms of the support to children looked after. So I'm suggesting, if everyone's in agreement, that I stop there and maybe take any questions that members may have, and hopefully that you will find this as an assurance of the joint work that is taking place across the region.
Any questions? No questions? Sorry, we'll have a show of hands that we take those recommendations. All right, we'll move on to the next item on the agenda, which is item 7, the self-assessment for 2022-23. And over to Councillor Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. So, councillors, I bring in front of you today Monmouthshire's self-assessment report for the year 22-23. Like every other council, it is something we must do, that's every other council in Wales, as a requirement under the Local Government and Elections Wales Act 2021. And this is the second such report I bring before you. More importantly, I would say, self-assessment is a vital part of evaluating how we are doing, what we can do better, and what we may need to adjust to stay on course to meet our objectives. This report is primarily an evaluation of what we did in the last year, but it informs our future work and highlights some areas for development. but it does not set out detailed actions or delivery plans. That work sits elsewhere, including in the service business plans that are produced annually by teams across our authority. Some may say self-assessment is an example of a council marking its own homework. I disagree, members. Our scrutiny process is robust and rigorous. The self-assessment began with a desk-based evaluation of available evidence undertaken by officers. The initial findings were refined through a series of workshops in each directorate before being subject to challenge by the Strategic Leadership Team and Cabinet, and then presented to Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee and Governance and Audit Committee. The legal responsibility to sign off on the report prior to its formal approval sits with the Governance and Audit Committee, which councillors will not need reminding is independently chaired by Mr. Andrew Blakemore. The feedback from these committees has been used to improve the final report that I bring before you. I respectfully suggest to members that we don't need to repeat all the work of our hard-working committee members have already done. Neither committee recommended changes to the evaluation scores, headline conclusions, or areas for development in the report. The Chair of Governance and Audit Committee concluded that the self-assessment was well produced and meaningful. So to the assessment itself, our evaluation is structured under the 6 wellbeing objectives that were endorsed by Cabinet back in October 2022. To remind you, they are a fair place to live, a green place to live, a thriving and ambitious place, a safe place to live, a connected place where people care, a learning place. The caveat here, councillors, is that the full Community and Corporate Plan was approved by Council in April 2023, i.e. after the reporting period. As a result, it's not appropriate to evaluate progress against the specific actions in that plan. Instead, the assessment focuses on how well the Council has met the areas for development identified in the 2021-2022 self-assessment report and structures the analysis under our Community and Corporate Plan objectives. Our objectives are scored on a scale of 1 to 6, with 1 being unsatisfactory and 6 being excellent. Bear in mind that many of the things we've set out to do, such as improving river health or achieving net zero, are complex societal challenges, and these will take time to deliver. Therefore, some of the activities that are reported on in this self-assessment now are the building blocks and milestones on the way to achieving our intended outcomes. In the report, you will note, councillors, that 3 of our objectives have been scored at level 3, adequate, and 3 at level 4, good. We recognise where progress has been made and also where we face significant challenges, where there are areas that need further development, and where lessons we have learnt now need to be applied. You'll be pleased to hear, given the extent of our agenda today, that I don't intend to go through all the 75 plus pages. Instead, I draw your attention to the key issues highlighted in the covering report and the summary of the self-assessment itself. That summary was redrafted to reflect the feedback from the committees. Not only have we assessed progress against the objectives, we also assess the effectiveness of our operational systems and enablers which support officers deliver against objectives, meet challenging demands, and ensure the sustainability of our actions. These would include corporate planning, performance and risk management, financial management, procurement, asset management, etc. These too were assessed against the areas of development identified in last year's report. In terms of progress and improvements, I would highlight a number of areas. We all know how much the cost of living crisis has exacerbated the income inequalities in our county. And we have become more adept as a council at understanding where poverty interventions need to be targeted and who we need to support. However, we alone do not always have the resources to act on that information. Our partnerships are critical in being able to support residents, as the cost of living summits that we held last year in each of our towns showed. We also provided both financial support and advice to residents on the cost of living crisis, including distributing £500,000 in a discretionary scheme and working with Citizen Advice, Mind, School and other community groups. We've also continued to support our communities and residents through investing in volunteering opportunities, increasing our sports development offer and involving residents in longer-term planning. Our Mon Life teams provided over 10,000 hours of play activities through school holidays, and we've overseen the rollout of universal free school meals in primary schools to benefit families with young children. We're also committed to increasing the involvement of residents in the decision-making processes. For example, we made £60,000 available through participatory budgeting, where residents decided directly how to spend the money. We have, and I know that the young adults from Monmouthshire, Comp and Haberdashers will be pleased, shown our commitment to reducing our impact on the planet. We've exceeded recycling targets, and that's thanks to the efforts of residents, where we recycled 69.9% of waste, well ahead of our 64% target for 22-23, and on the way to longer-term target of 72%. We're also shifting more of our fleet to low-emission vehicles. A lot of carbon is accounted for by the things we buy from suppliers, and we're implementing a socially responsible procurement strategy to reduce this year on year, for example, by developing more local supply chains, including in the coming year offering £10,000 grants to community groups and businesses to help achieve us. But make no mistake, Council, that's extremely tricky and challenging when we have very little influence over these supply chains. Phosphate levels in rivers remain a major problem, with 80% of the Usk and 67% of the Wye failing the phosphate targets. As a local authority, we are limited in the things we can do to address this. We are working with a range of partners, including Dear Cymru, to improve river health and are integrating nature recovery into our work on decarbonisation. But we're neither complacent or naive here. Our goal of decarbonising our operations by 2030, quite rightly, is ambitious because we are facing a climate and nature crisis. However, the complex challenge is difficult to overcome, and at our current rate of progress, we're unlikely to achieve our ambition. Nevertheless, this is not the moment to roll back, as we were so forcefully told earlier. We will continue to strive to meet our objective. We want to enable the conditions also in which businesses and workers can thrive and succeed. A big challenge for our businesses in Monmouthshire is that over 90% of currently available commercial sites are occupied. We began tackling this problem last year. 19 new employment sites have been given planning permission. We also provided advice to support to 55 pre-start-up and existing businesses. This was below our target, but to improve support for local businesses, we have secured UK funding for skills and business development. And we suspect that we were unable to reach our target because it was at the tail end of COVID. Looking to a more sustainable future, our replacement local development plan, preferred strategy being brought to Council today, will result in more employment sites being identified. In partnership with residents, we worked on the development of our town centre master plans for ensuring that these vibrant places continue to draw people in for a wide range of uses. We also saw the digital deprivation rate in the county decrease significantly from 5.1% in 2019 to 2.5% in 2022. Our work with partners to increase access to high-speed broadband has played its part in improving connectivity in our county. I think what's been sobering and shocking for all of us in this chamber and for all of us across Monmouthshire is that homelessness, once rare in Monmouthshire, has increased to unimaginable levels, with 300 people registered during the last year as homeless. We've also faced increased and more complex demand for homeless accommodation, with heavier reliance on temporary accommodation. We have had some success, and this is accelerating now, although finding suitable homeless accommodation provision in the county remains a challenge. The use of bed and breakfast accommodation increased marginally from 90 to 92 households in the last year. We've introduced a rapid rehousing transit plan to support anyone experiencing homelessness to move into a settled home as quickly as possible. On average, it takes 10.2 months to move a homeless household into settled permanent accommodation, and our intention is to get this below 6 months by 2027. A housing first approach was put in place, providing long-term housing solutions for 6 people who'd been unable to find suitable accommodation in the past because of their complex and or multiple needs. Overall, as we are well aware, there is a dearth of affordable housing, and only 35 affordable houses were completed in our last local development plan monitoring period. This was well below the target of 96 and was a result of, one, a target that kept being pushed back, a shortage of development land, and phosphate levels in rivers. In total, the development of 308 dwellings had been affected by phosphates, of which 149 were affordable dwellings. Clearly, this makes it all the harder for families to find somewhere to live. And the RDLP under consideration later, with its target of 50% affordable housing, will be a key instrument in tackling that challenge. Members are also too keenly aware that our social services are facing increased demand and more complex cases. It is taking a larger and larger share of our budgets. In response last year, we accelerated efforts to do things differently to support our most vulnerable citizens. We've developed more place-based approaches, helping people connect to others in their local community, reducing the need for them to rely solely on formal services. We launched a micro-carers project to meet demand through small-scale local enterprise. These carers are delivering 161 hours of care each week. We've reduced weekly hours of unmet need from nearly 1,200 to 804 hours per week. There remains a very high level of demand and continued complexity for children requiring support from social services. At the end of 22-23, there were 211 children being looked after by us. Our teams have focused on working with families to support their strengths, manage risks, and achieve good outcomes. Of the children with a care and support plan, 61% were supported to remain at home where safe to do so. We continue to take steps to prevent children coming into care and reduce the number of children in care. However, we sometimes need to use specialist placements to deal with complex cases, and these are costly and in short supply, which continues to put pressure on our stretched resources. And that does continue into this year, as you know, Council. Staff shortages are also a challenge, and we are not unique in this regard. We've developed a recruitment and retention strategy for our social care workforce. We continue to face a number of challenges in being able to respond to people's care and support needs as quickly as we'd want to. While 83.5% of adult service users are happy with their care, this was down from 86.9% in the previous year. When I turn to education, we have continued to expand our education offer with the development of the new 3 to 19s all-through school in Abergavenny and the implementation of our 10-year Welsh in Education strategic plan with the aim of promoting and expanding Welsh medium education provision in the county. We all know, and we've all seen it in our wards, in our families, no doubt, and in our communities, the pandemic affected learners' academic progress, particularly in relation to disadvantaged learners, and it continues to impact on the well-being of pupils and staff. School leaders are also facing a range of challenges, some, such as a lower school attendance, are linked to the tail end of the pandemic, while others, such as industrial action, are more recent developments. The Chief Officer's Education Report earlier in the year comprehensively updated members on progress and challenges. Picking up on it, councillors, and on the wellbeing aspect, 43% of schools are now engaged in our whole school approach to emotional and mental well-being.
Councillor, you've got 1 minute.
Okay. I will move us on then, because that report was given earlier in the year by our education officer. And I'll turn to the systems and enablers which underpin our ability to deliver our services and meet our targets. And we have sound arrangements in place to enable and support delivery. But, and I have little need to remind Council of the prolonged period of austerity, the disastrous trust budget coupled with the cost of living crisis and the high levels of inflation. The impacts have been sobering on our residents and profound on our council. We have faced increased demand for services such as adult social care and homelessness, while inflation has contributed to rising costs in areas such as home-to-school transport. We are now revising our enabling strategies to respond to the challenges and opportunities and align them with the community and corporate plan. This is our starting point because the assessment recognised Monmouthshire, like every other council in the UK, is facing these significant financial pressures. We tackled them head-on last year, and we will continue to show financial prudence, stringent financial oversight, a revised mid-term financial plan, and a structured and planned approach to service delivery is all in train to ensure a predicted budget shortfall by 2026 to 27 will be dealt with. I'm being asked to finish there, so I will take questions. Thank you very much, Jack.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. Councillor John.
Thank you very much. Well, can I start by thanking the leader for the presentation? I recognise that self-assessment is a key part of the governance arrangement set down by Welsh Government, but I still feel it doesn't carry the weight of an assessment by an external regulator. I appreciate that external regulators do continue to play an important role, but I do wonder whether Welsh Government should in future consider greater use of peer reviews as a more insightful way to assessing performance. Because as the leader says, I do feel this is a bit like we're marking our own homework as an authority here. I do recognise the value to the authority of self-awareness, and absolutely we should be very mindful of, and we should be reflective as to how the authority has performed over the last 12 months and what we can do differently in future. I do agree with the leader that scrutiny is robust here, as it should be. And I express my thanks to all those involved in scrutiny, both in this chamber, joining us virtually, and of course people from external organisations who've contributed to our scrutiny processes over the last year. But I would emphasise that we do all need to remember scrutiny is everybody's business, not just that of opposition members. I appreciate the challenges in assessing progress over the last 12 months, given that the community and corporate plan didn't exist until the review period in April had ended, when we did approve that rather uninspiring fifth draft of the corporate plan.
Point of order, Chair.
It feels
that
like a very
did
bland
exist. The member was just holding up the process.
If I can,
sorry, point of clarification.
If I can continue, there's no such thing as a point of clarification. You know that. Can I continue, please, Chair?
Do continue, John.
Thank you. It does feel like a very bland assessment, given that grades are all 3s and 4s, equivalents and goods, the equivalent of 6 and 7s out of 10. It also feels that there's more of a focus on inputs rather than outcomes and actual benefits that have been delivered for our residents. It's all very well an organisation being busy, but what our residents want to see are outcomes, are benefits, productivity. How do we get the biggest bang for our limited bucks? I think it's a source of regret, I think, for us, that in many ways this first year has been wasted politically. While there wasn't a corporate plan with which to hold you to account, you know, and I remember that very first draft that we were presented with in here, 7 pages, and we were told by Labour members that this couldn't possibly be improved. But I'm struggling to see in this report, where are the big strategic decisions that have been made that are going to benefit our communities? I'm mindful that I've only got a few minutes, so I'm not going to be able to comment on every section, but I do want to comment on, for me, one of the most important sections in the entire document, which is education, and it is a source of regret that that is almost tucked away at the back, the last of the 6 priorities in the corporate plan, which does feel wrong. I appreciate the points made that assessments in schools are much more difficult post-pandemic due to access, particularly in the last year. And while I know that that's now changing, we do need to see those comparisons, even if that means we're comparing with 2018-2019, the last year that the last academic year that was unaffected by the coronavirus pandemic. The 46 of us gave the green light to an exciting new 3 to 19 school in Abergavenny in the last year, the biggest single investment that this authority has ever made. But obviously that was the result of 5 years of planning under the previous administration. And of course it's fantastic that it's happening. But I do recall the opposition from the Labour Party who voted against it at Abergavenny Town Council. And of course when we first discussed it here, they only wanted to proceed with a new school in Abergavenny if we were going to build a new school in Chepstow at the same time. Well, I think now that you're in the administration, you will see just how financially incoherent it would be to say that we could only proceed if we were to build 2 new secondary schools at the same time. I think this new school is going to be a fantastic benefit for pupils in the Abergavenny area and will continue to have our full support, as will the Welsh in Education Strategic Plan that we approved in January last year and that the administration is now delivering, giving more families choice about where their children are educated and giving more children the fantastic experience of a fully bilingual education. The report says the delayed catchment review that was due to take place last year will take place this autumn. I'm mindful it's almost November, so I would be grateful to hear an update as to when that review is actually going to start, where we can work together and you do the right thing in the interest of our residents. In those instances, you will have our full support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. Councillor Pavia?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I understand the challenges the Leader and the Cabinet have had in trying to undertake what is a new exercise, and not on the new administration's corporate plan, but on the previous administration's corporate plan. So you were hamstrung at the start to a degree. I very much believe that this is a first stab at the process. I think there can be improvements made. I'm a member of the Performance and Overview Scrutiny Committee that examined this in detail just a few weeks ago, and I think the committee did make some very useful points for the Leader to take forward in next year's report. As Councillor John has alluded to, I think the report feels like a collection of measured outputs that have been delivered and outputs that are in the pipeline. I think the focus needs to be on how the services that we provide are generating improved outcomes for our residents in terms of mental and physical health and well-being, and on their local physical and built environment. The example I highlighted in the committee session was in relation to the use and participation of leisure services, which we can see on page 14. Now, the previous administration did invest a considerable amount of the council's money in upgrading and in improving leisure facilities so that we could compete with the private leisure market and attract our residents into our facilities. Now, pre-COVID, our leisure facilities generated enough not just to wash its face and cover its costs, but also to generate this authority much needed surplus, which we could invest back into public services, and we're more or less almost back into that place now. However, we don't just deliver leisure services to generate a profit. These services are about keeping people physically and mentally healthy, and ideally keeping them far away from the door of statutory services as possible. Therefore, what I would like to see in this regard is how we are utilising our assets to improve population health outcomes, how we are using those assets in terms of the prevention and early intervention agenda. So are we using those assets to prevent or delay the onset of health and behavioural problems, or how we are using place-based leisure services and programmes to intervene early with strategies that reduce the harms and consequences of poor health decisions or on behaviours that have been initiated? Again, in the integrated space with health, how are we utilising those assets in terms of reablement? How we are using those assets to delay deconditioning in terms of secondary prevention, as well as how we are using those assets in relation to clinical rehab and social prescribing. How have our leisure facilities improved the lives of our marginalised or underrepresented groups, like our homeless population or our refugee population or our care leavers? I think generating these sorts of data sets can be used to demonstrate to Welsh Government and our colleagues in health that it's actually local government that possesses the key drivers in terms of determinants of health. And actually, you will get more return on investment if you invest additional resource in the local government sector rather than in the NHS. Another example was in the report was the voice of lived experience, and on page 4 of the report it said that some areas of our work, such as inequality and poverty, have begun to develop more localised data, but we do not yet fully understand the lived experiences of all our residents. Now, I don't disagree with capturing more voices of a variety of lived experience, but it has to be captured and measured in a meaningful way. Now, we may not have the skill set to do that in-house, but organisations like Llais and Cwmpas, even academic institutions like the University of South Wales, may be able to support us to do that and ensure it's undertaken in a co-productive way. Moreover, it's also important that those voices are with us in designing and shaping policy from the very start, and not just in the consultation process in the end. I would be interested to understand whether through the process, whether we are capturing the right data to allow us to focus on outcomes-based impact. And that is where we need to be in terms of policy development and in terms of commissioning. And if we are not, then we need to do a deep dive to find the right data and to find the right evidence. And I think I said at the committee session, I would really welcome the opportunity to have a workshop with the Future Generation Commissioner's Office to see if we are undertaking this self-assessment process in the best way we can. So this report should demonstrate to our citizens the strongest case that the decisions and investments that we make are having a tangible difference on them, their families and their communities. So I hope the leader takes these points constructively, and I certainly look forward to continuing to scrutinise the refinement of the self-assessment process in the coming years. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia. I see there's no more questions. Councillor Brocklesby, would you like to sum up? Oh, sorry, is anyone else? No more comments? So, Councillor, maybe.
Thanks. I don't want to talk long because we've got so much to go through this afternoon, but just to a couple of points around the climate change and nature agenda that I just wanted to add to. I don't know if that's appropriate, if we've got time for that. it was really, yeah, I take on board absolutely what Councillor John has said. I would love to do more on speed limits, and I hope we can work together on that across the county. I've discovered a huge enthusiasm for them. But there's also, in terms of, it's such a big issue, obviously, on climate change and nature, and I won't try and talk about all of it, but you're absolutely right, on the rivers, it's really hard to see the real impact, and it's a really, really difficult one. Our net zero and nature targets are collective ones across the public sector, but that's not an excuse. I'm not saying that we shouldn't, as a county, be aiming to achieve all of them ourselves, but there's an awful lot of them that we can't do alone, and it is a collective target that we're looking at net zero. And with that in mind, a couple of the examples, natural flood management is something that we totally recognise in our development of the flood risk strategy, but it's not something we do on our own. It's something we do with the landowners. It's something we do with NRW, who are responsible for the main rivers. And so it's a very much a partnership thing in practical reality. Tree planting, I believe that the County Council alone have planted 13,000 trees over a 3-year period, but there's still not enough, and it's not something we do on our own. Again, there's landowners involved. The reduction in mowing sounds like a small thing, but it's not. It's quite significant, and it's a huge behavioural adjustment for residents to accept that and to accept the change in how things look. But it has a seriously positive impact on biodiversity as well as reducing energy, and we're gradually kind of building on that as we can, and it is a bit of to and fro in terms of acceptability. And people tell us when we get it wrong, like, you know, there's a spot where visibility is an issue and you just have to go back and mow more often. And then the other thing, which I think we're learning more about as we go along, is around supporting local horticulture, around the food issues like the ones we heard about this morning, and making sure that we live up to our ideals as a procurer of local foods and of sustainable foods, but also supporting regenerative agriculture. And there's more and more knowledge of that growing. And with, for example, the County Council supporting ACE, Action on Climate Emergency Monmouth, in a project where a very successful regenerative farmer is mentoring other farms. So I think we need to do more of that and build as we go. And there's always going to be mistakes and, you know, half successes along the way, but at the moment, it's true we're not on the right trajectory. We are reducing emissions every year, but it's not enough. So, yeah, collectively, we've got to do a hell of a lot more. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Maybe. Councillor Grocott, I see you wanted to come in. Your hand function isn't there.
I'd just like to make a brief response, if I may, to some of the comments made by Councillor John. He did say that education was almost tucked away and then proceeded to devote the majority of his comments to education. And I'm flattered and pleased that he retains that interest in the area. I made comments on the points as you raised them, and I'll try briefly to address them all. You talked about the new 3 to 19 school in Abergavenny. We're in our second year now as an administration, and it is slightly galling to hear that everything that we are doing and shaping and pressing ahead with, we seem to owe some debt to the previous administration for. Congratulations on working with the Welsh Government to start the planning for that school. The vision of that school is now very much the vision of this administration. And there are some fantastic innovations going on. I would give you one example as the brand new GCSE course in construction, which will not only continue to motivate and inspire the children who are looking at the school going up around them, but also help to satisfy the needs of the local economy. You quite rightly talked about the impact of the pandemic. The impact on education has been devastating and profound throughout the world, and not just in Monmouthshire, of course. You talked about the way in which, in those increasingly distant days when you ran this administration, you were able to make comparisons between schools from data produced by Welsh Government or by EAS or sometimes by ourselves. there has been a very clear shift by the Welsh Government away from making comparisons between individual schools, because I think all too often there was an element of comparing apples and bananas. What we are increasingly getting is a look at schools' own performance and the way in which they are getting the best performance out of all their pupils. And so it is a more focused look at progress within schools, I think. And those days where we waited to see what colour a school had been given under its annual rating have gone. And I don't think will be missed by many of us. I was fascinated to hear that the last administration was trying to push for buildings of new schools in Chepstow and Abergavenny at the same time. In the days when I chaired the Children and Young People Select Committee, I have no recollection of that, and I don't know if my colleague Tudor Thomas has any recollection of that either. We are planning to proceed with the money that we have put aside and the money the Welsh Government has given us to build one school in Abergavenny, but we have now started to plan for what will come afterwards in Chepstow. And it's great that the young people in Chepstow Comp are also very involved in that process. And indeed, I have attended the school there and listened to some really quite profound ideas of what they want to see in their new school when they get that developed. But the suggestion that the opposition in the last administration, although I'm not sure what that's got to do with this business plan, but we were pushing for what would clearly have been a half-baked idea. I can assure you that was never, ever in the thinking at the time. We push ahead with Welsh, as you quite rightly said. We're now at an exciting phase of the development of the next element of our Welsh medium education plan, and that is the primary school development in Monmouth. It'll be on the Overmono site, and we are now in the process of establishing a temporary governing body for the school, which will allow for the first head teacher to be in post. So an exciting time, and I look forward to working with colleagues from right across the council in ensuring that that is the best possible provision that it can be for people in the Monmouth area who wish their children to be educated through the medium of Welsh. The catchment area review has been slightly delayed. That was largely due to the absence through illness of the senior officer who would have led that from the officer perspective, where we've been able to make very clear changes that were obvious to the benefit of children and communities. We've done that, but now we are in a position where we can go ahead with that, and I agree it's important to do it. Attendance is another huge issue, and from my perspective, what's particularly serious is that it is attendance of children who are from disadvantaged and vulnerable backgrounds. And I think, again, there is probably unanimity amongst all members of this chamber that we really do need to ensure that all children are able to fulfil their potential. As an administration, we have this year created a new integrated team, and that includes education psychologists, includes specialists working with attendants. We're using Welsh Office grant money as well as our own money within Monmouthshire from our budget to work hard at encouraging attendance. We're almost back to pre-pandemic now in primary schools, but in secondary schools we continue to work hard. But I would point out that the last figures I saw, Monmouthshire now has the best attendance in Wales. So I think that there was some faint praise in the comments you made. I'd like to have heard more, but from my part, we will continue to work as closely as we can across this chamber. And having mentioned developments in Chepstow, one thing I would like to say as the Cabinet Member for Education is that the results in the summer from Chepstow Comprehensive were outstanding. And that school is really a school under its new head teacher that is making the grade. So congratulations to Chepstow, and I look forward to taking the developments forward in that town once we've got the 3 to 19 school underway in Abergavenny. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Grocott. Councillor Sandals.
Thank you, Chair. Just briefly to Councillor Pavia's question in his speech about the impact of Mon Life on health and well-being. You'll see that on Councillor Brocklesby's report, on page 14 and 15, there's lots of information that answers possibly most of your questions there. There are bigger data sets on public health and on Sport Wales, and Monmouthshire scores really well there. We also have many schemes going through our schools with our children through to adulthood. I was at the Bronze Ambassador along with the Chair last week, and we saw the amazing impact that Mon Life is having on our young people from year 5 up until employment, which was amazing to see and really, really inspirational. And we all know, of course, that the impact of physical activity on health and well-being, and there's actually a really good take-up in Monmouthshire. So just briefly, thanks for your question.
Thank you, Councillor Sandals. Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. Sorry for coming in at the last minute there. I just wanted to respond to the assertion that was being made regarding the council as trading insolvent, because in 2 financial years' times our outgoings are larger than our reserve position, and I'd just like to say that that's a flawed way to approach this. We are, as a council, required by law to set a balanced budget. This council has always set a legal budget. It will continue to set a legal budget. We have control over our income generation and our council tax rates, and we have control over our outgoings. So I'd like to reassure this chamber and our residents that although there are challenging times ahead for sure, but the situation is not as dire as some would have you believe. In the medium term, we have seen additional pressure this year, as those on the Performance and Overview Committee will be aware, and information will be provided shortly in November, which will set out how we address these recent challenges. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor Brocklesby, did you want to sum up?
Thank you very much, Chair. Firstly, thank you, Councillor John, and thank you, Councillor Pavia. I really welcome the very constructive way that you've engaged with this report, and in fact, the very constructive way through the scrutiny committees, all our councillors engaged with this report. And it does show how robust our scrutiny process is, and it does show democracy working. It also underlines the fact that we say continually, but is true, that the common factor across all 46 of us is that we want to do our best for Monmouthshire. And we recognise through self-assessment is one tool, and in some ways a blunt tool. I recognise that. I think we all do. It is one tool of holding ourselves to account, but also asking where we can do better and where we should be doing better. And the points that you have raised, I will be taking back, and I will be attempting to incorporate in the way that we self-assess the next time round, but also in redoubling our efforts to focus on the impacts and outcomes. This has been an issue for not just Monmouthshire County Council, but for all local authorities for forever, actually. That there's been a focus on outputs, always. So I'm not going to draw judgment on the previous administration. The Audit Wales raises this issue every year in its report about shifting us. But I think we are determined to do so. And you can have seen from comments and contributions from my colleagues here that we can show impacts. What we need to do more of, and I take your point absolutely, is to show how it impacts on our different areas of Monmouthshire, to show how it impacts on our different towns, and to show how it impacts on our different people. That's the kind of data that hasn't been consistently collected by Monmouthshire County Council before, or consistently utilised in the way that we deliver services. That's one of the areas in which we can start to be more targeted and more consistent with our service delivery and the way we work with partners and picking up on that poverty data as we go forward in very challenging times, which I've said in other discussions in Chamber. Change now has to be driven by the preventative data, by a preventative approach, which was put in place in part in the previous administration, but has been accelerated by Labour, because we do recognise that local government is that precious interface between residents and what actually makes a difference in people's lives. And secondly, that if we work on prevention, we are more likely to get those well-being outcomes, those health outcomes, those social outcomes and economic outcomes that we all want to see. And we had a flavour of that coming through. We need to do that more. We need to do that more in relation to fiscal prudence. And that is absolutely what my colleague said here. We adjust and we are driven both by our priorities and our absolute focus on that we will balance the budget every year, we will manage the challenges that every single council faces across the UK, and we will not be one of those councils that faces insolvency. What we had a duty to do in this report was to make it clear that that challenge is there for every council, and we are not the exception. In terms of the peer review, absolutely agree with you. And you'd be delighted to know, under that Act, that's precisely what we have to do. And there will be a peer review before the end of this council. And there's no way we can get out of this. We must do it, and I absolutely welcome it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. We ready? I'll just move to a vote.
Chair, I can't make a recommendation. I can't vote. I don't know why. I can't put anything in there.
Thank you, Councillor Eaton. There are, I've got 36 on my list, so it's clearly carried. So if you're happy with that, thank you.
Yeah, okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Easton. I think we could probably do with a comfort break. So we'll have 15 minutes. So back here at 10 past, please. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you for all coming back. Thank you. Got back. No problem, Councillor. Thank you. All right, we'll move on to item 8 on the agenda, which is the replacement local development plan preferred strategy. Before I pass over to Councillor Griffiths, we've had a question been given to us, which my Vice Chair will read it now. If maybe, Councillor Griffiths, you could address the points in your presentation. Thank you.
Can you remind me of the question?
Councillor McConnell will read it now.
Just coming. This is from resident David Cummings. In reviewing the RLDP documents presented today and heard at recent scrutiny committee meetings, many questions remain as to the achievability and the detail of the contents of the report. For example, the document states that 6,240 jobs are planned to be created, but provide no indication of how these will be created and where within the county they will be. This report fails to address the lack of infrastructure, particularly in Monmouth's case, where there is no spare capacity at schools, GP surgeries, or to treat sewage and poor public transport to other settlements. Additionally, 50% of the proposed development within the plan be social housing. There are 3,953 open applications for housing in the county. If you create social housing where there is no infrastructure and no public transport, you will create a pool of people disillusioned with life who wish they lived somewhere else. So with these headline statements in mind, is September 2023 version of the revised local development plan fit for purpose? That was the question from our resident.
Thank you.
Those were very important questions, but rather than do this in 2 stages, I'd like to pick up on them as I go through my introduction. I don't promise to answer all questions, neither there or indeed from the floor. I'll do my best. The recommendation before the Council is to endorse an update of the development on our replacement local development plan. Councillor John was asking earlier on in an earlier debate, where are the big strategic decisions? Well, I suggest to you, as we go through this process, this is a big strategic decision. What you have today is part of a process. It is not a finished product. In many, many ways, including those which our questioner asked, there is parallel unfinished work. What you have today is a partial statement on a land use plan. I say partial because its focus is on residential development. The point was raised in the question, what have we got to say about the land for economic activity? By next spring, alongside the land use proposals that are before you today, and they will develop further, there will be an infrastructure plan, a transport plan. Catherine Maybe and myself were working through progression on that plan this morning. There will be an economic development strategy. That 6,000 jobs target underpins that strategy. A lot of work has been done, and that will be presented. It will be presented, all those plans will be presented to scrutiny. All of them will be collated together with a draft deposit plan to come to this council in spring. All of them together will form the public consultation. and only when Council has received the results of that public consultation, considered them, will it be asked to agree a plan to be deposited with Welsh Government, which then becomes a subject of an inquiry. This is rightly a long and complex process. You saw a version of this plan, an earlier version this time last year. It's been consulted upon. The major changes since last year, and they are significant changes, is that Dŵr Cymru announced an investment plan for Monmouth. That investment plan has been appraised, considered by Natural Resources Wales and Welsh Government as meeting criteria, and we have been assured that we can rely on its deliverability by 2025 so as to allow the stalled development in Monmouth and projected development to take place. So a year ago, there was no development proposed for Monmouth. There couldn't be. Now there is a projected new development for the new plan of 270 homes on a specified site in Monmouth. That will allow to a more balanced development throughout the county, and it has allowed us to adjust downwards in some cases, the proposed development elsewhere. The other change is that a year ago we proposed a site near the racecourse in Chepstow. Many considered that too peripheral for our objectives, and we're now proposing a site alongside what's called Mountain Road in Chepstow. I say alongside Mountain Road, others would say alongside the notorious High Beach roundabout. We choose our words for our purposes. Before we started this process a year ago, you will recognise that the Council's development plan had stalled, reached a cul-de-sac. The previous Conservative Council had proposed a rate of housing development over twice that in the plan before us today. That plan, I believe rightly, did not receive the support of Welsh Government, who claimed it would lead to an overdevelopment in the county. As a new administration, a new Labour administration, we have reset. We've been guided by our manifesto aims: 1, to create a more equal county, and 2, to reduce our carbon footprint. Those 2 goals have underpinned all our proposals. We reset the housing development target to 2,000 homes, down from 4,000 proposed by the previous administration. There are Conservatives on this council who are now saying, and have said, that our plans represent too many homes in the wrong places. Let's look at the facts. In 2019, the Conservative administration proposed 3 sites in Caldicot. We are proposing 1. Conservatives proposed 3 sites in Chepstow, 2 of them alongside the High Beach roundabout. We are proposing 1. The Conservatives proposed 3 sites in Abergavenny, controversial sites butting onto the national park. We are proposing 1 site, essentially a town centre site. I'll focus on Chepstow. It's where I'm from. It's where I answer most of my emails this week. In Chepstow, the Conservatives proposed 730 homes alongside High Beach roundabout. This strategy is proposing 145. I ask you, which is the most reasonable, more reasonable proposal? There are now claims in Chepstow that they're about to be swamped by massive development. Pre-election claims. I suggest that there are members of this Conservative group who are short on memory, that consistency is an undervalued virtue. It will be noted that in the preferred strategy to be considered now, which is before you today, there is no strategic development site in Mega with Andy. This is a testament to the influence of local members for that area, Councillors John Crook, Angela Sandals. It is my view, I've been much influenced by the local dialogues, that Mago with Andy has taken far more than its fair share of housing development over many decades, and I suggest all too often it's been development of poor design, poor lifestyle, unsupported. At the Scrutiny Committee, there was considerable concern about the number of candidate sites in Mago and Andy. There are many members here on all sides, effective ward members, more effective than probably I ever was, who understand the nature of a candidate site register and understand fully the way in which, as a ward member, you have to work with your residents to gain that understanding. You will have spent your times, as I have done, patiently explaining that a candidate site is not a proposal, damping down the fears that that register creates. In Mago and Andy, we're in a situation where there are far too many residents who have been of the opinion that every candidate site is a proposal for development. And our task is to patiently explain that that was never the case. Those candidate sites were not in last year's draft. They're not in the current draft. They will not be in the deposit plan. And I regret the unjustified fears over these sites. For the first time, I estimate, in over 50 years, there will be no proposal for additional major housing in Mago with Andy. Councillors Crook and Sandals have suggested that the candidate site adjacent to Rockfield Farm in Andy should be protected as a public amenity space, and I will continue to work with all the local councillors so that this can be achieved in the deposit plan. The previous Conservative Council failed to get the support of Welsh Government for its strategy of overdevelopment. This administration has gained an uncelebrated achievement. We have gained the reasoned support of the Welsh Government for the strategy we produced last year, Welsh Government recognising it to be both justified and deliverable. The primary feature of this plan is that 50% of any new housing will be affordable. A third will be for social rent, a sixth will be for shared ownership. There is no better way of achieving equality in this county than by providing affordable housing for young families to live and work in the county. My Conservative colleagues are on record for claiming that this cannot be achieved. Certainly never achieved in the previous administration with a model of trickle-down housing. This was the failed model.
Councillor, can I ask you to come to conclusions or finish your report? As, you've gone over time now.
Okay. Oh, the rest of it was quite. Okay. Affordable housing will not be a negotiating partner. It will be clear in this LDP that any significant development that does not offer a 50% affordable housing will not succeed in getting planning consent and will not succeed on appeal. That people are saying that's unachievable. I've had a series, we've had a series of very purposeful meetings with landowners, with site promoters, with their planning teams and the housing associations and the Design Commission for Wales. And in meeting after meeting, there is a shared intention to build these homes for local needs. There's a shared understanding this can be achieved. Nobody is walking away. Nobody is saying it's unachievable. And you've all been lobbied in the last 24 hours by building firms who are very eager and frustrated that they're not part of our agenda. Our second aim is that this Labour and Green administration will substantially reduce the carbon footprint. All our homes will be net zero carbon. This is a level of ambition which we will achieve, and we will achieve it because because our partners will recognise...
Councillor, can I get you to finish that?
Oh dear.
You will have an opportunity to sum up.
You really didn't want to hear?
Well, we've got 10 minutes each. We had 10 minutes, you've got 10 minutes. That's fair.
Chair, Councillor Griffiths has been asked to do two things here, to give the report and to answer a question that's been read out to him. Surely, because he's doing two things, he's entitled to a longer period of time to do that. Or he should be allowed to come back to answer the question that the Vice Chair has read out.
Good afternoon, councillors. I think you all know the rule of your constitution, which is you have 10 minutes. The question that you're referring to, Councillor Strong, was shared with Councillor Griffiths before his time started. Councillor Griffiths will have the opportunity to sum up on the report, but I guess for each and every one of you that will prepare and present reports over the course of the coming 2 to 3 years, it will always be 10 minutes, unless you choose to change your constitution.
Moving on to Councillor Edwards, please.
Thank you, Chair. We first discussed this RLDP at full council 11 months ago, and although I appreciate the work that officers have done in preparing this plan for the second time on behalf of this new administration, it saddens me to say that little has changed. Although I am grateful to Councillor Griffiths and officers for meeting both Paul Pavia and I in Chepstow before the submission to the committee. Although I should remind Councillor Griffiths from his presentation just now that most of us are new to this administration, and this is our first LDP, and let's be honest, a lot has happened since 2019, as that year you've mentioned. So in fact, the only change that is common sense has prevailed in the withdrawal of Bayfield Greenfield site, which is, I'm almost sure, is down to the convincing arguments that Chepstow residents presented to the previous consultation. However, the issues that I addressed last time round still apply to the new proposal for Chepstow in Mountain Road. Yes, we all recognise that housing is needed in Monmouthshire, but like I have said time and time again, with this recognised need should also come responsibility. As councillors, we have responsibility to recognise that there's more to this than just building houses. And I know that Councillor Griffiths has touched on this with the other plans in place. We need to think of the other issues that impact on such an easy fix for those house building outlined in his local development plan, and the great need for a common sense approach and solution. In short, the location and infrastructure need to be right. Now, many councillors spoke at that last council debate and also at the recent place scrutiny meeting on this revised, replaced local development plan, if we can call it that, where it was rejected by a cross-party committee. Now, councillors have spoken with passion, representing the comprehensive opinions and knowledge and experience of local residents, but sadly this administration has not listened, not one bit. Improved infrastructure continues to be brushed over, and solutions are seen as something to think about at some point in the distant future. This shouldn't be acceptable when it comes to planning on this scale that affects the daily lives of residents. Now, historically, the area of High Beach in Chepstow has been seen as a natural green belt and gateway to the Wye Valley. And as the infrastructure is so overwhelmed in the area, it should never be contemplated for development. So the real issue here is that Chepstow cannot cope with any more housing developments until something constructive has either been achieved with its infrastructure problems. We have the fantastic ongoing development at the Fairfield Maybe site, and that was a wonderful opportunity on the Brownfield site, which will reinvigorate Chepstow Town Centre. And those in positions of responsibility didn't appreciate back then the full impact of the strain on local infrastructure back then, and not even now. Over 300 houses and only one way in and one way out of the development. Now, with most homes today, as you can imagine, most people have 2 cars for each adult. Can you imagine the impact this is still having on Chepstow, and they're still not even fully occupied yet? The strain on Chepstow is immense on its local services, its schools, its GP surgeries, its community hospital with its basic services that should be expanded on. GP surgeries are unable to keep up with the demand, and there is a waiting list as long as your arm for an NHS dentist. So imagine the number of extra vehicles in Chepstow, and there's not enough potential capacity at local primary schools to be able to handle further house building. Even the Cabinet Member for Education throughout this year has announced that there's no more money left for schools. There's also a concern that because of the level of affordable housing, there'll be no relevant Section 108 agreement to fund additional improvements to the surrounding area. And although the administration have glamorised the detail of more jobs in Chepstow, which are bound to be minimum wage, and a hotel which will have an impact on existing hotels, inns and B&Bs in the Chepstow area, this development doesn't seem quite right for Chepstow. So it's no wonder that Chepstow residents are frustrated with a gridlocked Chepstow and cannot see matters improving in the near future. We need to regain the confidence of these residents with a holistic plan that people can trust. Now, I hear that Deputy Leader Councillor Griffiths continues to admit there is a very significant congestion in Chepstow, but pushing through a plan while ignoring justifiable concerns about developing the infrastructure beforehand or even at the same time as any potential housing development is madness. Putting aside the justifiable arguments that you plan to eat further into the natural green belt around Chepstow, suitable planning for infrastructure must be part of this process, and the administration shouldn't be let off the hook by repeating the words, "We're in discussion with Welsh Government," as we will all suffer the prospect of that disappointing ending. So nothing concrete has been offered up by this administration in relation to further progressing High Beach roundabout improvements. After Welsh Government's failure to take improvements to the next stage, it even took the best part of a year to get you to admit that nothing has progressed from numerous conversations you've had with Welsh Government. In their own words, traffic congestion is not considered a priority, as you have also avoided discussion of Chepstow bypass and done nothing to address the pollution issues on Hardwick Hill. It remains to be seen as to whether the new 20-mile-per-hour speed limit adds to this. So sadly, we're now 18 months into this new administration, and we're still none the wiser as to what the Labour group's official position is, especially when it comes to Chepstow, other than it wants to build more houses and is still having conversations with Welsh Government about infrastructure. In fact, they only seem to be in agreement on the use of active travel as some kind of magic word to eradicate any other discussion around making improvements for Chepstow. It's ironic that even today we all received that email saying that County Hall's large car park is full. Not even the staff and councillors of this council can manage getting around Monmouthshire without a car, it seems. But we expect all future homeowners to live, work and play within a relatively short distance within their own town. So as I've mentioned, residents are understandably cynical and will have concerns about delays to building vital infrastructure. So just to close, can I just commend the Chepstow Development Forum, who have continued to highlight the many important issues and matters of concern in relation to future development in both of the plans so far. But it seems that this administration has not fully listened, though. So just to recap with a few points. The strategy applies a county-wide analysis to Chepstow, but the unique characteristics of Chepstow are not represented by a proportional growth approach. Chepstow has already contributed a large, significant number of new homes to the county in this revised plan period through a large development site at the former shipyards, as I mentioned earlier. The impact of these new homes has yet to be felt, but can only increase congestion, pollution, and demand on already overstretched services while reducing health, well-being, and natural amenity. It is unreasonable to expect a town that is so blighted by numerous physical factors to yield yet again prime agricultural land and protected landscape. The strategy ignores the impact of very significant housing developments in the Forest of Dean Council just across the border. This must be assessed when proposing further growth in the Chepstow area due to the significant overlap in demand on services and amenity in Chepstow. And as the approach of the administration has changed in Chepstow, I'm very pleased to hear that there will now be another formal round of public consultation. So, like I've said, if you want to make a case for more housing in Chepstow, first get the infrastructure in place and the right location, or at least make some progress and great leaps forward in infrastructure planning, so that you can then take a case to residents, and certainly before moving ahead with this badly thought out local development plan that harms Chepstow as it is. Now, as I've said before, I completely endorse the local voices that you've heard many of, and I'm sure there's quite a few of us have had plenty of emails this week, and they should be at the heart of our planning system. If you want to add to a community, first you need to listen to it. And I hope that if a replacement LDP gets approved today, or another day for that matter, Chepstow and Monmouthshire residents will be given suitable notice of a public consultation outside of public holidays so that they can participate and the planners will fully take on board their concerns. Just to finish with one final sentence, I was very impressed with those school children early on who I'm sure touched us all. But there's one thing that one of the girls said, and perhaps you, Councillor Griffiths, and Councillor Maybe can take on board. And she mentioned the Deputy Minister, Lee Waters. And her words were, when we asked a question to the Deputy Minister, we knew our voices could change something. So let's hope that will be the same case for you as well. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Councillor Edwards. Councillor Brown, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'm just going to read out an email that I got yesterday from a local resident in Portmerrick. And this was yesterday. This morning, well after rush hour, it took me 26 minutes to drive the short distance from my house on Portmerrick Hill to High Beach Roundabout. In capitals, this is not unusual. As a resident of Chepstow for over 37 years, I am so frustrated and saddened that this lovely town is losing its charm and the village its feel. The proposal to build on land at High Beach Roundabout is quite unbelievable when the existing infrastructure cannot support the traffic we currently have in Chepstow. This proposal needs to be refused, and Chepstow needs a regeneration of business and social opportunities, as well as a reconsideration of the traffic flow into and out of Chepstow. Chepstow does not need nor can sustain this level of new housing or increased population. The person who has proposed this build has clearly never experienced the congestion at High Beach Roundabout and every road filtering on and off it, as well as the knock-on effects of pollution of idling cars and standstill traffic. I am objecting to this proposal in its entirety. I've also had emails from a resident close to the hospital who said that it can take up to 45 minutes for them to get from near to the hospital in Chepstow to the motorway link in Chepstow. That's 45 minutes of a distance of 1.8 miles. In addition, I've had an email from somebody in Tutshall in Gloucestershire about the effect of the traffic on them, and also objecting to this idea. I want to underline the fact that I am opposed to both development at Bayfield and Mountain Road, and this shouldn't be even contemplated until we've got significant improvements at the High Beach Roundabout and other road infrastructure improvements, such as the M48 links possibly at Saint-Pierre or Caldicott-Roggett area, as well as a bypass. Now, the Cabinet member has mentioned about 2019 and about housing them. Well, the problem has significantly worsened because of the fact that in that time, Lydney has built 1,700 houses and they want to build thousands more, and all that traffic is coming coming into Chepstow as well. And the Welsh Government plan basically response to this says that we need to look at surrounding local authorities to see what they're doing. Now, that's not just in surrounding authorities in Wales, it's surrounding authorities close by in Gloucestershire. And remember that we've got Gloucestershire Chepstow as well as Monmouthshire Chepstow. I think the other thing is that I also think that the proposal to look at I mean, I don't support either, and I want to make that very, very clear. But the idea of swapping Bayfield for Mountain Road, Mountain Road has a listed building. It's a green wedge, and obviously there'll be additional traffic congestion at High Beach as it's closer to the roundabout. There's a steeper slope into town on the A48 than Welsh Street. There's going to be more traffic at Larkfield Garage. There's going to be more traffic at Bulwark because the traffic will be heading for the Pembroke School. There's more pollution on the A48 as traffic from development will go in that direction to town and for Pembroke, where Hardick Hill air pollution area is. It has 72% best and most versatile agricultural land as opposed to 28%. It is the gateway to Wales, which will spoil that and basically show urban sprawl. The land is needed for the High Beach roundabout. 850 houses in the Caldicot East area, and I noticed the Cabinet member only mentioned one site. He didn't mention the number of houses that we're talking about. Will head to the High Beach roundabout by the A48 Pulmerich, causing more congestion. The traffic gridlock in Chepstow is getting worse, and we're not coming up with any proposals to make it better. Bayfield is nearer to a shop, and the direction of traffic when they're not heading for the motorway link will be by Welsh Street, which is nearest to the primary and secondary schools and nearest to the bus station. I mean, I think if you look at the proposal for Mountain Road, basically you're finding the experience in view of the takeaways that are at Larkfield Garage. This has caused congestion on the Pulmerich Hill, leaving traffic on non-peak times to the bottom of the hill to get to the roundabout. And this is because traffic is turning right into the Larkfield Garage and therefore blocking the entrance going down to town from the High Beach roundabout. And obviously also traffic going left into Larkfield Garage. Now, what you're proposing is that if the exit and entrance is on St Lawrence's Road, which it would have to be because the road is wider, it would actually mean that you've got another blockage, basically with 145 houses and their cars coming close out on and turning right towards the roundabout, plus a hotel, plus a care home. So you'll have a blockage there. You'll have an additional blockage at Larkfield because that's the nearest place for these houses to get to. And you'll have a blockage on the Bulwark turning where the junction is notoriously difficult to get out onto the A48. So this will cause numerous blockages at the High Beach roundabout. And I'm not saying Bayfield is any better because I know that that's also going to cause problems at High Beach roundabout because anything in the vicinity of the area is going to cause issues. What I am suggesting is that neither of these developments should go ahead until we've got and we're obviously only proposing one of those for 145 houses, but none of them should go ahead until we've got improvements at High Beach roundabout. And I'm talking about significant improvements and not just easy wins, which I think is what is being talked about at the moment, but actually using the extra land at Mountain Road to actually improve the roundabout by using the land that's there and not taking that up for other issues. I know that the response will be, oh, there's loads of land there, but I don't think that's necessarily the case when you compare the hectares from one to the other. The question I've got is also, why are we saying we need a hotel? Because there's quite a lot of accommodation already around Chepstow, and I looked at and somebody might argue, well, we're going to have extra accommodation needs because of when Chepstow Racecourse is coming together. Well, I looked, Chepstow Racecourse, their next events are on the 29th of October and the 31st of October, and there was plenty of accommodation around Chepstow and the surrounding area available to book. So there's no evidence to suggest that another hotel is needed. There's also a travel lodge very close to the motorway roundabout on the other side of the bridge. So I don't think there's any necessity for that. So, I mean, basically what I'm arguing, and I don't think the idea that we're going to get this infrastructure plan later on is going to help, because I've already seen in the last LDP that the development at the bottom of by the station was basically it was supposed to improve the High Beach roundabout, and it didn't, and that was in the LDP. And also we've got a situation at the moment where we've got a national transport...
Councillor, 1 minute.
National transport plan which seems opposed to making any road improvements at all. So I'm not convinced by this argument that we'll get an infrastructure plan that will solve everything. So basically I'm against this development, and you don't necessarily have to have those 145 houses anyway, because of the fact that you've allowed a 15% flexibility on your LDP, which is 270 houses as opposed to 145 that we're talking about here. And last time in the LDP you had a 10% flexibility and you built 3,000 houses out of 4,500. So why do we need this extra flexibility? And in terms of saying that I'm having a different tune according to the administration, you will find that I have always been there to support my local residents, and I do not change my tune according to the administration who are here. And you can look at all my consultation responses to find that that's the case. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Brown. Councillor Buckler, please.
Thank you, Chair. Infrastructure should be the first thing that is considered. This includes roads, public transport, doctors' surgeries, dentists, schools and school transport. They should be one of the first things that should be addressed and made public. How can the people of Monmouthshire make informed decisions on site when all they see is what they experience now, which is increased traffic, fewer services like A&E close by, and a general straining of services that mean that people have a lower standard of well-being? We are told that the Welsh Government feels that Monmouthshire is a perfect place to bring more housing, more so than other counties in Wales. Councillors were informed the other day that there are only 2 places in Wales where the large number of new housing estates being proposed would have a chance of working. One was Monmouthshire and the other the Vale of Glamorgan. Does this come from the Welsh Government? Do we really want to be part of a grandiose, ill-thought-out experiment? None of the sites flagged up so far are suitable for such an influx of people, many of whom will be commuting away from Monmouthshire. There is genuine concern from residents about these sites, and no, it isn't NIMBYism. This is without considering the environmental and social effect this will have on Monmouthshire. I was struck the other day when a fellow councillor said, lots of houses have been built in Caldicot, but there are still immense problems there. Of course, we need affordable housing, and it is our duty to make sure it happens. But there is no new utopia by building large housing estates just for the sake of it. Things have changed since the last RLDP, and we should be capable of rationalising that. To hark on things that are past, as Councillor Griffiths did, does the residents of Monmouthshire a disservice. I certainly, as a Conservative member, am thinking of the good of Monmouthshire now and in the future, not picking points from a long consigned policy. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Griffiths, for presenting that report. As you know, I chaired the Place Scrutiny Committee on the 28th of September, and like Councillor Edwards said, a cross-party group of members scrutinised that report at length, and we had a number of members of the public attend and contribute in the public open forum. Unfortunately, not one member of the committee was able to endorse the report. And the reasons for this were due to fears around the existing infrastructure and not being able to support the proposed level of growth and the impact on existing residents and new residents coming into the area. There are serious concerns around the saturation of small areas, 850 proposed for the south, 607 proposed for the north. Considering we are a large county, it suggested that those should be spread out more evenly, offering housing across the county. We need to see a strategy that's not so car dependent. As these proposals stand, the residents will have to rely on car transport only. Members also recommended to be more creative and look at exception plans which will work with affordable housing organisations. And there are doubts the proposal will align with the Council's declaration of climate and nature emergency. There are many other reasons why, which members have touched on so far in detail today, but unfortunately, as the local ward member for Portskewer, one of the preferred sites with the biggest allocation, I do understand the housing pressures, and your aspirations are commendable, but it's of concern how feasible they are. And if you achieve your target, we are likely to not receive the level of Section 106 contributions that we would have received with reduced affordable housing allocation. How are we going to pay for these things that are needed across the county and needed in this area? This means both existing and new residents have to manage these issues these houses will bring to the local infrastructure, whether that be road network, public transport, health. Like Mr. Cummins said, you project employment, but no plan to explain how. These issues, which our residents are already facing daily, will only be exacerbated by these proposals. I believe residents would accept smaller developments spread across the county, offering choice, rather than these large housing estates bolted onto areas. I'm hopefully meeting with yourself, Councillor Griffiths, and the Head of Planning next week to walk around the Portskewer site and look at nearby areas that were impacted by flooding in March 2020. A large area on or surrounding the site floods every year. And understandably, residents that reside in Castle Lodge and Castle Lee are extremely worried this will become a common occurrence if more houses are built. But without seeing the number of plans that you say are work in progress, I cannot support these proposals. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dimmock. Councillor Pavia?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Can I firstly thank the Cabinet Member for giving Councillor Edwards and I the opportunity to meet to discuss the change of approach in Chepstow a few weeks before the paper was presented to the committee. I certainly welcome that briefing opportunity afforded to us. A key underpinning principle, I think, of the strategic document is that we do need more good quality homes in the county and certainly more affordable homes. And I don't think you'll find any disagreement on that point from anyone in this chamber. Although I think there still are question marks in relation to the deliverability of the administration's aspiration around the 50-50 split. And it was good to hear Councillor Griffiths said that progress is being made on that front. So I certainly welcome that. In terms of Chepstow, obviously a Chepstow member, whilst I think there were real challenges to overcome at the previous preferred site at Bayfield, I think for my residents, the newly identified preferred site at Mountain is being seen as extremely unrealistic. I know Councillor Griffiths has had a busy inbox over this last couple of weeks as we've collectively been petitioned by many residents, not just from Chepstow, but from beyond our town's borders as well. I've had emails from people in Sedbury, in Tuts Hill, as well as Shire Newton and Portskewer, all imploring that the council do not back this site proposal change because of the consequences it will generate. I think in all of the emails, and it must be near 100 emails that I've had over the last 14 days and had to respond to, it's clear there's significant level of concern, and in many cases, out-and-out opposition to the proposed change of the development. And many of the issues that have been covered by Councillors Edwards and Councillor Brown, traffic infrastructure, particularly around High Beach, is notorious, as I think Councillor Griffiths stated at the start of his contribution. It was interesting, the vast majority of the emails stressed that a Chepstow bypass is necessary before allowing any major development to prevent further traffic issues. We've heard other points around infrastructure, pollution. Obviously, Chepstow is already experiencing high levels of pollution. The section of the A48 from High Beach roundabout down to the start of the town is in an air quality management zone. And my residents that live along the Newport Road and Hardwick Hill there are worried that increased traffic from the development would create and contribute to further environmental degradation affecting air quality and obviously their health. The green spaces, I think as Councillor Brown alluded to, residents value the green spaces and natural beauty of Chepstow. It is the gateway to the Wye Valley AONB, as Councillor Edwards stated, and I think they are concerned about development on this greenfield site. It's an important green wedge, as well as being high-grade agricultural land, and they argue that preserving this area is important to food security as well as vital for the well-being of the community and maintaining the town's attractiveness to tourists. Concerns around historic preservation, as Councillor Brown said, you know, the St Lawrence House there, concerns about the impact of that. And certainly in many of the emails, residents were saying, well, you know, why this piece of green space? Surely there are more sites, brownfield sites or other sites available elsewhere in Monmouthshire. And they asked for the authority to examine alternative locations further along the A48 corridor, which can be easily accessible to the M48 and M4. And I can only agree with them. You know, I think that is why the previous administration was exploring and consulting on developing a new settlement in the county, and you know, obviously that would be a significant level of development. And you know, as Councillor Griffiths said, it wasn't palatable to Welsh Government, and they stopped that from progressing. But I don't think I'm alone in thinking that, you know, there are alternative sites away from the creating additional sprawl and bolting on to Chepstow. You know, not just my Conservative councillors, but I think those on the Labour benches as well. And I know Councillor Watts is an acquired taste. Some people don't get on with him. But I get on with him. I get on with Armand. I like Armand very much. I think he's a man of principle. I know his views on the bypass. They are long-standing views, and I don't think they'll shift. He wants the very best for his residents, and I respect him for that. But hopefully his views on development for Chepstow have also remained constant. Now, he gave an interview to the Monmouthshire Beacon in 2018, not long after the bridge tolls were removed, expressing his concerns about the building of houses in Chepstow and the impact on services and amenities in the area. And he said, and I quote, "All we're doing is building more and more houses either side of Chepstow. My argument is, why are they focusing here? You just have to go down the M48 and there's huge swathes of land in Gwent." Calm down, Phil. Tenant farmers land there. That MCC are using themselves for solar farms. Land value is at a premium at the moment, but it's almost like there's an element of gold fever as far as people purchasing land in the area, because people are hoping that their land will get on the LDP. Why don't they use their own land to build on, instead of building up Chepstow even more with an infrastructure that's completely incapable of keeping up with traffic that it's got? Forest of Dean Council are building up on their side of Chepstow, so all these properties with an MP16 postcode are using Monmouthshire's amenities, including using the Welsh NHS. There's a huge pressure on Monmouthshire, and they need to start moving away from just Chepstow because they cannot deal with it financially. So that's what he said just less than 5 years ago. I know people said things have changed over the last 3 to 4 years, and obviously the pandemic has changed things considerably in terms of how people work and operate, but I still hope that he feels the same and be willing to put his principles on paper when it comes to the vote shortly. I think residents just want the current challenges to be alleviated, or just have some firm commitments and plans which will see the issues dealt with before further development takes place. And that, in my view, is absolutely justifiable. I don't think we can criticise that view. You know, as Councillor Edwards has said about, you know, this council made a commitment to developing and moving across to well tag 3 in terms of the Chepstow bypass. And I know Councillor Griffiths sees the value in the bypass, while his other colleagues may not. But we certainly have had any progress on that over the last year. And while we have had an omission from the Deputy Minister for Climate Change, Lee Waters, he's certainly been name-checked quite a bit today, that there is a transport problem in Chepstow, which is something, I suppose, but we still had no firm commitments about upgrades at High Beach, other than an agreement to undertake another review. Neither have I heard any firm commitments from the Health Board or local GP consortia about developing primary care capacity for the town either. So we can't simply move forward on a wing and a prayer, and I hope that these are going to be resolved at some point in the future. We have to get them right now. We have to get these issues right now. I think it's patently obvious from the emails that I received and the Cabinet members received, residents strongly object to the new proposals for Chepstow, and also several developers have strongly opposed the changes as well. So the Cabinet members managed to somehow disappoint everyone and galvanise local opposition against these proposals. But I just want to end with a quote from one of my residents. I think this email struck me quite considerably, actually. He said, "I am annoyed, as many reasonable and informed Chepstow residents who would not be regarded as being of the NIMBY persuasion are, who are very capable and able to consider a complex range of issues, and have come to a clear decision that this site is a terrible idea. For what it's worth, I'm a trained economist who largely approaches politics from the left of centre perspective. I am fully aware of the mess the housing market has been in for many years, and I would argue that we need huge systemic change. People need affordable housing, but housing cannot be created in this piecemeal fashion, because all that happens is that it just stores up more sustainability issues for the future. Building on land that has huge agricultural and environmental value is utterly ridiculous. Both climate change and the war in Ukraine has taught us that. Moreover, creating houses in an area where virtually no one will end up walking or cycling and will be completely reliant on cars is also ridiculous. I don't say that as someone who is anti-car. I do like driving, but I've also made the conscious choice to walk my children to school every day because it is better for me, it is better for them, and it is better for society. This unplanned urban sprawl is not a modern and holistic way to look at housing development. It merely repeats the mistakes of the past." Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia. Councillor Maybe.
Thank you, Chair. We've heard from a number of the councillors from Chepstow area who paint a pretty bleak picture, really, of isolated housing estates where you have to drive to get anywhere, and of appalling road-dominated, car-dominated lifestyles. And this is the heritage we have of the last few decades. It's not good, is it? But what I find I'm struggling with is the unwillingness to move forward and say, yeah, we've got to do something better over this next decade. This plan is for 10 years. Are you really saying that you want no new significant housing for 10 years? The waiting list for in Chepstow for affordable housing is nearly 400 households. In Abergavenny, it's 582. In Monmouth, it's over 300. In Caldicott, it's 373. In the north of the county, we have a demographic time bomb, really. I mean, we're an ageing population. Younger people can't afford to live there. This isn't a healthy society. I completely and utterly agree with you around the importance of infrastructure and transport and green infrastructure indeed, and the economic development plans, which is exactly why Councillor Griffith has emphasised over and over again that these plans are being developed in tandem with this. It isn't in this plan, it's in tandem, it's complementary to this. Of course we understand that, and of course this is crucial. But these will be an attempt to actually start to create a better infrastructure, a better Monmouthshire for the future. And if we don't try, if we don't even have that vision, if we just say, oh, we really, really screwed it up in the last 10, 20 years, so we better not do anything for the next 10, then we really are giving up our responsibility, aren't we? I know it's not easy, and the transport bit particularly is difficult. There are little glimmers of hope. You know, we have seen more investment now promised through Transport for Wales for the rail network. For those of us in Monmouth, it's not enough. We're thinking, yeah, well, how do we get to the stations without driving? But actually for the highly populated Sevenside stretch, it is significant. It really is hopeful. And I think we've got to pin our hopes on that being real. We can't just throw up our hands in the air and say, no, nothing will ever get better. So, yeah, sorry, I could go on for ages, but that's really the main things I wanted to say. I think also just very quick correction on the point about Welsh Government rejecting the previous proposal. That was higher growth, and they're more interested in our lower growth proposal. So I know that's been said before, but I think that's got to be restated. There is a logic here going forward. They're not saying, oh, yeah, we'll do all the development in Monmouthshire. They did actually reject the last higher growth proposal, and that's why we've gone for something slightly different. We have listened to that, and I think we will continue to listen, certainly in developing our draft economic infrastructure and transport plans, and we'll do our best to come up with something that does work, but we will listen to the feedback and make sure it really does work. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Mabey. Councillor Murphy?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I appreciate that the Council has to progress with the LDP, but it has to contain sites that are acceptable. I have, over the years, consistently opposed the Mountain Road site and consider the Bayfield site much better. I also fundamentally agree with the proposed Gypsy and Traveller sites next to my ward and close to it, which already has 2 sites. I therefore cannot support the current version of this report. Chairman, can I request a recorded vote, please? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Murphy. Councillor Callard?
Thank you, Chair. I know Councillor Edwards picked up on it earlier, but I was also reflecting on the ex-pupils of Osbaston School earlier and what they said, and there was a great clip in the video where they were all stood outside and they got together and they all shouted, "We are the future of our community." And I thought at the time, I was like, this is great. And I reflected, maybe amongst us, you know, of those who have had children and they've left home, how many of our children have stayed in Monmouthshire? How many of our children have the opportunity to stay in Monmouthshire? I know Councillor Louise Brown talks about an influx of people, like people coming from elsewhere to live here is a bad thing, but I'll park that because the issue is we can't house the people that live in our county already.
Against me, can I actually respond to that? Thank you.
The quote was an influx of people. Councillor Brown, I'll leave it there.
I said often from Bristol because it is a commuting zone. Thank you.
Point of explanation, I think.
I think she's made it. So.
No, thank you.
So I suppose my point is that we hear and we have heard a lot from the Conservative group during this debate, which seems to contradict a lot of actually what their party stands for. I can't seem to turn on the telly or the radio over the last few weeks without hearing Rishi Sunak talking about the desire for the Conservative Party to build more houses. But all we're hearing today is the desire of the Conservative Party not to build any new houses. We know we've got a dire need for new houses in this county. Councillor Mabey has already spoken of the long waiting lists. When I go onto my local Facebook page, for Abergavenny. You know, it seems like a day doesn't go by when somebody is messaging on there, does anyone have somewhere I can live? Is there anywhere that I can rent? You know, this is a crisis in our county, and I think we need to address it. And I think it's incumbent on us to look at this rationally and approve a plan which will look to support these communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor Birch.
Thank you, Chair. I think it's entirely understandable that people fear more housing development, that they fear that these developments could be more of the same car-dependent executive homes that they've seen on estates over the last 20 years, marketed at people from outside the county to move in. But if we get this right, and I really believe that the plans here have the potential to get this right, then these homes will be homes for people who already live here. They're already here. They're living in their parents' spare room, young couples. They're in our temporary accommodation. They're in school and wondering whether they can afford to stay in Monmouthshire, and they're in, you know, one-room substandard private lets. And that's actually our reality. And also, and we need them. We need younger people to stay in the county. We need to be able, for our staff to be able to live in the county. And I think these proposals are truly exciting, truly innovative. And yes, we have to get the infrastructure right. And I think it's great that the work is going on with the Design Council for Wales. And we have to be clear which voices we hear. It's great that everybody in this everybody seemingly in all our communities in Monmouthshire has a voice and uses it and gets involved in every consultation and will have an opinion on every development in their area. But we have to listen to the voices that we're not hearing, not just those who are, in some cases, very nicely housed, but adequately housed, but those who are in housing need as well. And I think we should have their voices in our ears, even if they're not the people who are emailing us and wanting to talk to us. So I really welcome the new development zone in Abergavenny. It has the potential to have great transport links, to really change the way in which people access our station, which serves the area from Monmouth to Brecon. And if we can get the transport links into town right, it will really be the new eco-village, I think. And all of these developments have the potential to be places that Monmouthshire can be very proud of.
Thank you, Councillor Birch. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. For me, Monmouth is obviously my love and home and where I grew up and went to school. So I'm concerned we have a phosphate issue in the river. Now, we've been told apparently that that's going to be resolved. Is it? How is it? Are we really sure it is? What happens if it isn't? How are we clarifying that? Are we 100% sure about this? So that's my real one concern there. Also, when we talk about infrastructure, if we're determined to build, and I'm not denying that we need by any means affordable housing, we certainly do, and we do want to keep our residents and our youngsters here in our homes, in our towns and in our Monmouthshire, we need to provide them with jobs. And that's not just straightforward as it sounds. To provide jobs is a huge, huge problem for us. So how are we going about doing that? Because without that, they're not staying. Whether you want them to stay or not, they're not going to stay because they can't stay. So that's a real big thought. The other one, when we talk about building 50%, which is very laudable and absolutely wonderful, what do we have to give to the housing development people, the people that build the houses, Barrett's or whatever it is? Because at the moment they give us Section 106 money, which, as we all know, has been a bone of contention in this room on more than one occasion. Are we going to forego, that Section 106 money? In which case, how are we funding, please, the infrastructure? That's my other bounding thought. So we need to be very considered, not just about numbers. And when we talk about Monmouth, Monmouth isn't far behind Chepstow when it comes to gridlock. Anybody that wants to come into Wales from that end of the country will know how long they sit on the dual carriageway coming down to Monmouth. Only one day this week, we had one lorry break down at the traffic lights. Not unusual by any stretch of anybody's imagination, and people were stuck there for hours and hours. But that's okay, because then the whole town gets gridlocked. It is everywhere. It's not just Chepstow, it's Monmouth, it's Abergavenny, it's everywhere. And yes, it's great to say active travel, and I'm all for it. I cycle around Monmouth all the time. But at the same breath, we are county town, and our towns are supported originally by markets, farmers' markets. You know, they'd herd the animals there, if you go back in time. We had cattle market in town, in Monmouth. I went to the cattle market. I used to go there frequently. So all these people, all these wonderful rural houses, we hope, will go into our local towns and spend their, hopefully, spare money. Well, if we don't give them parking as well, that's another issue. But that, I could keep going on and on and on. Infrastructure, schools, Osbaston School, who we today had a wonderful presentation. By the way, I'd like to have said thank you to them personally, which I was unable to do, because I'm actually a governor there. I'm very proud of them and what they've achieved. But they are full. They're full. There's no more spaces for them. And that goes back to the Section 106 money, which we had the argument with not that many weeks ago. How are we going to get Section 106 money out of these building developers if they've had to forego money to create extra affordable housing? It costs money to do these things. How are we paying for it, please? There you go. That's me. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Councillor Webb?
Well, what an interesting discussion. Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Griffiths and your team for putting this paper together. Now, for me, the entrances to both Chepstow and Monmouth, the green spaces that we have there on Monkton Road and Dixton Road are so important. The one, of course, is the entrance to the Wye Valley AONB, and the other is an important green space in my view. I know there's pressures for developers and development and for people, but I really still think that these green places, those two entrances to the town, should be preserved and not developed. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Webb. Councillor Powell?
Thank you, Chairman. Thinking back to what Councillor Callard said and Councillor Jane Lucas has just said, I have a ward of 1,000 houses, and there are very, very few children and young people living in my ward because it's almost like an old people's dormitory. People from other areas, they retire, they've made their money, and they come to, I expect they come to Chepstow and Monmouth as well. They come to Abergavenny and they buy a house there. So that the young people who want to have a house can't afford to compete with that. And I think we've got to remember that. And also, what jobs have we got besides the ordinary service jobs in our area? Because most of my grandchildren and my children have moved away to go to get jobs that are suitable. They've been to university, they've got a degree, they're looking for a job. They move away. I've got 3 of them living in Bristol and 1 in London and 1 in Reading. And this is because we haven't provided the wherewithal for them to have good jobs which they can get on with. But besides that, the houses that we really need are the ones for the people who are never going to be able to afford to buy their own house. People who want to rent a house. And we've got to remember that we've got to provide those. But unfortunately, developers and business people, they can't afford to build all those sort of houses, much as we'd love to have them, because they've got to make a profit. They've got a business. So they have to have both types of houses to make a living. It's more complicated than just saying, right, we'll build all these houses here and all those houses there. But get the developers. I can think of several planning issues that have been there for ages. Nothing's been built on them. Where are the developers? Why haven't they come and built one? We've got planning permission. You know, it's because they can't make a profit unless they build posh houses as well as the cheap houses. So it's much more of a complicated issue than we think. But thank you very much for the presentation, Councillor Griffiths, and I do hope that we will be able to build a good number of affordable houses. But we do need to look at it in more depth. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Keir?
Thanks very much, Chair. Just on reflection, can I firstly flag up a potential declaration of interest on this matter in my involvement with USC Civic Society, which I chair, and they have made representation to the consultation process for USC. Given my councillor position and to retain an open mind, I had reclused myself from making such representations, and they were made by the chair of the planning committee. I don't therefore believe this precludes me from voting on it, but whether that is or isn't a conflict, I'd be grateful for the clarification.
If it helps, Tony Keir, from what I've just heard, I would record it as a personal, but it's not a prejudicial. There's no reason for you to recuse yourself or not to vote.
Thank you very much. Chair, on such important agendaed items, I remind myself, why and who sent me to this place to be in a position to speak here today. I'm always mindful of the county-wide importance here on the RLDP, but also to my constituents who, councillors here, will I hope now be aware that I, and indeed my fellow councillor Marion Howells, aim to faithfully represent their views and opinions on every occasion. That, I believe, is my and indeed our first duty. I'm also cognizant of and respect the checks and balance procedures in place via scrutiny committees, and that also Councillor Brocklesbury articulately referred to under item 7. I'm also very aware from local feedback of the desire for affordable housing in my hometown of Usk. Against that backdrop, and with regards to the former, I have proactively held online public meetings and received many emails, telephone calls prior to and during the public consultation. I was very grateful indeed for Mark Hand, and I thank him again for contributing to that public meeting and detailing the process of the RLDP that Councillor Griffiths referred to earlier. I've been at pains to repeat this in my conversations, but this doesn't take away the concerns about the specific sites in Usk. The consultation comments shown in this paper, I can confirm, are consistent with the representations made to me. And I note the absence of any support for the sites, bar, not surprisingly, the one applicant. Having considered these comments, which I concur with, but obviously I don't have the time or intend to repeat here, and noting the unanimous decision of the Place Scrutiny Committee, I am not in a position to locally support the specific site proposals in front of us, some of which were rejected in the previous LDP proposal. I'd also like, from what I've heard, reject comments made today that this is not about building houses in our debate today. This is about building them in the right place, with the appropriate infrastructure. There are, however, wider concerns for me, not just on a local basis, but as a process as a whole. I remain to be convinced that the 50% affordable housing ambition is achievable in practice. I've seen no evidence, I'm sorry to say, presented to date to make me consider otherwise. As I've previously highlighted, having spent a considerable amount of my time in corporate banking, funding housing developments, the affordable element in a development are key to funders in lending propositions as they affect viability. Commercial bankers set lending policies on certain KPIs, such as minimum projected profit levels, to ensure there are buffers in place in the event of cost overruns, which happen, delayed sales, or reduced gross development values or sale proceeds in lay terms. So unless, as highlighted in this paper, there is a change of policy for funding support from Welsh Government grants, developers, in my view, will be driven away from Monmouthshire or Wales and pop over to the borders. Furthermore, despite this administration's statement about its growing working relationship with Welsh Government, I doubt whether Monmouthshire will be an exception to receiving such potentially required additional funding. And whatever funding formula might be agreed, as alluded to, would need to be applied across the whole of Wales. And given the parlous state of Welsh Government finances announced in the past week or so, that outcome is highly unlikely in my view. The policy, however, laudable it is therefore, in my view, not likely to be achieved in practice. Equally as important, as my colleagues and others have mentioned today, is the likely effect on the Section 106 funding. As we know, these funds are often essential for infrastructure changes associated with large residential areas. Before I move on and conclude, I feel I should address the comments from Councillor Griffiths on the matter of the previous administration higher more ambitious plans. This group, of course, now has a different makeup, including me, and of course different views. But I may be mistaken from my research, but one of the overriding issue changes in this process has been the publication of the Welsh Government's Future Wales Plan, which influenced the rejection decision. So focusing in on previous plans is not for me. I often use a saying, rivers never go in reverse. So I like to try to live my life like a river, forget the past and focus on my future and what is down that river. Having listened to the debate so far, what compounds my concern on behalf of my constituents is the fact that we as councillors have been asked to make crucial decisions to agree the headline preferred strategy for around 6,000 houses, when key questions for me remain unanswered. As I've alluded to, we don't know if the strategic housing sites are viable, a point made by Welsh Government in their letter of the 26th of January 2023 on page 126 of our agenda. And we don't know if we will be able to deliver affordable housing. If these strategic sites can't deliver this, it will have enormous implications for the rest of Monmouthshire. We also don't have the promised housing background paper, which will inform us as to the apportionment of the housing to Usk and the rest of the county. Crucially, the LDP delivery agreement states that Monmouthshire County Council will publish a report of consultation to provide a two-way dialogue by responding to and publishing comments received at formal consultation stages. We haven't received such a report at this stage. And given that Monmouthshire's delivery agreement states that consultation and engagement must be designed to make a difference, it's no help to councillors here to have that report after we've made our decision on the preferred strategy. As I've mentioned before, I'm not in the position at this moment to support this preferred strategy and its 6,000 houses target. As councillors, I believe we should be presented with the report of consultation as prescribed by the delivery agreement, the promised updated housing background paper, and the high-level site-specific viability assessments to evidence that the strategic sites will be able to deliver 50% affordable housing. In summary, Chair, my constituents in Usk are very clear in their opposition to the excessive level of housing proposed for Monmouthshire because of the implications that could have for Usk, where development of any other candidate sites will be highly damaging, in my opinion, and theirs to our town and its surroundings. I hope that Councillor Howells, as joint ward member, concurs with our constituents and me on this. This, I believe, is our duty as elected members for our ward. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Chandler. Councillor Watts, I hear you've see you've got your hand up facility up, so I'll bring you in after Councillor Chandler.
Thanks, Chair. Maybe I'm suffering a lack of concentration after a long day, but I'm finding a lot of inconsistencies within the speeches that have been coming out here in terms of saying one thing and then almost contradicting themselves a bit later on in their speeches. But maybe that's just the way of things, because I think there's been a lot of stuff here. But I am pleased to say that, Councillor Keir is disassociating himself from the previous administration and recognises that they got it wrong. So that's always good to know.
Chair, point of clarification, that is not what I said.
You did say that, actually, but anyway. And it's also quite interesting, though, that you, in your arguments about the plan, is you spend an awful lot of time saying that actually you're arguing against us having affordable housing, because you said affordable housing is not going to work because that's not what developers want, that's not what the bankers want. Well, I think we need to be clear about that. That is what you're saying, is that you do not want us to be building affordable housing, and I think that is absolutely wrong.
No, Chair, I must object to these comments, Chair. The point of clarification, that is not what I said, and I'm happy for him to see what I've written and made to this. Please do not interpret or put a different spin on what I'm saying, because that is not what I said.
Sorry, I think if there's anything about interpretation or putting on a different spin, I am interpreting that what you have said in terms of that it is not viable for us to have 50% level of affordable housing because bankers won't go for it, developers won't go for it, they're all going to go to England, is arguing against the core of this replacement local development plan amendment, which is about having affordable housing at its heart and centre. You're saying that. So, and, in contrast, actually, I really welcome Councillor Powell, who recognises the importance of actually having more affordable housing and housing for rent, and I applaud her for supporting the plan in that regard. I think there's some other things that have been said that I could go on and be analytical and break down some of those inconsistencies. But I think what it comes down to for me is, first of all, we have a problem of homelessness in this county. Councillor Birch has already given some of the figures about Monmouthshire families that need homes that do not have homes at the moment. And as many people have talked about, of either living in spare rooms in their parents' homes or having to leave the county and move somewhere else in Wales. We need to tackle that homelessness. It has to be front and centre. And this reasonable revision of the local development plan is going to help us to do that. And I would remind you, we've already passed the replacement local development plan in this chamber. This is just about a revision for some of the sites that are in there. So a lot of what has been said over the last hour is more to do with rehearsing debates that we had a year ago. Well, we do have to tackle that homelessness, absolutely important. We also, as part of that, is we also need to have a lower carbon footprint. And I think this is where we have, and yes, I would agree, if we could develop brownfield sites within town centres for that, of course, I would be in support of that. But where we are clearly unable to do that in many cases, that what we've done is this plan chooses sites where we're able to have both the houses having their own lower carbon footprint, but the communities that we've been building having a lower carbon footprint in terms of being able to be connected. So the ones in Abergvenny, for example, being put right next to the station and with active travel routes that we'll put into the town centre and in the other areas. It's really important that we do that. But thirdly, and coming from my particular portfolio, is Councillor Lucas, for example, asked where are the jobs? Well, frankly, we're holding a huge number of vacancies. The ability to recruit people into social care, to recruit people into health, is we have vacancies that we can't fill, that people are having to commute in from Torvine, from Newport, from Caerphilly, in order to do the work, in order to look after the residents of this county. We need to be able to build housing that our workforce can stay in, can live in, and actually can support and be part of our community. But not just social care and health, but there's also loads of other trades that we desperately need to be able to house the workers for that, and that's why we need more affordable housing. But also our businesses, our local businesses in the high street, actually welcome the opportunity to have more customers, to more footfall, more people into those towns, and that in itself will generate some local growth for small businesses. So I think those three areas of tackling homelessness, reducing our carbon footprint, and tackling our vacancies, particularly in health and social care workforce, I think are really important, and that's why I commend that we take forward this slight amendments to the replacement local development plan and endorse it so we can move ahead and start the next stage in this process, which will be further public consultation, further infrastructure development, and a long way down the road before we actually get to bricks on the ground, unfortunately. So please support this. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I really appreciate Paul's comments. Obviously, he's done his very best to ruin my reputation as a socialist by our growing friendship, or certainly outing that in public. But nevertheless, I'm sure we'll get past it, and that friendship will continue. The real point is that we have to do something different, and we have to ensure that the energy that our young people in the community have in revitalising the work that we have, the environment that we have, the schools that we have, we have to keep our younger people here, and our younger people simply cannot afford to live in the area. When we bought houses all those years back, the volume of money we were asking to that we look to borrow was manageable. The volume of money that people are being asked to borrow now, if you're starting out, is unaffordable. The average price to salary is 5 times your earnings in Wales. In Chepstow, it's something like 8 or 9. It's comparable with Bristol. So effectively, people are moving around the country, going to the next best, cheapest place. But then what you're effectively doing is separating communities. You're separating children from their parents and their grandparents. And you need to keep those families together. So effectively, what this plan is really is a stab at effectively keeping those communities and having community cohesion. Going back to, if you like, more traditional values, where you lived in the same town as your grandmother and your grandfather and your mum and your dad. So when they fall on difficult times, you were there to help them. You wouldn't have to necessarily rely on the state for support. The state just isn't there anymore. So my views have changed. I'm fed up of seeing homeless people in Chepstow. 5 years ago, 6 years ago, 7, we just didn't have that. Now we have, and I just find that unacceptable. So we have to do something different. And I think really the Conservatives would do well to support this, because at the end of the day, this county works much better when we all work together for the same goal. And I'm sure what the values I've just talked about are values that are shared by the Conservative Party as well. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Garrick.
Diolch, Cadeirydd. So I am one of those terrible people who moved into a home here from outside the area. It would be nice if people in the chamber did recognise that those of us who move into the county also have things to bring to the county and our communities. I also happen to live next to a large residential construction project in my ward, and while it is disturbing for residents and it does cause issues for some residents, it is sorely needed. And I think that's my problem. I'm hearing a lot of no. What I'm not hearing of is solution. My colleague, Councillor Mabey, has given you a breakdown of the housing need in this county. It's significant. On top of that, it's costing us a huge amount of money. And why are we in this place? We're absolutely clear that the previous LDP provided by the previous administration was not up to scratch. The previous administration failed to provide. They were so poor at this exercise that they scrapped their LDP 3 years early, and they did it to headlines including authorities' house building strategy is a miserable failure. That was the South Wales Argus in 2018, if anybody wants to fact check. There were many executive homes built during that administration, but minimal affordable homes. And why? Because the previous administration did what it did best for years. It kicked the can down the road. It failed to make the decisions that were needed to provide affordable and social housing for our communities. And now they're sitting there in diminished numbers, still saying no. Let's not make a decision. They couldn't make a decision when they were in power, and are now complaining that someone else is prepared to make the decisions which are difficult, but will provide the vision for a future Monmouthshire that provides housing and addresses the housing crisis that they presided over with their heads in the sand for years. A housing crisis that is costing this council and our residents £4 million per year. And behind those numbers and those figures are people, families, people who need homes, other human beings. And still, their heads are in the sand. They're not offering solutions, they never have. My colleague, Councillor Griffiths, has provided us with excellent, if somewhat truncated, explanation of how he has presided over a comprehensive review of our options and provided a sensible, reduced options scaled to our communities and our communities' needs, with a focus on providing housing for those in our communities who have not been served well in the past decade in terms of housing. I would urge everybody to actually support this LDP and support the needs of our county. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garrick. Councillor Francis Taylor?
Oh, sorry, Chair, I raised my hand there by error. If I could,
I don't think you can change.
Councillor Taylor, sorry. You've got two requests here. Yeah. Would you like to take a comment now?
Sorry, could I just put that hand down, please? Sorry, apologies, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Taylor, if you can make a comment now or not at all, please.
Oh.
Sorry, Chair, I just got a bit of poor network quality. I was just hoping to sort it out, if that's okay.
Well, Councillor Taylor, would you like to make your comment? We can hear you quite clearly.
Fine, Chair. If you so just to clarify, Chair, you're not going to allow me to speak in a moment.
No. You put a name down on the list.
Yeah, it was. Yeah, sorry, it was accidental. Apologies, Chair.
Chair, I believe the councillor is forfeiting her right to speak.
Councillor Garrett, what was that?
I believe Councillor Taylor's forfeiting her request to speak. Can we move on?
So again, offer it to her again. She's put her hand up. She's clear and she can speak. So,
Councillor Taylor, the advice I'm getting is that we can hear you quite clearly here. If you'd like to speak now, you can do. Otherwise, you will forfeit your chance to speak.
Okay then, Chair. I wanted to clarify a couple of points. Okay, can I just say that I thought it was particularly timely that we heard from the young people earlier in the debate. They did indeed make a couple of pleas to us. They made a plea that we ought to very much consider safeguarding matters, safeguarding the planet indeed, and our local community for future generations. They talked about a plea for locally sourced food, which I found particularly interesting because, of course, some of the preferred sites do indeed include a significant amount of best and most fertile land. So they also asked us that they'd, and I think, sorry, the comment was that, you know, we should be perhaps doing now what we could have been doing 20 years ago. Now, there's been some discussion and debate around people's positions and whether they had a different position in the last LDP period. I can categorically clarify that I don't believe that that particular plan that was agreed was helpful or indeed a sustainable plan. And I was very much hoping that we would move much further into that direction. However, it's also, to me, a great shame that the Welsh Government hasn't been consistent in its guidance. Indeed, in the last plan period, as you'll be aware, the Welsh Government added a further site in Mago with Dundee, which is the Vinegar Hill site, which has caused a great deal of concern. And I would anticipate that both other local members would agree that this has been considered to be significant overdevelopment. There's certainly one thing that I can agree with Councillor Griffiths on, and that is that in the RDLP, Mago with Dundee is indeed grossly overdeveloped and has been so and continued to be so for many years. I think it's also interesting to note that Councillor Griffiths mentioned, for example, that there will be in Mago with Dundee, but my reading of the candidate sites is that there never were any strategic sites. There certainly are sites for development proposed, candidate sites, as we'll be aware. And he says that there are no strategic sites and that they won't be included, the site at Rockfield Farm, because local members would like to see that developed for amenity space. Now, while I entirely concur with that, it's interesting that that is the point of view, because my understanding, and I take guidance on this, is that actually we haven't agreed the deposit plan. That is a matter for the whole council. It's not a matter that decisions are taken outside of that. Also, I think that members, or some members, have suggested that this is effectively us agreeing the plan. It's not, is it? It's what we agreed before was to send the the preferred strategy, and the preferred strategy only out to consultation, and that consultation would further inform the development. So whilst Councillor Griffiths suggests that there are no strategic sites in Mago with Dundee, and of course he is absolutely right, there is, however, a very significant 12-hectare site, CSO 206, which, although it's not in either Mago East with Dundee, but it certainly sits in Mago West. That's a very large site, and obviously, given that we haven't yet agreed the plan, sits still in there as a candidate site for development. I think we all understand, and many of our residents also have taken a significant interest, and they understand that these are not decisions. However, the fact that this is part of our land allocation strategy to be considered is what, rightly or wrongly, they are concerned around. I think if I were to compare that, so as I mentioned, that site's a 12-hectare site. The one at Rockfield Farm, which again, I think it's really important that we retain those sites as buffers between the motorway and the A4810, is that the Rockfield Farm site is only 2 hectares, so it couldn't have been a strategic site previously. I do think that it is a great shame that the goalposts do seem to change all the time. We've talked, I think, during the period that this plan has been developed, and indeed the cross-group place committee talked about having significant concerns around climate change and infrastructure. Now, those two things are intrinsically linked, aren't they? Because in order to safeguard our future generations, we cannot do what has been done in the past. I care not for which political party is putting forward these proposals and plans. I care about the impact that it will have on our communities. The overarching concerns, I don't believe, are properly addressed. We can all agree that there is a need for significant affordable housing. However, there is still work to be done, I think, on the deliverability of some of the key policies within the plan. also looking to the strategic sites, we have mixed-use strategic sites. If we look at the strategic site in Meigwyddendi, Rockfield Farm, you will note that the employment land in that site, to the best of my knowledge and most recent communications, still hasn't had any offers made on it. We are being told that the RLDP is just a land allocation policy, and that alongside it will be all these other pieces of work that will allow us to make this sustainable. It's almost like allocate it and it will come. Now, we've seen the effect of that in the past, and I don't think that this is what we wish to see in the future. I commend Councillor Griffiths on his willingness to engage with local members and to see things from their point of view. But it's really important to note that when we talk about Monmouthshire, it is not all the same. Some of our local areas have extremely poor local transport links, and I note that members in many areas have talked about these, and whilst we acknowledge that there have been improvements, ultimately they are not good enough yet, are they? So I think that's where our concern around the policy, and having seen the last plan period unfold, we are still delivering houses that were due to be delivered quite some time ago. And that's because there were significant issues with viability on those sites. If we make the wrong decisions now, that will lead to long-term issues with viability and deliverability. And so it seems to me that it is much better to pause, to find solutions, to understand the factors that will underpin the deliverability of these policies, which I don't think we're disagreeing. I'm certainly not disagreeing that they are laudable, but I would prefer to know with more certainty that they are deliverable, because it's absolutely right. We need a level of development to, as Councillor Powell says, enable our communities to be vibrant. But we also need to understand how, in a time of great financial pressure, we are going to deliver that for the benefit of those residents that are already living here, those residents that are already living here in inadequate housing, and those residents that would aspire to live here.
Councillor, you have 1 minute.
They could. Thank you, Chair. Thank you. I'd like to conclude that now, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Where are we? Councillor Brocklesby.
Thank you, Chair. I've listened very carefully to the debate and all the contributions across the council. And one of the things that struck me, and why I'm in full support of the RLDP preferred plan, which, as Councillor Chandler says, comes before council for the second time, because changes that have occurred in planning to do with phosphates, etc., much of which has been debated in the past, in that we have an ambitious and we have a visionary plan, not for tomorrow, not even for next year, not even for the year after, but one looking forward to the end of this administration and beyond, recognising the crises that we face now, the crises of homelessness, and not just homelessness, but underhoming. I'm one of those parents whose child will probably never come back to Monmouthshire. I'm not the only one in this room who faces that, who may have to move out of county at a later point so I can be near my family. You'll be glad to know not in the next 4 years, though, colleagues. I'll be staying. But we have to plan for a future where people can stay and flourish in our county, where people can come in and flourish. We are on a democratic time bomb. We will be one of the oldest counties if we don't start reversing that trend. and housing, affordable housing, is one of them, but also is the economic strategy, which will be part of this plan going forward. I'd like to correct one thing. We talk about Monmouthshire if it's a commuter belt. It's not. 17,000 commutes each day commute outside of Monmouthshire. 14,000 commute in. A significant number of those are in low-paying jobs because they cannot afford to live here. We also have people who are living in houses which they can ill afford to heat, rental or otherwise, who can ill afford to upgrade. What a vision, what an ambition, that we're prepared to build houses that are affordable and zero carbon. Is that not attractive to bring people in and want to stay in our county? I think so. And I would remind councillors across the whole council that part of this process is how we develop the plans that go alongside it, the infrastructure, the transport, the economic plans, our social plans. We should not work on the assumption that one plan is a panacea for a complex, future-looking ambition for our county. I would also remind us that politics is the art of the possible. And what I heard across the other side of the chamber was rejecting on the grounds that we couldn't do it in the past, so we can't do it now. That we will we'll follow what developers tell us, because they tell us they won't buy, they won't develop houses that are affordable. Well, you know I like swimming, and I certainly like swimming upstream. And what upstream is telling us, whatever political party it is in the UK, that we have to build affordable houses now for the crisis that we face across Britain. That's where we have to be. We have to be in a place where we're willing to work on the art of the possible with a future vision underpinned by all our plans that will make the Monmouthshire that we want a fair, green and ambitious place. And what Councillor Griffiths brought before us today was a key part of that. And I recommend the whole of Council to vote for this plan and allow us to move forward.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. I'm going to bring Councillor Rook in a moment. Just to say, Councillor Wright will be the last person to speak. I'm drawing a line under the debate at that point. I think we've all had a fair chance to contribute. So back to Councillor Rook.
Thank you very much, Chair. I'm not going to reiterate all of the issues that Chepstow has, as the other councillors for Chepstow have. I'm going to bring people back to the process that we are going through. This is a democratic process where consultation is key. Picking a site as a preferred site doesn't mean that that site will be developed. There's a process, once that site has been identified, that it has to go through before it becomes a strategic site. Once it's become a strategic site, then it involves an awful lot of statutory consultees around getting planning permission for that site. The Planning Committee at Monmouthshire County Council consults with a number of outside organisations, Natural Resources Wales, the National Parks, the AOMBs. We have an extensive list of people that we consider whilst we're making these decisions. If highways aren't particularly impressed with a proposed development, they will tell us. They will look to find mitigating reasons, or they will look to ask the developers to find mitigating reasons to make that development happen. It's just remembering that we need to go through a whole process. Identifying a site doesn't necessarily mean it's going to be built on. We also need to understand that without an adopted RLDP, we are open to scrupulous developers coming in and applying for permission on land that isn't suitable, being turned down by the local authority, and then getting approval from the planning inspectorate because we don't have an RLTP, an adopted LTP. So I'm just reminding people that this is a democratic process we're going through. We have to put faith in the consultees, the statutory consultees, and the planning committee to make the right decisions. If we can't do that, then we're never ever going to look to get anything adopted and anything built in the county. Have some faith in the people that are making those decisions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rook. Councillor Bond, you came in after I've drawn the line, so I'm not going to allow you to contribute, I'm afraid. Councillor Howarth.
Thank you, Chairman, and good afternoon, members. As most of us done, we've sat here and listened, and with great vigour as well. It did start to get political, but I think we've moved away from that now, which is very important when we move forward with decisions we're going to make. I've listened with great interest, really, and I think the Chepstow one for me has brought it out to light that actually what is going on in Chepstow. I've heard comments about Monmouth as well, the infrastructure in Monmouth, to address the infrastructure in Monmouth. But I think they both are on the same level of deliverability and the viability of putting developments in them two areas. The infrastructure has to be sought and it needs to be put in place. Them two towns which we have are strategic, where they're both placed on the border. And I listened to a comment there, sorry member, I forgot who it was, but said about the buildings which are taking place or the developments over the water there in Gloucestershire and Forest of Dean. I can't remember which one it was, but actually I don't know whether we've actually engaged in all that as well, because that's so important about how we develop our plan as well. And I did take that on board. I'm National Parks with other members here, but I have a corporate hat on as well to have my voice and speak about the whole of Monmouthshire as well, and it does affect every resident I represent as well, because my main town is Abergavenny, but I know many use the other towns as well to gain access to other things that they require. But I still believe, and Councillor Taylor spoke about the viability and deliverability of the schemes, and I think it's up to the masters in Cardiff to decide how local authorities are going to deliver schemes without the infrastructure put in place. Because let me tell you now, I spent months and months and months as a member discussing affordable homes, self-tenure, you name it. I spent months with Councillor Hobson and Councillor Harris, cross-party, on how we can deliver affordable homes. And yes, I wanted higher numbers in the last LDP from 2012. I looked for higher numbers. I never agreed the last LDP sitting in Caldicott Leisure Centre. I wouldn't agree it because I wanted higher numbers. Because I believe that actually playing with higher numbers would give us the leverage then to drop down to lower number. If you start on low, you're going to get low. I think the 50% in the climate in the next 10 years with what is out there to deliver 106s, to deliver all the things that we have had as an authority in 106s to keep our communities viable, which, you know, I mean, every one of us here would have had 106s. Lamfoysh, you look at them places which has had all them hundreds of thousands of pounds and what they've delivered into them communities. We may be foregoing a lot of that, and there's going to have to be a balance here. We haven't touched on the issue of exception sites. We've been poor, and I can name one brilliant project we had in Goitra. I was part of that as well, which delivered an exception site, and then that's next door to Goitra School, and it delivered another phase to that scheme also. We've never worked on that, and we should have worked on that, and we should be working on that as well, because it is out there. Our partners, our SRAs, our landlords for housing have an opportunity as well to deliver houses. I don't know where this attitude is coming from, that we haven't done anything. We have, but the more you build, the more is going to be wanted. I got two 27-year-olds. I'd love to get rid of them. I love to get rid of them. I pay people to get rid of them. If they watch me now, I would, honest. But there's many families out there who are exactly the same. Where is the work for them to you know, I mean, we are a low-paying county. We do not pay large sums of large wages. We don't pay large salaries. It'd be very far. You've got to go to the cities for them, and that's why that's why a lot of our younger generations leave Monmouthshire. We need high-paying wage. That isn't going to come. Let me be honest with you. Unless you go into the public services, or no disrespect, but you go into public services, or you go to one of the public health or whatever, you will not get high-paying salaries or salaries affordable to buy a house in Monmouthshire. But we're not unique. Everywhere else is the same. Everywhere else is the same, and we have to look at that. I just want to go back to the infrastructure. I mean, I think it's so important, and the climate change. You know, we can sit and listen to the young people here, and they are quite right. But there's going to be some sacrifices having to be made as we go through the journey now on delivering this. But I still have concerns about the Chepstow and the Monmouth infrastructure schemes that we put in place. If somebody said to me now that actually this is what we're going to do there, and we are going to do this and do that, that will alleviate a lot of the concerns that members have, I have no issues with it. But I've had nothing, I've heard nothing concrete, and I do not expect to see or hear or have anything given to me which will firm up a decision today or in the future that we can secure the infrastructure within them two main towns. Abergavenny, I think Llanfoist, I was my member in my last term. Llanfoist made the voice and shouted very loud, no more in Llanfoist. We've had enough. We're over capacity. They've made the voice in Mega and Unday, and I believe the voice in Chepstow and Monmouth has been heard as well. We need to sort the infrastructures out. Unless we do it, we're not going to deliver. Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks for squeezing me in just under the line here. I would like to associate myself with Councillor Callard's comments. Really recognise the need to make it much easier for young people to stay in Monmouthshire when they grew up here. So according to the Office for National Statistics, between 2011 to 2021 censuses, the average age of residents in Monmouthshire increased, but there was a particularly notable decline in the residents aged 35 to 49, along with a reduction in proportion of residents in every age group from 24 to birth. Now, this suggests to me that not only are we facing a problem with regards to young people who grew up here being able to stay in Monmouthshire, we are also facing a situation where people don't feel able, can't afford to stay here to have and raise their families. Now, if this isn't a hugely important reason to build more affordable housing in our county, then I don't know what is. I recognise the very sincere concerns that have been raised by some colleagues across the chamber, but I urge Council to support this RLDP, to progress a plan which offers us a possibility, an option for families and young people to stay here, to contribute to their communities, to our cultural life and to our local economy. My ward, Grovefield in Abergavenny, it's largely made up of terraced housing, like the one I live in my ward, but even these fairly modest houses are becoming out of reach for a lot of people. I've spoken to people who live in my ward who are only able to buy with help from their parents, and to couples who can't afford to stay here as their families grow. An increase in affordable housing would help people to stay in or near their communities, and we are looking, with this RLDP, at a real opportunity to deliver this. Please, Council, don't let the perfect be the enemy of the good. Let's pass this and get on with the work we need to do. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright.
Chair, could I raise a point of clarification?
There is no point of clarification. Explanation.
No, I would ask to raise a point of clarification on the process this afternoon. What was asked for? A recorded vote was asked for. It was not moved by 9 people standing, so I believe it falls.
Councillor Easton, we've not got that far yet.
Hang on now. Earlier on, there was a request for a recorded vote. 9 people didn't stand at that time. I'd like clarification on these processes because we seem to be going back and forward on different ones.
So prior to coming to the vote, I will ask whether there's 9 people who's demanding a recorded vote. At the moment, we've got Councillor Butler and Councillor Murphy who've both demanded a recorded vote. So
I think this should be challenged to the Standards Committee because I believe that the process is flawed. When the vote is asked for, 9 people should stand then, not when it suits yourself, for example. I believe it's either before the debate or at the point of the request they should stand. I'd like to record that as a query to the Standards Committee on the process.
Councillor Easton, I'm going to ask Councillor Griffiths to sum up now, and then I'm going to ask Joe to come in to explain the clarification. Thank you.
I accept the comment this afternoon, but I think this should go to the Standards Committee for this process totally to be looked at because we seem to be jumping about the rules. Thank you, Chair.
I'd like to thank everyone to the contributions to this debate. I've learnt a lot from those contributions. If you vote to endorse the update, it will allow those conversations, those valuable conversations to continue so that when we get to the spring, there will be a final plan, a fuller plan that you can consider. Numerous points raised. The points about infrastructure, particularly transport infrastructure, I've said they'll be met as far as we can in future documents. The tone of the debate sometimes has, I fear, suggested that our problems are so large that somehow the county can't fail but go backwards. That's just not what I feel. Chepstow has been a lot. Chepstow is an absolutely brilliant place to be, and that hasn't come across in an awful lot of the comments. I'm not saying there are not issues that are going to be overcome. People living there are enjoying their lives. It's a brilliant town, and progress is already being made. It's been missed. We'll have a transport plan, and we'll have a debate on that later. But everyone seems to have missed the fact that our lobbying has resulted in the fact that last week Transport for Wales announced its intentions to make major improvements to the rail structure to the east of Cardiff. Critically, that includes increasing the train frequency, which in Chepstow at the moment can be as low as 1 train every 2 hours, to 2 trains an hour throughout the day. That will be transformative. Those are the links from Gloucester to Lydney to Chepstow to Newport with proper connections at Severn Tunnel, which will make that rail service attractive and will make a difference. Let's celebrate that fact that we are making progress. We need to make progress on road. Our transport plan will clearly refer to the needs for improvements at High Beach Roundabout. They will refer to the need to make sure that the M48 relieves pressures elsewhere by having connections to the local settlements at Roggett and Caldicot. We will not deliver, we will not even get commitments on those infrastructure by next spring. But I'm not willing to sacrifice the needs of those who need a home because we haven't got all the commitments that we need. Let's plan for them. Let's be visionary. But let's not hold ourselves back. Someone said we mustn't let the perfect be the devil of the good. On health, I'm so enthused by the creative discussions that we're having with those who are working in our health system in Monmouthshire. They are looking at these plans. They are working with us on how they can make their primary care services fit these plans. Let's continue those discussions. I know there are problems, but there are also improvements. If we keep talking, let's build on those improvements. On jobs, we've had brilliant discussions with employers in the area. And what we're finding is that the major constraint that they have, apart from labour, but alongside labour, access to labour, is access to land. It's an achievement of this county, which we should all recognise, that over 99% of our employment space is being utilised. There is no space for further expansion. And the way we get that expansion is to have a replacement local development plan that makes the land available. And for heaven's sake, we can all agree on that, surely. And with those jobs, with that housing, we can take this county forward. There's been reference, and then the children who were here today were telling us about the importance of reducing our carbon footprint. The houses we're going to be built are going to be zero carbon. I've heard noises in this shaming saying again that that cannot be delivered. It will be delivered because we'll get the planning, we'll get the best building fabric, we'll get the designs of the neighbourhoods right, the orientation of the streets. We'll build in the solar panels, we'll control the solar gain. And when I rehearse that argument with the developers, with the landowners, they want to be part of it. If we set out our stall well, house builders will recognise that Monmouthshire is the place where they can build their reputation for quality building. They will come to us because of our ambition, our creativity, our innovation. That is the aim that the ambition that we all should have. This is a radical plan. It is exciting, it is ambitious, and it deserves the endorsement of this council. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. I'm going to take you over to our monitoring officer for points of clarification and some more.
Right, so 2 points. Point of clarification, I suppose. There is no point of clarification. There is a personal explanation which must relate to your earlier speech, a material part of your earlier speech, and that can be made at any time, okay? With regard to the recorded vote, Councillor Butler and Councillor Murphy have demanded a recorded vote. It can be demanded at any time during the debate. In the Constitution, it doesn't stipulate when. So we need 9 under the Constitution to demand a recorded vote. Do we have 9? Yes. Okay.
We'll have a recorded vote.
Okay, councillors. Councillor Bond.
Sorry, it didn't. Sorry, it came so quickly. Sorry. For accepting the report, or the RDLP.
Thank you.
Or RLDP even. Sorry, took me by surprise then. Sorry.
Councillor Brocklesby.
For.
Councillor Bromfield.
Against.
Councillor Brown.
Against.
Councillor Bryn.
Against.
Councillor Buckler.
Against.
Councillor Birch.
For.
Councillor Butler.
Against.
Councillor Callard.
For.
Councillor Chandler.
Yes, I'm in 4 of these amendments to the RLDP.
Thank you.
Just wanted to clarify, we're not voting on the RLDP, we're voting on these amendments to the RLDP as set out in section 3.9. Just think that's not clear to everybody.
Councillor Crook.
For.
Councillor Davis.
Against.
Councillor Dimmock.
Against.
Councillor Eason.
For.
Councillor Edwards.
Against.
Councillor Fuchs.
For.
Councillor Garrett.
For.
Councillor Garrick.
For.
Councillor Griffiths.
For.
Councillor Grocott.
For.
Councillor Howarth.
Against.
Councillor Howells.
Abstain.
Councillor John.
Against.
Councillor David Jones.
Against.
Councillor Penny Jones.
Against.
Councillor Keir.
Against.
Councillor Lane.
Against.
Councillor Lucas.
Against.
Councillor Maybe.
For.
Councillor McConnell.
For.
Councillor McKenna.
Against.
Councillor Murphy.
Against.
Councillor Neal.
Against.
Councillor Pavia.
Against.
Councillor Powell.
Against.
Councillor Riley.
For.
Councillor Rook.
For.
Councillor Sandals.
For.
Councillor Stevens.
For.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
For.
Councillor Peter Strong.
For.
Councillor Taylor.
Against.
Councillor Thomas.
For.
Councillor Watts.
For.
Councillor Webb.
Against.
And Councillor Wright.
For.
Thank you.
There's 23 votes for, 22 against, and 1 abstention. So that's been carried. I think we'll all take a comfort break now. And should we allow 20 minutes?
No way. No way. Let's get moving.
No, let's move forward.
Yes, exactly.
Let's just crack on, Chair.
Crack on. Let's move on.
It's 6:30.
Yeah. I got another meeting at 7, so let's get moving.
Okay, 10 minutes.
Keep them happy at least.
Yeah.
2 minutes is enough.
Hello, all right.
Yeah, it's me, yeah. I'm in the middle of a bloody meeting. It's going to go on and on and on. I've got a break. This incident where he was seen at the core.
Tony, we can hear you.
Sorry.
Before you say something you shouldn't. Jill? 10 minutes must be up. Can you hear me? Yes, I can hear you. Yeah.
Oh, get them all back in. It's 10 minutes. It's gone.
I know. Awful.
Oh, I'd rather carry on, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but
Oh.
yeah. I should have said 10, actually. I put my hands up for 10. It should have been 5. But
You should have been, yeah. Oh, it just drives me nuts.
I made a mistake then. It should have been 5.
Did. Not like you.
Well, I just went, but then I should have gone.
Yeah. You should. Oh, dear.
I thought my daughter was home, and I thought I'd sort out what we were having for tea is all. And I thought I'd give her directions, but she's not home yet.
Oh, it's my grandson's 5th birthday party, and I'm desperate to go.
Oh, yeah, but why did everybody have to speak on that?
I know.
Because there's no change to what it was before, except better. Well, that's my opinion. Yeah. You know, all the things we say we want. So I have no idea why everybody had to speak. But there we go.
And people repeat themselves, repeat other things, don't they, as well? I can't go with it. I can't bear it.
And that's what I was going to do. I put my name at the end, only to say, can we go to a vote, please? That's what I was going to do. Never mind. Okay. Speak to you in a minute for another little. Oh, so what? Yeah. Oh, we'd be in bed by the time you finish then? If he's 5, isn't he?
Well, he's 5, yeah. Oh, they've kept me cake and whatever they're having to eat, and I just want to be up there, but never mind.
Of course you do.
It's only just walking up the driveway. They live in a small barn just up the drive, so it's only
that's good then.
2 minutes away. I haven't got to get in the car or anything, so that's.
Might be reading my bedtime story or something.
Yeah, he might be in the bath by now. Yeah. Never mind. That's life. I chose the life, I suppose.
Yeah. It's been a minute.
Yeah. I've noticed this before, though. When they've said 10 minutes, it's never 10 minutes. It's always.
But they need to tighten up because, you know, starting at 2 o'clock, we're not going to be finished by 9. It's not productive. It's not effective for people.
No, and that presentation should have been on a separate time,
Yeah, it went on too long, didn't it? It was good, but
yeah, it was. But we'd appreciated it more if we didn't know that we were going to have to be here for 7 hours or whatever.
Absolutely. Yeah. But I do think that, you know, maybe the standing order.
Yeah.
You see that we're still streaming you on YouTube. We're still on YouTube, so people can hear us.
Yeah.
Okay, talk to you later, people. Bye.
Hugely instructed.
Yeah, that's all.
So give me 1 second.
But no, it's fully instructed.
Thank you all. We'll carry on. Everyone back in their chairs? Everyone's back online? Okay. On to, as I said earlier, I've moved the call-in a little bit earlier, so at this point we're going to bring that in, of the call-in of the Gypsy and Roma Traveller pitch needs. And I'm going to ask Councillor Dimmock to give the reasons for this call-in.
Okay. Thank you, Chair.
Sorry, Councillor Dimmock, sorry, before that, I just... Yes, just to say that we've had two questions on this as well, which I will ask Councillor Griffiths to address in his reply. But Councillor Dimmock, if you carry on now, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Chair. On Wednesday, the 4th of October, Cabinet held a special meeting and approved to proceed with a 6-week public consultation to meet its statutory obligation in addressing the need for Gypsy, Roma and Traveller pitches on council-owned sites, whilst facilitating the provision of homes for local family. However, the decision was subsequently subjected to a call-in request for the reasons set out now. The process is flawed and there remain multiple concerns about the integrity of the process, perceived inconsistencies and erroneous information. Feedback about the process and site-specific feedback from residents does not seem to have been considered sufficiently. Cabinet did not take on scrutiny's recommendation to return completely to the drawing board. However, in a further show of unsound nature of the process, Cabinet agreed to the site at Downson Hill. Although previous reports advised Langley Close in particular, but any site must be tested for effects of potential contamination, air and noise pollution, or other suitability viability issues. No details being provided about the cost of this work. Indeed, during the Cabinet meeting, the Cabinet member stated there would be no assessments until the point of planning application. We believe the decision is unsound and is based on a poor and flawed process and could lead to significant costs in the authority. Further work would be extremely costly. This is out of kilter with the LDP process. This seems irresponsible and ill-advised, particularly in the current financial climate. The call-in request was presented at Special Place Scrutiny Committee on Monday the 23rd of October, and there was a number of members of the public who attended and presented their concerns. That there were flaws in the process as to why some sites have been rejected and reflects inconsistent and unsound decision-making. There was a lack of notification about the sites being considered and the public were unaware of the Cabinet's consideration of the sites. The site proposed at Langley Close is of conservation area and the site of special scientific interest with ancient hedgerow and established wildlife. There are road safety concerns and access concerns, air pollution and noise pollution concerns. Proposals lack balance because the site was approved at Bradbury Farm and Oak Grove Farm. There would be 3 sites within a very short distance. There are adverse visual impacts on landscape, the land being of high agricultural value. The Gwent levels is an SSI, so placing a site in full view was felt to contradict planning policy H6 that applies to visual impact. There are also considerable road safety concerns as there are no footpaths. The road is 60 miles an hour, yet the report cites good walking links. There are no bus links and poor conditions to public transport, such as school shops. Perhaps people commented that the site's proposals are dangerous and would offer poor networks. The main concerns were akin to the public, the members' concerns were akin to the public and included concerns about robustness and objectivity of the process, concerns about the consistency of application of the RAG ratings and rationale for accepting or rejecting certain sites as part of the process. Members citing their inaccuracies and inconsistencies on aspects such as proximity to major roads and concerns about the lack of assessments on sites prior to inclusion in the replacement local development plan and prior to public consultation. The argument being that the process feels flawed. Concerns related to the cost implications and timelines of conducting assessments on site are also felt to be unsuitable on a basis of air, noise and possible land contamination, particularly given to the financial impact. The committee proceeded to the vote and 3 members agreed to accept the Cabinet decision. However, 6 members agreed to refer it to full council because members are concerned about the lack of guidance on financial implications to the council of assessing the sites for noise pollution, air pollution, land contamination and remedial actions that need to be taken. Members also have concerns about the shortlisting process and suitability of the site remaining specifically road safety and lack of active travel routes, poor connections to public transport, and a lack of access to vital public services. There's also a concern amongst members that we are not properly considering the needs and wishes of the Gypsy, Roma and travelling community, applying guidance issued by Welsh Government and others. These documents refer to how sites are often placed in close proximity to major roads with no connection with the natural environment. Members feel there is an opportunity to explore sites and meet the need of the Gypsy, Roma and traveller community rather than dictating where they should go. The decision to refer to the matter to council was carried. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Dimmock. I'm going to ask my Vice Chair to read the questions now, Councillor Griffiths, but if you could address the matters in your speech. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair. These are 2 questions asked by members of the public who can't be present today. The two residents are Aileen Wallen and Mrs. Aileen Wallen and Mrs. Sandy Lloyd, and their questions are as follows. It is understood that the Place Scrutiny Committee meeting of the 23rd of October 2023 referred the decision call-in to Council on the basis that the financial implications of including sites which have so many constraints is unknown. The below questions refer to the information imparted by the Cabinet member, Councillor Griffiths, and Estates Officer at the Place Scrutiny meeting, and clarifications are sought. Question 1. The Cabinet member stated that high-level assessments will be conducted on the Langley Close site with regards to noise, air pollution and land contamination during the public consultation period. For the Langley Close site, will the Cabinet member please define what is meant by high-level assessments, i.e. what specific tests will be undertaken, and will these be newly commissioned studies involving physical receptors to collect current air and noise pollution levels and boreholes for land contamination, or will existing historic and irrelevant reports that are based on out-of-date data be used, e.g. from the Rockfield Farm and Vinegar Hill developments, which are from a different location with different geographic attributes and issues? And question 2, the Estates Officer stated that quotes had been secured for air, noise and land surveys, which equates to around £14,000 per site for these high-level assessments, but that cost is not consistent across all sites and depends on the findings. Some sites will require further surveys, so this is not the final cost. The residents at the Scrutiny Committee meeting provided evidence that on the Langley Close site, noise and air pollution exceeds safe levels and there is potential land contamination, and so these further surveys will have to be conducted. For the Langley Close site, will the Cabinet member please state the breakdown of costs for each initial assessment and costs for the further more detailed assessments? Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Griffiths.
Thanks very much. So I am asking this council to support the Cabinet decision, the decision to commence a public consultation exercise on 3 sites for Gypsy and travellers. The 3 sites being Bradbury Farm Crick, Oak Grove Farm in Gwent, Langley Close in Mega. The Cabinet did not approve any of these sites, and I'm certainly not asking this council to approve any of these sites. Following the consultation, following the further assessments, which I'll explain in a moment, the Cabinet and the council may conclude that there are none of these sites which are suitable to take forward. If Council supports the Cabinet decision, it will, very importantly, give the public an opportunity to have their view so that those views can be considered. The background you're all aware of. Concisely, I'll remind you that As a council, we have a legal and a moral responsibility to provide pitches to meet the assessed needs of traveller families with connections in the county. The 3 sites that I've referred to are different to the 5 sites that went to the scrutiny committee in July.
Sorry, that is the dog. He is in a disagreement.
Can we get
That's the best contribution so far, Chair.
I will.
I thought it was Councillor Neil.
I will reassert, for the benefit of the dog, that the sites are different to the 5 sites, and the dog may notice, others don't. That means that the scrutiny committee has reconsidered. We were asked to reconsider. We have reconsidered. We searched again. We asked the public again to put forward sites. Crucially, we broadened the scope of the search by including sites which had previously been reserved for residential development. The fact that Langley Close is still in the short list of 3 in this case does not mean that we didn't go back to the drawing board, does not mean that we didn't reconsider. We did. We came to the conclusion that it met the criteria as well as any of the other sites we identified and deserved to be part of the public consultation. The 3 sites could have up to 18 pitches. The current assessment is that the council needs to provide 11 pitches. So we may only need 1 site. I think that's important. I would feel nervous about going to public consultation to say, we need 2 sites, here are 2 sites, what do you think? I think there needs to be an understanding that we can respond to the range of opinions that will come from the consultation. The circumstances of the families may change, even during the next 2 or 3 months, and it may be, I just say maybe, I'm not predicting this, but it may be that at the end of the process we only need 1 site. So, as you consider the options before you, which are to support the Cabinet decision or to refer it back to Cabinet, I'll just remind you of what will happen next. There will be a public consultation. We have identified an organisation who would be able to undertake that consultation. It will be a very localised, a very sophisticated exercise. It will be designed to pick up as wide a range of views as there are in the relevant localities. There will be a high-level assessment of noise and air pollution and ground contamination on each of these sites. And this is where I want to respond to the specific questions that members of the public have asked. On all sites, but specifically the question was on the Langley Hill site, the assessment will be undertaken, or all of them will be undertaken during the public consultation period. They will include a land contamination survey. They will include noise and air quality assessments, an ecology appraisal, and an access assessment. There will be a desktop assessment of existing information, but there will also be online visits collecting new information with the appropriate and relevant technology. In total, the indications we have is that the cost of the survey work for the 3 sites is estimated to be between £26,000 and £28,000. The amount of work on each site will vary, but the commission will be to do the 3 sites, and we will not have a specific breakdown site by site, but you can calculate that the average cost per site is estimated at less than £10,000. Those figures are consistent with the financial implications identified in the Cabinet report. Those expenditures will be found from within existing budgets. Once that public consultation has taken place, once those assessments have taken place, all that information will be provided in a report to Cabinet. Cabinet will consider and will decide which, if any, of those sites shall be included in the local development plan. Should a site be included in that local development plan or the draft of the local development plan, it will find its way, and it relates back to our previous discussion, into the draft deposit plan. So that again would be considered by council. That, in a very substantial way, as a whole, will be subject to further public consultation. So if any members of the public want to reflect and express a view again on the provision of any site, that would be an opportunity to go to. And as we said earlier, following that, the consideration by Welsh Government, again, a referral back to Council before approval. But that's not the end of the process for any of these sites. If at the end of all that, any of these sites which we've identified are in the replacement local development plan, that simply means that there is the potential for a planning application to be made on that site. And that planning application will have a far more detailed assessment than the assessments that I've described that will take place over the next few months. That is when you'll find all the detail you normally find with a planning application. The site design, the access statements, the drainage impacts, the highways impacts, the environmental impacts, all those, which those of you who work on planning applications, you will see all that work presented again, site by site. And of course, then again, there will be further consultation, and only then, should a site be consented, would any family occupy that site. That process is long, necessarily complex. It involves an awful lot of public engagement. It needs to start, and I ask that the Council supports the Cabinet decision to go out to consultation.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Councillor.
Yeah, just a quick question. You said that you were consulting all the public. Have you consulted the gypsy families?
Thank you, Councillor Powell. I'll get Councillor Griffiths to sum up at the end with the answers to all those questions, any questions that might arise. Councillor Dimmock.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to come back in. And I do apologise on behalf of Max. He is young and new to the household, so hasn't quite learnt the rules yet when Mum's on a call. Okay, so a large number of members in the public have voiced their concerns around the process of identifying these sites and the lack of guidance on the cost implications to the council. And despite this wide public engagement, disappointingly, the council are eager to push ahead. Surely it's here that you should be taking notice of what our electorate are asking for and reconsider the approach to what the public and two of the council scrutiny committees feel is a flawed process. I believe it is perilous to wait until a planning application is being considered, which is far too late, having incurred the costs, and could result in going forward with an unsuitable site. These sites are unsuitable not just because I say so, but fellow colleagues say so, residents say so, but more importantly, the Welsh Parliament provision of sites for Gypsy, Roma and Traveller recommendations do not seem to have been considered. All three sites are situated close alongside the M4, M48, A48 and B4245, and access is problematic with routes to two of the sites being one vehicle width lanes. Martin Gallagher, the Irish traveller and academic, specifically highlights concerns how these sites are often in close proximity to A roads, pollution and no connection with natural environment, and where the air quality is poor, and yet these sites are shortlisted by the council. The report misleads you into believing this falls within the active travel proposals. However, I'm not aware of any plans to ensure there will be walking and cycling connections along the B4245 at Parkwall to Caldecott or Chepstow. I want to refer you back to the Welsh Parliament document, and I did say this during the scrutiny meeting, but the Children's Commissioner notes that the local authority must consider wellbeing goals in relation to promoting health, equality and cohesive communities. However, traveller children support workers have raised concerns with her office regarding the accessibility of sites and lack of access to services such as play and safe walkways. None of these sites meet that criteria, not one, not even Mega. There are historic planning applications that have been rejected by this very council due to the proposals being classed as unsafe, unsuitable, and now the council plans to do the very thing it has objected to previously. And there has been little consideration for the Gypsy and Traveller community. The Welsh Parliament provision of sites for Gypsy and Roma traveller document states a common theme and evidence to Welsh Government received was unsuitable locations of Gypsy, Roma and traveller sites, which are often in close proximity to A roads. Often these are on the outskirts of community where air quality is poor and no safe access to school or shops. Now I can't understand how we can proceed when we have an opportunity to identify sites that fit the requirements and can satisfy the Gypsy Roma traveller community and the settled community as well. Let's get this right without considering the key documents and the Roma and the Gypsy Roma and traveller community. So thank you everyone. I'm a bit tongue-tied because I'm very tired, so I do apologise.
Thank you, Councillor Dimmock. Councillor Crook.
Thank you, Chair, for allowing me to discuss Langley Close in Mega. For some time now, I've been trying to find ways in which to address this particular recommendation of Langley Close being put forward as a site for the Gypsy travellers. I have been lobbying both the previous Cabinet member and now the present Cabinet member for some time for this site to be withdrawn from the process without success. Clearly, the reasons for keeping this site still remain the same as far as the Cabinet member is concerned, but however, I believe that this site is a very poor third option in this process. And especially after listening to several of the residents over recent months, there are real concerns in many areas, not least of all main road access to the site, and there are many more issues connected to this site, I can assure you. If one looks at the weaknesses, they far outweigh the strengths, that's for sure. And as far as the opportunities, then they are few and far between. Looking at the key internal feedback comments, well, they are certainly not encouraging either. It's a greenfield grazing site. It has a mineral safeguarding area. The land is possibly contaminated. There are problems with noise levels and air pollution being so close proximity to the motorway infrastructure and road network. I question whether the Gypsy travellers even want to occupy this site, as it may not provide the facilities they are looking for. So with all this in mind, I'm sorry to say I cannot support this site going forward for consultation, and I would ask the Cabinet member to look at it very seriously as soon as he possibly could. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Crook. Councillor Taylor.
Sorry, Chair. Like Councillor Dimmock, I think we're probably all getting a bit tired now. Thank you for the opportunity to speak, and obviously I want to associate myself with the comments made there by Councillor Crook, member for the adjoining ward. I think that I'll come back to my questions to seek a further bit of clarification from the Cabinet member, if I may, but I just still want to stress how, for members of the public and for those of you that were at the Place Scrutiny Committee on Monday, and for those who listened in, I think you will have heard members of the public far better than I could talk about what they view to be and what I view to be significant inaccuracies and inconsistencies in the process. I think, you know, it's really important to remember that 4 of the 5 original sites have been ruled out. And I would ask you if you were a member of the public, whether that would give you confidence that this has been the right process from the outset. In the last cabinet meeting, the cabinet member further ruled out the Dancing Hill site. This is, in my view, absolutely the right decision. But to me and to residents, it provides further evidence that the process hasn't been entirely robust and it's been flawed from the outset. We felt that effectively all of the constraints that are applicable to Dancing Hill are also applicable to Langley Close. And indeed, some factors may even be even worse in respect of the topography of the site. The rationale for removing Dancing Hill was really around the fact that it has this known historic land contamination, noise issues, access issues, and a location immediately against to a sink or site of importance for nature conservation. And officers recommended that that should be removed from the process. Although we don't have, we do believe that the land is contaminated, I think it's important to note the extent of potential for noise and pollution. If we remember that according to British Standard 8233 of 2014, noise levels inside living rooms should aim to be no higher than 35 decibels during the daytime period and no higher than 30 decibels in bedrooms during the nighttime period. So surveyed noise levels on, for example, the Vinegar Hill sites and Rockfield Farm sites were well above these acceptable levels. It's important to note that most of Langley Close can be seen from the Wales Noise and Air Quality Viewer, as large parts of the site are registered between 75 decibels and above, 70 to 75 decibels and above, with a small proportion of the site nearest the existing residential development being between 65 and 70 decibels. So just on the matter of noise, I think it's very clear to see that where the concerns come from. I'm very pleased that the Cabinet member has demonstrated his intent to engage and indeed has already acknowledged some of the issues in the earlier process. However, I think that it would be really helpful to have much more clarity on what is intended. So I appreciate the Cabinet member has referred to the high-level assessments, and that my understanding, and I'd really be grateful if he could address this in his summing up, is that during the 6-week consultation period, if that's what Council agrees, land contamination, air pollution and noise pollution studies will be carried out. Because my understanding, possibly emanating from discussions with officers, is that it can take a great deal longer than that. Additionally, if there is to be an ecology assessment, one presumes that's a preliminary ecology assessment. And as the Cabinet member, I'm sure, will know that if there is anything to be in particular drawn out of that, it will possibly be related to seasonal factors and may take a much longer period. So I'd be grateful for a little more clarification in that, and and clarification, because I think the financial implications are also significant, potentially, in particular in relation to the land contamination. So I caught the Cabinet member saying that there would, so the second question, there'd be online visits. I think I don't know if I misunderstood or misheard, but I would be grateful for some clarification of that. And in all cases, I think it's really important that we, as you say, do take note of the significant concerns that have been raised about the viability of these sites for how they match up to the Welsh Government guidance, and also how they could possibly be used to provide residential development. So I would be grateful for that clarification. And if it's not possible to get it this evening, I would be very grateful if the Cabinet member could provide that as much as he's able in writing. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Howarth?
Yes, thank you, Chair. And I'd just like to say a few words. Councillor Taylor took quite a lot of what I was going to say anyway, but that's so important as well. It has been mentioned. I was quite shocked, really, at the information that people came to the Select Committee with and their comments they made, because they were loaded with data and they were loaded with honest data as well. I was quite shocked on our side that actually we seem to move from one thing to another. So example now is we've gone from 14,000 a site, which was categorically stated in the meeting, now to 10,000 per site. That's a heck of a drop. I wish we could negotiate that quickly on other things we do in this council, but I do believe that actually in the meeting it did mention that we have a toolkit, and I'd like to make sure that we have everything in that toolkit to go out to consultation with. So everything that Councillor Taylor mentioned and other members have mentioned, inclusive of that, would footpaths be required, safe routes to school on every one of them sites be required with a tick or a cross or whatever. All them things I would think are very important if you're going to go out to public consultation. I think the people of Mager and Undy have made it very clear. Was it over 3,500 people signed a petition in a very short space of time? I think they have sent the signal that they're not happy. I think the other two sites, what I heard from comments and statements being made in the Select Committee, we're going to struggle with them two sites also because the statements were very strong. I think they had valuable ammunition to actually the council to reject them two sites on the grounds that they come out with. I don't believe in rejecting anything if the grounds are sound to deliver them sites, but the grounds aren't deliverable. The grounds that people are putting forward are very positive and we are negative and we have to listen. So the consultation period, if it goes through, like Councillor Taylor says, it could be in 6 weeks or a 6-week period to get studies back and all the other things before that to go to them consultations. I think is a very tight time frame. But I still will go with Councillor Crook. I quite agree, and Councillor Taylor and the residents of Mager and Undy that one site should be removed altogether. Thank you, Chairman.
A point of order, please, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth.
Under point 27.27.4, can I request a recorded vote, please?
Yes, of course. We have no more people wishing to comment or talk. So, Councillor Griffiths, would you like to address some of the questions that were asked of you?
Thanks very much, Chair. And the discussion reminded me of the scrutiny committee that took place earlier this week. And I would actually like to thank and commend Councillor Dimmick as chair of that committee. It was conducted in such a way that a significant number of residents felt able to express their views, and I believe, got the experience, the belief that their views were being listened to. I thought it was a valuable exercise in public engagement, and I thank everyone involved for that. I come back to my initial point. The Cabinet did not approve these sites. The Council is not being asked to approve these sites. The Council is being asked to allow the Cabinet to continue with a commencement of a public consultation, and that will allow all the people who came to scrutiny, and many, many, many others to engage in the decision-making in a structured and opened way. I think that's the right way forward. In that consultation, we will continue the dialogue with the families within our county and with their representative organisations. I need to stress this point again. Officers of this county are in pretty constant dialogue with the families involved, and that dialogue will continue throughout this consultation and will, as I say, include their representative organisations. The point raised again on the cost of the assessments. In scrutiny committee, an indication was given that the cost of the assessment on the Langley site would be in the region of 14,000. The question was asked, well, could there be an indication of surveying the 3 sites? And the information has come back. If you like, there are some economies of scale here and different circumstances. If you commission an assessment of the 3 sites, it's not 3 times 14. It comes to a figure of 26 to 28,000. I think that's a conclusion we might have anticipated. I think, according to my notes, but like the rest of you, I'm getting tired. I think I've answered the questions raised.
Thank you, Councillor Griffiths. Before we take the vote, I'm reminded that the car park was full today, and members were asked if they wanted to park in the car park at Gwent, which closes at 7:30. It's locked. I don't know if any members have parked in that car park. Yes. Sorry? Yes. Yeah. Before we take the vote, I'm willing for you to go and move your car now. We take a 10-minute reset.
No, can we have the vote, Chair? I need to leave.
Surely the vote won't take 10 minutes.
Let's get the vote.
The vote won't take 10 minutes.
Chair, move we go to a vote.
Yeah, please.
Okay, I need 9 members to confirm recorded votes. Okay.
Chair, I did ask that we move to go to a vote before that.
Yeah, thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Garrett, it was already called. Councillor John did request the recorded votes.
I don't see the point then. They hadn't come forward to that at that point. I have made a motion to move to a vote.
I'll bring Joe, the monitoring officer, in.
Yeah, it doesn't have to be at a particular time. It can be at any time before the vote.
Does it get to just hang there, though, because I have put a motion in?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Councillor Butler, I'm conscious of you getting locked in this evening. I'm going to leave it up to you. I can hold. Vote first, then I'll go. Okay. All right. Okay. We're going to do a recorded vote now. Thank you.
Okay, councillors.
Sorry, can we just clarify what we're voting for?
Thanks. And what are the options, please?
Yeah, what are the options, Chair?
Rachel, go and get your moved car.
So,
we're just going to read out the options.
Okay, we're just going to read out the options now.
Okay, the options are to accept the Cabinet decision or a further decision to Cabinet for reconsideration with reasons.
Okay, accept the Cabinet decision. You haven't called me yet, have you? I'm trying to do it quick. No, I'm not trying to do it quick.
Dear God.
Okay, so you'll all be asked. Okay, councillors, you'll all be asked whether to accept or refer. Okay.
Councillor Buckler, if you'd like, after your vote, you may leave the building to move the car.
Okay, councillors, so to accept or refer. Councillor Bond.
Accept.
Councillor Brocklesby.
Accept.
Councillor Bromfield.
Refer back to Cabinet.
Councillor Brown.
Refer.
Councillor Bryn. She's left. Councillor Buckler.
Refer.
Councillor Birch.
Approve.
Councillor Butler.
Refer.
Councillor Callard.
To accept the decision.
Councillor Chandler.
To accept.
Councillor Crook.
To refer.
Councillor Davis is left. Councillor Dimmock.
Refer.
Councillor Eason.
Accept.
Councillor Edwards.
Refer.
Councillor Fuchs.
Accept.
Councillor Garrett.
Accept.
Councillor Garrick.
Accept.
Councillor Griffiths.
Accept.
Councillor Grocott.
Accept.
Councillor Howarth.
Refer.
Councillor Howells.
Accept.
Councillor John.
Refer.
Councillor David Jones.
Refer.
Councillor Penny Jones.
Refer.
Councillor Keir.
Refer.
Councillor Lane.
Refer.
Councillor Lucas.
Refer.
Councillor Maybe.
Accept.
Councillor McConnell.
Accept.
Councillor McKenna.
Refer.
Councillor Murphy.
Refer.
Councillor Neal.
Refer.
Councillor Pavia.
Refer.
Councillor Powell.
Refer.
Councillor Riley.
Accept.
Councillor Ross.
Accept.
Councillor Sandals is not here. Councillor Stevens.
Yeah.
Stevens.
Okay.
Accept.
Can I ask, sorry, can I ask whoever to put the microphone on mute online, please? We're having some feedback.
Councillor Stevens, sorry.
Yes, accept. Thank you.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
Accept.
Councillor Peter Strong.
Accept.
Councillor Taylor.
Refer.
Councillor Thomas.
Accept.
Councillor Watts.
Accept.
Councillor Webb.
Refer.
And Councillor Wright.
Accept.
Thank you.
We're just totalling up and checking the votes now.
Isn't it? Not 22.
That's 22 votes to accept, 21 to refer, so that's been accepted.
So Tom's been. Oh no, anyway.
I think we might have a quick 5-minute break while we wait for Councillor Buckler to come back. to join the meeting, or unless you want to carry on, I'm happy.
No, let's crack on, Chair, please.
Okay,
please.
all right.
We've had enough.
In all fairness, as my Vice Chair has just said, it's up to the Conservative Party to make that decision, as you've lost one of your members.
So, Councillor Buckler is well aware of the issues around this, so I would hope she would still be able to vote without hearing the introduction to the motion.
Well, wait then. We'll have a 10-minute break, shall we?
No.
Well, they have to.
Chair,
Chair,
if I
move
may,
next
Chair.
business.
Can I just point out, though, it was put in an email that we could use that car park. Obviously, you're fully aware of the agenda and how long it is. Members should never have been directed to use that car park if it had a closing time.
Chair, I have requested that we move next business.
I second that, Chair.
Chair.
Chair,
I've been made aware that Councillor Buckler is well aware of the issue.
Yes.
So she, as long as she comes in to join the debate, then she will be allowed to vote.
That's what I was about to suggest. Thank you.
Chair, why is my seconded motion not being taken?
Chair, what happens if a car was locked in and she then has another problem? Can we?
Chair, can I ask why my seconded motion isn't being considered right now?
Chair, this is a point of order.
Councillor John.
Point of order.
Council put a member in this position.
Order, please.
Point of order, Chair.
I'm going to pass you over to the monitoring officer now.
Yep, Councillor John, if you're just reading out your motion, then that's fine because she's had the email. We've all seen what the motion is. So I'm quite happy for you to carry on without Councillor Buckler here. No.
Okay, so I can proceed and speak to the motion.
Just read it out as it's written.
As written.
Well, I'm not just going to read out the motion. I was going to speak to the motion.
Unbelievable, Chair. That's wrong. It's all wrong.
Chair, sorry, but will Councillor Butler be allowed to vote if she gets back and she hasn't been present?
The monitoring officer is wrong about it, Chair.
But then he hasn't clarified.
We'll pause the meeting for a few minutes.
Thank you.
You're okay, Louise. Chair, can I ask why my motion, which was completely constitutional and
Chair, I'd like
seconded,
to raise a
hasn't
complaint
been
about the process, Chair. I'd like to raise a complaint. This is not acceptable. We've never done this before.
Members, and for the benefit of those watching at home, while this is an unusual step, I hope you will agree it's been forced by an unusual set of circumstances.
No.
That one of our colleagues' car.
No, you're making it up as you go along.
And they've been asked to move it rather than be locked in. They've been accompanied by our head of estate for their personal safety to move a car in the hours of darkness.
Please may I, Chair, please may I get an answer as to why my constitutional motion, which was seconded, has not been taken.
That's
Literally making up as they go along. It's awful.
We're now going to reconvene the meeting. This is not a break, okay?
Chair, please could I get an answer as to why my motion, which I raised under the Constitution and has been seconded, has been ignored? This is completely irregular.
I second that, Chair.
And Councillor Buckler has had 2 breaks to move a car, Chair.
Can I ask members to just stop talking, please, and go through the chair? Sorry, Councillor Garrick, are we asking her to defer the motion? No. Would you address Councillor Garrick's motion? Councillor Garrick, will you repeat your request, please?
My request was move next business, and it was seconded quite some time ago by Councillor Watts.
Chair. Yeah.
Councillor Garrick, we're going to reconvene now.
I have a constitutional right for this motion to be done. I appreciate the situation. However, I am not prepared to allow this council to just play willy-nilly with our constitution. When we raise points under this constitution, they should be heard and dealt with.
The motion had not been actually heard, so I'm going to allow Councillor John to now give the motion, and we'll enter into a debate on it.
Sorry, Chair, why was it not heard?
Councillor John hadn't read it out. Councillor John had not had an opportunity to read it out.
My motion, no, not that motion. My motion was to move next business some 10 minutes ago.
And I seconded it, Chair.
And my complaint is that it has not been taken.
Are we now moving moving on?
I would just like to understand why we felt that we didn't need to follow the Constitution for the last 10 minutes.
Exactly.
Chair.
Mr. Bond.
It's just such a shame that this has happened, because one of our councillors really wanted to say something of at the next section towards the motion. So they've had to go because obviously they've been sat. Person's not well and had to go. So this has been really unfortunate and really not very well managed. Sorry.
Poor, this, very poor.
Chair, I'm willing to let this go if we can accept that we need to follow the Constitution when points are raised.
Should we put a motion forward? Should we continue?
Chair, is it impossible to delay all these until the next meeting? These questions and motions?
I think we got a feeling in the room that we want to move on. So I'm going to apologise to Councillor Garrick for not accepting that motion, but I'm going to move on to Councillor John's motion now.
Thank you. In March, the Health Board announced the temporary cessation of maternity services at Neville Hall, centralising at the Grange, and surprise, surprise, that has now been made permanent. I think it's very sad that Monmouthshire mothers can no longer give birth to their babies close to home here in Monmouthshire, and in future, virtually no one will be able to say they were born here in Monmouthshire. And last year, ambulance stations in Monmouth and Park Wall near Chepstow were downgraded, while paramedics in Monmouth continue to operate out of a leaking porter cabin while the neglected former station continues to decay. And only last month, here we talked about the loss of GP provision in Gilwan and surrounding areas, and I must say I was disappointed that the Labour and Green Independent members voted down Councillor Neil's motion to develop a project plan to help save it. And now, we face a fresh threat with the Health Board's plans to close the minor injuries unit overnight at Neville Hall Hospital. Recently, Health Board bosses appeared at the Council Committee to answer questions about their plans, and it was clear that this closure is not being considered to improve patient care or to reallocate resources, but as a knee-jerk reaction to the Health Board's mid-year budget overspend. So this isn't a planned reform to deliver health services in a better way, it's purely about saving money. Under these plans, the Royal Gwent will be the only overnight minor injuries unit in the entire Health Board area, serving a population of over 600,000 people and all residents in Monmouthshire, Newport, Torvine, Blaenau Gwent and Caerphilly. So as councillors, our residents look to us to stand up for them and the services that they rely on. So that's why Councillor McKenna and I set a petition up against the overnight closure of the MIU, which has already been signed by thousands of residents, and I would urge others to sign it as well. It's on the Senedd website, as Save the Minor Injuries Unit in Abergavenny. It's petition number 245573. To me, it makes no sense for patients from Abergavenny or other surrounding villages in northern Monmouthshire to travel all the way to the Royal Gwent, potentially driving past Neville Hall and the Grange to get to the Gwent. I would be concerned that this move could actually increase pressures on the Grange because some patients may head there instead. Now, one of the arguments that the Health Board made in favour of the overnight closure is that very few patients attend the minor injuries unit at Neville Hall overnight. But at the same time, the Health Board is saying that part of the reason the Grange is under so much pressure is because some patients are turning up there when really they should be going to a minor injuries unit. And they're making the point that the Grange should be solely for immediately life-threatening, life or limb-threatening conditions. The other point that's been raised is that this decision isn't going to put lives at risk, that a minor injuries unit is fairly trivial. Well, try telling that to any parent who in the dead of night has had to take their child to a minor injuries unit with a rash, perhaps, not knowing whether it's hand, foot and mouth or whether it's meningitis. So it feels wrong to me that this decision is being proposed and can be taken by unelected, unaccountable health board bosses, stripping back services that our residents rely on, clearly without public support. They only have to account to one person for their decisions, the health minister in the Welsh Government, who, as far as I can tell, has been completely silent on the matter. So I would appeal to the Labour group. You have better links to Welsh Government than we do. I'm really hopeful that today we can send a clear message from this chamber that we will not stand by and see health services that our residents rely on cut back. My concern is that this is the thin end of the wedge. I think it's vital we send a clear message of opposition to the Health Board's plans. We never know when our residents, family members, friends may need this service. So we really owe it to our residents to do all we can to save it, and I hope that members will support this motion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. Do I have a seconder for that?
I'm seconding. Councillor Buckler.
Thank you. Councillor Buckler, sorry, you to speak as well.
Thank you, Chair. This decision should not be made because of lack of money. The loss of yet another vital service should make us extremely nervous, such as those mentioned by Councillor Johns. I won't repeat them. We are woefully deficient in emergency medical provision in the north of Monmouthshire. We have to remember that it is not just Monmouthshire that this provision is a lifeline for. It is residents from Blaenau and further fields, and also Powys. Doctors working in A&E in Abergavenny and Merthyr Tydfil were appalled at the closing of the A&E provision in the north of Monmouthshire. I know residents still do not understand why that decision was made. It makes people vulnerable when they are so far from an emergency health service. To add to this, the loss of provision of overnight minor injury care at Neville Hall seems extraordinary. We cannot support the loss of overnight minor injury care in the north of Monmouthshire. I had occasion to use the service a few days ago. Mine was a minor injury, but whilst I was there, a woman collapsed in front of those of us waiting with chest pains. Just because a few people use this service in the depths of the night doesn't mean that those that do don't need it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Chair. So I'm on CLICE and also on services scrutiny, and I fully understand the fear, but the data doesn't show, and Councillor Buckler's just said something different to what I had understood from the Health Board. But I understand the fear that they think this the thin end of the wedge, but it's a waste. It's not being used, and I can't understand why anyone would want to support waste, especially supporters of Westminster who have underfunded the NHS for so long that I know it's devolved, but the funding comes from Westminster, as we know, and now fight for a service that's be kept open and not being used. The proof is in the data. So you've just said something different, Councillor Buckler, but up till then, and I know from what they've said, they will be monitoring it. Can people not see that this is a necessary reduction of non-used services to be sent to the vital areas of the NHS that we need? Isn't it one of Sunak's pledges, or has that been forgotten already? That to reduce NHS waiting lists, they're trying to lean the service. They are trying to cut waste. Why can people not see that? This sort of review and leaning of the process should be applauded. Not if it is the case, if Councillor Buckler is correct and there's been a need recently, then fair enough. One person is good enough to keep open, but why waste money when we've got low staff retention, wages? It's in a poor state, the NHS, and we need the managers to look at the system, look at the processes, and cut waste. If it is true that it is, and the data says so, that it's not used overnight. And again, with the maternity, that I'm afraid I'm on lice, and some of the things pardon. Sorry, on lice, and some of the things that were just said from Councillor John are not quite correct, but they are due to lack of money, and it's coming from Westminster. So the fact that they've had to combine the maternity is not because they want to, they haven't got the money. Listen to them. They're trying to cut waste. It is for all of our interests to get the staff to be working on the more vital needs. So what we need to do is ask, I would like it if they could review Chepstow and Monmouth and get look at whether they can look at those minor injuries units. But if it's not used from 1 till 7 in the night, why are staff being there doing nothing? As I say, the data says it's not used, and we just heard differently, so I stand to that. But I will vote for this motion because of the fear people have got. But please start thinking sensibly. Look at the data. We need to cut waste. Otherwise, we won't have an NHS at all. I know the Westminster is trying to destroy it anyway by underfunding for 13 years. But we need to lean it. We need to cut waste. So I think it's wrong, but I will support it because people have a fear about it. But people need to look at the data and start some critical thinking, not just knee-jerk reaction.
Thank you, Councillor Bond. Move on to Councillor Callard.
Thank you, Chair. I think Councillor Bond kind of said a lot of times what I was going to say, which is that I support this motion. We all value our NHS so much, and living in the Abergavenny area, I was very disappointed when the accident emergency was closed. That said, this decision can't be looked at in isolation. There is a funding crisis in the NHS, and we know where that funding crisis originates from. And I must say, I do find it a little bit hypocritical, a Conservative group bringing a motion like this. Have you heard of the Barnett formula?
Sorry,
you might like to consider
speak
that.
through the chair, please. Sorry.
That funding for Wales come from Westminster. Wales has no tax-raising powers of its own, even if we wish it did. Well, I'm corrected on that. I'll take that comment back. I apologise for that. But yeah, we know what's happened to our public services over the last 13 years, and we don't want to see it continue. So I'll support this motion, and I'll support it because I want to see our public services properly funded. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Callard. Councillor Powell.
Yes, thank you very much. I'm sorry that Councillor Bond feels that it's a waste. Money can be wasted, yes, but what about lives? I've been there with my grandson many years ago, and if he hadn't gone straight there and he had to go further, he wouldn't have been alive now. And there are many...
Chair, personal explanation. Explanation. I did not say that saving lives is a waste. That's a personal explanation. I did not say that. I would never say that. I said if it's not being used, it's a waste. A service that is not used is a waste.
Thank you, Councillor Powell, please.
I will withdraw that saying, but you did say money was being wasted.
No, I didn't.
Anyway, never mind, we forget that bit. But it is a valuable thing. Anybody in any evening, any night, overnight, when somebody's that ill in the night, it is very serious. People aren't going to go rushing to the hospital for nothing in the middle of the night. You've got any sort of accidents. So I think taking that away, and it does cover a huge area, right the way up through to Herefordshire, Powys, Brecon, a huge area, and it could be a matter of life and death if they didn't have to go further miles. So I support this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. I know you have your hand up, and I'll bring you in after Councillor Wright. Okay. Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Chair. As you may know, Neville Hall is in my ward in Grofield, and a number of residents have contacted me to express their concerns about the service being cut overnight at the minor injuries unit. Now, just a couple of weeks ago, I was at the minor injuries unit with somebody who had hurt themselves, and I would like to put on record my thanks to the nurse practitioner. Very professionally and sensitively went through his injuries, decided whether it needed a referral to the Grange or not, and we can see, therefore, that it does have a very important, does play a very important part in triaging the level of care somebody needs and potentially reducing pressures on the Grange. And I agree with Councillor John's point that he made something along those lines, I believe. So, you know, I'm aware we're sorry, I'm tired, and we are taking very long time. So, yes, I support this. I'm happy to vote for it. I think perhaps there's a little mischief making here, Councillor John, in trying to associate a Labour council with something that is not within our gift to change. You know that. But I do hope that we can work productively with the Health Board to see this decision reversed. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Watts, please.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I mean, they came before the Select Committee with the new, or reasonably new Chief Executive, and she brought an entire team. They didn't have to, and they submitted their evidence there. It disappoints me that some of the questions that are being posed, certainly on the Conservative benches, and I don't want to see any politicisation, particularly in any Select Committee, weren't asked then, and there was lots of opportunities. Subsequently, there seems to be a bit of devilment really from the Conservatives, because what they're trying to do in this drawing is to say, well, look, Labour are closing, they're all in favour of conspiring with the Health Board and Iron Bevan Health Board to destroy services in some kind of left-wing conspiracy. That isn't the case at all, Chair, really. And I can honestly say to you, as someone that's been knocking around here for some time, we've been through some very difficult times with the closure of the minor injuries unit in Chepstow, and then obviously subsequently the very, very sad and bitterly missed dementia unit that was much respected in Chepstow. It's true to say then that both of those campaigns, which the council were united about, we were up against an Iron Bevan that was wasn't as you might perceive it, that they were, I would say, Machiavellian in the approach. The consultations, if I'm being perfectly honest, were a sham. They didn't listen to anybody. They just basically made these bogus arguments and then pretended they were going to listen to everybody. People would turn up at public meetings and then say, look, we don't want this to happen, and they'd go off and then do it. I don't think that's the same here, though. I think there's a different approach. There's a fresher approach. The team were all new faces, and I think there was a genuine kind of there was an honesty really amongst the chief executive that she really didn't want to do it, but really they were kind of, they had no other option. They didn't want to make redundancies. So it's a bit of a difficult one. I just wanted to make those points, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. Councillor Chandler?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Yeah, I mean, I think I'd echo Councillor Watts in my disappointment that really in putting forward this motion, Councillor John again seems to be submitting a motion that's seems to be more designed to capture headlines for himself and to set political traps and to politicise issues rather than taking its responsibilities seriously in seeking the best outcomes for residents of Monmouthshire. I mean, clearly at first glance, I was same as many people when I saw the headlines about the proposal to end overnight cover for the minor injuries unit. Yeah, of course it raised concern amongst many of us in North Monmouthshire. And there was obviously a lot of traffic on our social media channels as well in the local towns. But actually, when reading the explanation, most of us actually calmed down a bit and recognised some of the rationale and some of the reasoning behind the Health Board proposals. You know, and Councillor John, mentioned the fact, as Councillor Watts just said, that the meeting of the Public Services Scrutiny Committee with the Chief Executive and her senior managers were there. If you were there or, listening to what was said, or if you attended many of the community engagement events that the Health Board has put on, I think you would have learnt a little bit more than you've expressed perhaps in your speech. So, and just for the purposes of people listening as well, just to reiterate, the proposed closure is between 1 o'clock in the morning and 7 o'clock in the morning, a period which sees, on average, only one patient per night. Most people, as we saw very detailed data, most people attend the minor injuries unit in the morning, between 8 and 10, because they feel that if it is a minor injury, it can wait. And that tends to be the pattern that people use it for. And when they do use it, I would echo, it is a very good service. It's a very good nurse-led service, and I've had calls to use it with my children, and I would defend its staying open during the day, absolutely. But secondly, I mean, related to that only one person a night on average using it between 1 a.m. and 7 a.m., of course, if people have an emergency or a serious injury, and remember, we're talking difference between a minor injury and a serious injury. If they have a serious injury, or if it concerns a young child, they still need to go to the Grange. That's not changed. That has never changed. That's always been the case. And they will still be able to go to the Grange as they should be doing it now. And then thirdly, if people have a minor ailment, and again we need to distinguish and be clear and be responsible when we're talking to our residents and in our county, the difference between a minor ailment and a minor injury. If people have a minor ailment, then they should contact their GP. And if it's out of hours, they should contact the out of hours GP service. And of course, where is the out of hours GP service in North Monmouthshire? It's at Neville Hall Hospital. And it is staffed throughout the night by a GP. So that service is remaining and will still be there. And finally, and to emphasise what's already been said, the minor injuries unit is a nurse-led unit. There are no doctors in attendance. There are no doctors in attendance now. Closing this, and the part of the reason for closing this, and it's no way would I portray this as a knee-jerk reaction, unlike Councillor John, and the main rationale for reducing it is not just the fact of the cost of that service, but also that the low number of patients during those hours presents problems actually in being able to staff being able to maintain their professional standards, because they need to be able to see a certain number of patients in order to maintain that profile, as Councillor John should be aware if he listened to the briefings. So in conclusion, I think health boards have to make choices about how and where to deploy their resources to ensure the best outcomes for residents in their area. Of course, we would all like to have full services open all the time, just waiting for us and there, but that's not always possible in the case. Myself and officers are working in partnership with health colleagues on a wide range of interventions to support the health and well-being of our residents. And just a few examples, just whether, doctors and care workers supporting people in their homes alongside paramedics, to if they've had an accident or they have an illness, to see actually can that be dealt with at home rather than getting them in the ambulance and taking them in to the Grange, because we know that if they're in the Grange, A, they're going to spend a long time in the ambulance, but also B, they're going to become more in the system and actually be harder to get them back into their home. But if we can deal with that issue at their home, then and get the prescription, get the treatment in their home. They don't need to travel to the hospital, and that's what we're doing. That's one of the innovative things that we're trying to do, and is being led out of Chepstow, is actually trying to really transform the system and trying to prevent people from avoidable hospital admissions. We're also, at the other end of the scale, also working with health colleagues to try and facilitate hospital discharges as quickly as possible so that patients don't have to endure long stays in their wards and, in doing so, lose their ability to walk, to lose their independence. There are many areas where I wish the Health Board could improve services, and many services that I would fight tooth and nail against any cuts if they were being proposed. But to be honest, I'm not sure that the closure of the minor injuries unit in Neville Hall in the small hours of the morning, when almost nobody's using it, actually is one of those cases. I don't want to oppose a small change in one little used service if that's going to result in cuts in other more widely used services and more critical services. And I would expect councillors from whatever party to take a responsible view about what actually our residents need, rather than trying to politicise an issue. So in response to Councillor John, and quoting him from earlier when he was speaking in the debate on the self-assessment report earlier this meeting, his motion, I believe, is financially incoherent. Those words that he used when he was criticising the self-assessment. He also talked about needing to face up to financial challenges in that, when we were in that debate. So it is particularly disappointing that he's ignoring his own advice in order to get himself in the local papers. I don't want to be willfully misrepresented again in politically motivated social media posts by the Conservative group. And that is what it seems that this is about. And probably we're going to have a recorded vote, because always it is the Conservative group that is asking for recorded votes, because they're using it as a tactic to politicise issues rather than to help us to have reasoned debates. But they're also using it as a tactic to discourage some of their group members who maybe actually don't agree with the position, to discourage them from voting against the whip, because it's a weapon of the whip. That's why we're having recorded votes, is so to reinforce the whip and to ensure that we're going there and to politicise the issues. And to then use it in politically motivated social media posts afterwards. So I'm going to say in that, I can't support this motion, and I'm deliberately going to abstain from the vote on this motion, because I think it's politically motivated, and I think it's irresponsible from the Conservative group, who are not taking their responsibilities seriously. Thank you.
Howard. Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Watts, can I ask you to put your microphone on mute? Thank you.
Oh, I do apologise.
Chair, could we also ask whoever muttered coward just then to put their microphone on mute too?
Yeah, all right. Thank you, Councillor Carrick. Councillor Maybe, please.
Thank you. I'll be brief, because much of what I was going to say has been said. I would endorse what Councillor Bond and Councillor Chandler have said, that there are difficult financial decisions to be made, and I think this is probably one of the less shocking and worrying decisions by the Health Board. However, I am going to support the motion, because I am genuinely concerned about the thin end of the wedge side of the argument. I just wanted to add very quickly, though, and this is probably blindingly obvious to those of you who've been councillors for a while, I think what we really need is MIU and out-of-hours GP in Monmouth and Chepstow. The accessibility from those towns to the Grange is a cause of really serious concern, and even for those of us with cars, actually, if you're in shock or not well, the idea of finding your way to the Grange is pretty challenging. And the other thing I think that probably echoes what Councillor Chandler was saying there, I think we do need really good public information to explain about the difference, what you go to the GP for, what you go to MIU for, and what you need to go to A&E for. I think that would really help people, because waiting in a queue at the wrong one is really challenging as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Maybe Councillor Brocklesby?
I'll also keep it as brief as possible, because I think if we continue any longer, I will need an out-of-hours GP. The data is really clear on this, that there is no need for a minor injuries unit between the hours of 1 and 7. What we don't and haven't got is precisely the full picture from the Health Board about how they're engaging with residents in our area about what facilities are available. I have brought this point up with the chair of the board that it's absolutely great that there is a GP based at Neville Hall and a 24/7 out-of-hours GP service. And in fact, the majority of people who come into the minor injury unit anyway during the night period are coming for medical reasons which could be dealt with by a GP or by going to the Grange. I know from talking to my residents, because my ward is in the hinterland of Neville Hall, the majority of them had not a clue that there was out-of-hours GP service running from Neville Hall, not a clue what that would actually mean, and not a clue that medical issues that would normally, your child looks like they have a bad rash, you're worried, you could call the GP to begin with, and you don't know. And it seemed to me that the dialogue that Councillor Chandler is part of is the one that we absolutely need to keep going, and I'm very confident that's precisely what he does, so that we look at the whole range of services that are available. And we accept that there are times which it doesn't financially make sense. It doesn't. I will support this motion because I do think it's a thin end of a wedge, particularly if we are not continuously engaged in discussions as a council, but also as ward councillors, about what is available, how we can support it, and how we can ensure through what we do that some of our residents need never go to minor injuries, need never go to the GP, because there are preventative measures in place, but also the information is available about where they need to go or don't need to go. That sounded incoherent towards the end, but I think we all know why.
Thank you, Councillor Brocklesby. Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Chair. I think that having served on the Health Board for a number of years, actually the key drivers of cost have been around for a very long time and they have not been addressed. We could go back, way back to the GB contract, but I don't intend to do that. I don't want to make this a political discussion at all. And I think that we'd all do well to remember that if any member wishes to bring a motion to council, provided it satisfies the tests, that is our right. That is our democratic right. And I think I want to associate myself with Councillor Wright's comments. Her points are vital. Some of these services do serve to mitigate against attendances at the wrong place. And I think that's something that we have to think about. The whole system approach of understanding that many councillors, Councillor Brocklesby, Councillor Chandler have mentioned about where we should go is not well understood really by the public. And I'm not sure that we've, the right work has been put into helping people understand. I don't use Neville Hall out of I live a long way away from there. However, I would say that and I think it's an important point that Councillor Maybe made, because if you are trying to attend there or get to the Grange and, from some of Monmouth or some of those surroundings, it's an incredibly long way to go. And we all know the challenges that face the Welsh Ambulance Service Trust. And I think that those are all prevalent, I think, in the public's mind. And I don't think we can dismiss them. I think the other point I just wanted to mention is that sometimes, you know, recorded votes. One thing that is perhaps important, and it's something I wanted to address, but at a different point, is that when we now vote, when we were all in the chamber and we were visible, the public could see how we were voting because we would do it by show of hands. They can no longer do that. And so there's something that also isn't retained, that information, so I understand. And actually, sometimes it may be important to a member of the public to understand. So I think also, for me, there is something around us having a think about that, and maybe it wouldn't be so necessary to use a recorded vote on occasion. But I just think it's incredibly important that we understand that you know, people do worry about these kinds of things, and I would agree. So I'll be supporting this motion, but in the hope and expectation that the work that we do will continue to make sure that people can go to the right place. Because, of course, if they go to an out-of-hours GP and it's actually a minor injury, the GP won't be able to address that, and then they might end up being sent all the way to as you mentioned, the Grange or the Gwent, and they could have been addressed very locally and importantly in a timely way, particularly if there is, you know, someone with some sort of vulnerability. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Lucas.
Thank you. For me, one of the things I'm aware of is having attended a GP out-of-hours service, the first thing you tend to do is make a phone call to see, and you're triaged, assessed as to where you should be going. So that is the first thing that happens to most of us, as far as I'm aware, because it certainly happened to me. That's what I did. So when I got sent to Abergavenny to Neville Hall and then was taken into A&E, those two things were correspondent to each other. So as Councillor Taylor has just said, that I would then be in the wrong place, because I went to one place and now I'll be going to a different place. So that is a definite thought to be considered. On the point of fact, really, actually, I believe, and I will stand to be corrected if I'm incorrect, that Westminster send £1.20 for every human being in Wales for education and health, and yet we only spend £1.05 of that money on that in Wales. So where does that happen? So, and also that only £1 is spent in England on everybody, just as a matter of fact. All right, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Councillor Fuchs.
Thank you, Chair. I don't want to see the MIU closed between 1 a.m. and 7 either. I went to the consultation, one of the consultations in my ward yesterday at Bridges in Monmouth. And it was clear, though, that there was arguments on both sides from the audience, actually, which was interesting. One retired GP saying it's you know, it's not a good use of resources, but some other parents like myself and others worried about this being the thin end of the wedge. I know because I campaigned back in 2016 and 15, 16, 17, I think it was, to keep the Chepstow Minor Injuries Unit open, and I would like to see one open in Monmouth as well. It is a long way to go. I just want to pick up on one point. We do need to, I think the health service needs to get better at getting the comms out, what services are available where. And yeah, I was contacted in particular by one parent who said the MIU had saved her child's life. And I think that's the thing. It is an incredible service, and we would like to see it kept open, so I will be supporting the motion. Can I also ask that we, can I move that we vote on the motion now, please?
Second.
Seconded.
Yeah. Do we
You still want to speak?
yes, absolutely. Sorry, we can move to a vote.
Chair, I'd like to speak. Yeah.
Okay.
We can move it afterwards. I'm on the list.
Yeah.
Can we vote, Chair? Can we vote as to whether we go for a vote?
Right.
show of hands.
Right, so we're going to have a vote on whether we move to the vote now, okay?
So show of hands. Those that want to move to the vote, hands up.
Those that wish to, so show of hands, so those that want to move to the vote. There's somebody taking the count.
We're having a vote about whether or not we're going to vote.
Yep.
This is all new to me. I'm glad I can now.
Put your hand up, Jackie.
You could use your electronic hands if your arms ache.
Chair, that's been carried. So
what's the vote?
So we move to the vote.
That's been carried, so we're moving to the vote.
Chair, presumably I have the chance to close the debate.
No.
Yes.
I'd like to say something, Rich. Rich.
Councillor John, you do have a right to reply, so thank you.
What can you say about
Right, thank you. Well, I'm disappointed that Labour members have voted to shut down the debate when there's only Conservative members remaining to speak. That's a trick that perhaps might work against you one day when there are others in the chamber. But
Chair, you don't know
I'm
that. People
disappointed
could
by some of the contributions that I've heard. I was quite shocked to hear Councillor Bond suggest that there are staff in Neville Hall doing nothing overnight. I would be amazed if that was the case.
Chair, personal explanation again. I did not say that.
That is literally
I did
what
not.
you said.
You know what I've said.
No, well, it's on the
Really?
record what you said. I was quite surprised that the new Cabinet Member for Finance wasn't aware of the financial powers that the Welsh Government has. I was also surprised by a number of contributions from members opposite, trying to pin the blame for what's going on in the health service in Wales on the UK government and on Rishi Sunak. We deliberately put forward a motion that is not worded politically in any way. There is nothing political in the wording of the motion whatsoever. So there's no mischief making here. I'm genuinely appealing to members of the chamber that we speak with one voice, that we send a clear message to the Health Board. I do agree with Councillor Fuchs that there are arguments on both sides, but I would like us to send this message to the Health Board that we think residents in the north of Monmouthshire should have access to a minor injuries unit. Others have argued basically that residents in the north of Monmouthshire should do a 60-mile round trip to get to their nearest minor injuries unit in the middle of the night. I just cannot see how that is a fair thing to expect people to do. The UK government does not run the NHS in Wales. It is run by the Welsh Government. It has been run by the Welsh Government for the last 25 years. The Welsh Government decide how much of their budget to allocate to the Welsh NHS. It was their decision or their incompetence to send £150 million back to the UK Treasury last year because they couldn't spend it. For every £1, as Councillor Lucas said, for every £1 that is spent on the NHS in England, the Welsh Government receives £1.20, but it is their decision to only spend £1.05 of that on the Welsh NHS. When you're in politics, you have to make decisions. Those are decisions that the Welsh Government makes, but they should account for those decisions. I think Councillor Taylor is absolutely right in the point she made that public awareness of where to go, particularly in the middle of the night when you're stressed and you've got an ill child. Patients don't know whether they need to go to a minor injuries unit, to the Grange, and that's why we're seeing some of the pressures at the Grange where people are turning up when really they should be going elsewhere. I'm very disappointed to have heard Labour members arguing in favour of the closure of this unit. And effectively saying they don't think there should be a minor injuries unit in the north of Monmouthshire. I'm disappointed that we haven't heard...
Councillor John, can I just intervene? Can I ask people not to interrupt the speaker, please?
Thank you.
Thank you. I am coming to a close, Chair. I was disappointed not to hear any offers of support from members to make representations to Welsh Government to help save this. I note we also didn't have support from the Cabinet member for our motion to try to save Gilwern surgery last month. So I do want to thank Labour members who are supporting the motion. I'm grateful for your support. I am concerned that this is the thin end of the wedge. You know, what are they going to propose next? If it's chipping another few hours off the opening hours here, or if it's a different service that we rely on, we've got to, at some point, draw a line in the sand and say that we are going to stand up for our residents. We're going to protect the health services that our residents depend on. It is for the Health Board to make those decisions as to how they allocate their budget, but we do not want to see these services cut. So thank you to everyone for their support, and I look forward to the vote. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor John. We'll move to the vote now.
Chair, may I just share a point of information, if I may?
Sorry, Councillor, there's no such thing as a point of information. There's a point of explanation.
Explanation, if I may then. It was simply, I think we've all agreed that we should give accurate information to our residents. If any residents listening has a sick child in the middle of the night with a suspicious rash, the appropriate thing, of course, is to phone 111, where you will probably be directed to the out-of-hours GP, rather than to rock up at the minor injuries unit. I know that's how people often use it, but I don't think we should encourage them to do so. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Right, we'll move to the vote.
Chair, my computer's just locked itself. Yeah, I forgot to bring it.
That's just been looked at Democratic Services, and we'll go to the vote in a minute.
Chair, as it's almost unanimously carried, do we need to wait for Democratic Services? Can we move on, please?
That vote's gone in and it's been carried. Thank you.
It's a point of just clarification. I didn't get an opportunity to vote. That voting option didn't come up.
Councillor Watts, it's been overwhelmingly carried. Right, we move on to the next item. So, Councillor... Sorry. Councillor Fuchs, please.
Thank you, Chair, and my fellow councillors. I brought this motion on vaping because there is a really worrying rise of the numbers of children vaping in Wales and in the UK in general, and it's really worrying for our children's long-term health. Sorry? Sorry, thank you. Oh, sorry, yes, it wants seconding. Does that happen after I've...
Second.
Oh, right, okay. Second. Thank you. Recent data from ASH found the prevalence of vaping amongst 11 to 18-year-olds has more than doubled. So it was 4% in 2021, and now it's 8.6% in 2022. And lots of children, you may well have seen them yourselves, buy those vapes directly from newsagents, garages or supermarkets. Teachers I also talked to in my role as governor are also really worried about vapes. And it's just another thing for them either to control in and around school or also deal with the rubbish left from single-use vapes. And I was really shocked to see in the Morrison store in Wisham recently a cabinet full of vaping products right in the middle of the store. Vapes which were multicoloured and branded, such as pink lemonade and watermelon chill. And these products have warnings on them. This product contains nicotine, which is highly addictive. The side of the there's also multicoloured, at that store there was multicoloured crayons on sale and sweets on sale by the advertisements for the vapes. So I believe these ads were effectively aimed at young people and children, and I contacted the shop to express my deep concern and that of the parents that I represent in Town Ward in Monmouth that the placement of these products adjacent to sweets, toys and crayons basically means they're being marketed to children. And I know vaping was originally introduced to help smokers give up smoking. That was an important development, but it's clear to me now that vaping products are being marketed to children, and that is a serious public health risk. I also wrote to Steve Barclay, MP, the Secretary of State for Health, and Eleanor Morgan, MS, about this. And since then, I'm really pleased that our First Minister, Mark Drakeford, has suggested that vapes should only be available on prescription for people quitting smoking, and that's the case in Australia. They're restricted only to pharmacies. So I've mentioned briefly the health risks, but there are the environmental problems of vapes. 5 million disposable vapes are thrown away every week in the UK. They litter our high streets, I'm sure, when we're doing our litter picks. I know I've found plenty of them. So I'd like to see a complete ban on those single-use vapes. So since raising this issue, I'm pleased that the adverts have been removed in the local Morrison's store. The UK government has a consultation out, which you may all like to respond to. But I've sadly also found other places in Monmouthshire where vapes are being sold next to toys and sweets. I'd like to urge any parents in Monmouthshire to contact me where they see shops marketing vapes to children, send me pictures and evidence so I can take up your case, and I'd urge councillors to do that too. I'm disappointed the UK government has not acted with more urgency, having been in power these past 13 years, and I know Conservative councillors here met the Prime Minister recently. I'm hoping that they might have raised the important issue of vaping with him. So councillors across the chamber, I urge you to support this motion, respond to the UK government consultation on this topic as well, and support this motion so we can tackle youth vaping and not market vapes as if they were sweets to our children. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fuchs. Councillor Butler.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Councillor Fuchs. They say in politics that timing is everything, but I do question the timing of this motion from Councillor Fuchs. I think it would be inappropriate at this time to ask our leader to demand, on Council's behalf, greater regulation of vaping products when the matter, as she has said, is in the process of being consulted upon by the UK government. And I would much rather our Council to act constructively on this. Councillors might know that a call for evidence has been running for some time on this important topic. That ended on the 4th of October, and since then our Prime Minister has made it clear he has a wider plan to eliminate smoking and tackle vaping in our 4 nations. Indeed, since 20th of October, the consultation is underway. Creating a smoke-free generation and tackling youth vaping will consider smoking, vaping, and other tobacco and nicotine-related products. It is also considering the radical proposal to phase out smoking by raising the legal age for buying cigarettes by 1 year for every year, and that will actually mean that anyone born after 2008 will never be able to legally buy a cigarette. Hopefully this will be in the King's speech next month. Therefore, I would very much like to see a response from our Council to this consultation, which closes on the 6th of December and is open to both individuals and organisations. It also considers the significant environmental impacts during both the manufacture of vapes and later as waste, particularly as over 70% of current sales are for disposable products. Councillors may be aware that valuable lithium is used in the manufacture of these products and upon which global decarbonisation of transport will heavily depend. We can't afford to waste any lithium. Whilst I support the need to tackle this issue, particularly in relation to youth vaping, I cannot support this narrow demand to write as a council to the UK government without further scrutiny and participation in the consultation process. Therefore, Chair, I would ask that this consultation should be discussed in an appropriate scrutiny committee as soon as possible to allow this important subject a full consideration. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Butler. Councillor Grocott.
Chairman, is that an amendment to the motion or no? Okay, thank you.
Councillor Grocott.
Thank you, Chair. I'd just like to comment briefly as the Cabinet Member for Education, because I think this is such a serious issue for our secondary schools. I live almost next door to King Henry VIII School in Abergavenny, and it's quite distressing to see children walking to and from school vaping. And you see the discarded remains of throwaway containers to realise what a huge problem this is. And I've seen young people interviewed on breakfast time television quite recently saying that they couldn't get through an hour's lesson without having to go out to have a smoke in a vape because they were starting to shake. And to see young people becoming physically addicted in this way is such a serious issue. And we need to be working closely and supporting our schools in trying to make our young people fully aware of this. The point has been made that if you're an adult trying to give up nicotine, there's probably a good reason to use vapes. But fruit and soft drink flavoured vapes, obviously aimed at young people, causing them to become addicted to a drug, is just beyond any sense of reasonableness. I support this motion. The one thing I would like to see added, but I'm not going to formally propose an amendment, is that I believe that those people who deliberately sell vapes to young people and deliberately are creating a generation of youngsters who are addicts should be punished for doing that.
Thank you, Councillor Grocott. Councillor Howarth.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I'll be very brief. Yeah, I will support the motion. Some very good comments over to my right there, which I believe should be explored. There are a couple of things I do believe we should explore as well as, and nationally as well as, number one would be instead of discarding the vapes, perhaps there should be a return of them for a small sum. I don't know, it's just something I did think about. And the other thing which I did think about as well is if you do ban vapes, you end up with a black market of all of this as well, which is very concerning for me. And I do believe that's something that nationally we would have to look at in the future. And I'll give you an example. I don't know if everyone remembers the little canisters you used to have, and I think people used to put the balloons on the end of them. It was called laughing gas. I can't remember. Look how many years it's took us to actually abolish that horrible kind of drug that people used to use in our high streets, and it's still there. The black market is there. And I always remember my wife and myself, we were in London, we're going down the start line on a race, and I just said, look at all the punches these people have had. There was hundreds of these canisters lying around the place, and this is exactly what we've got with vapes. So it will take a long time to actually overcome what we've got here, but I believe nationally and for a nation as well of Wales, we have to act quickly and not let this get too far down the line. And I think banning and licensing, all these people in Monmouthshire have a duty and a responsibility to actually step up and collect data and make sure that our young people are guided in a better way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Howarth. Councillor Keir.
Thanks very much, Chair. I'm extremely grateful to Councillor Fuchs for the rather unexpected opportunity to thank her for bringing this motion to Council today on vaping, which I and my colleagues on this side of the chamber note is indeed a ringing endorsement of the Conservative Party policy initiative announced by Prime Minister Rishi Sunak only a few weeks ago on the 12th of October, and indeed endorsed by Chris Whitty, the Chief Medical Officer for England, and the Welsh Government Deputy Minister for Mental Health and Wealth being Lynn Neagle. So naturally we will support this motion. Just to reiterate to everyone, the Prime Minister's announcement involves a 4-nation-wide agreement to the consultation, and I would indeed encourage Councillor Fuchs and her Labour colleagues to complete this to support this motion, and I'm happy to place the relevant link in the chat box to assist members. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Keir. Councillor Maybe.
Thanks. Just again, really briefly, because I know we're all absolutely exhausted. Yeah, I'd also noticed as a litter picker the predominance of vapes, and it's quite shocking. So I asked our waste teams if they had any data on this, and I was told that while Monmouthshire has reduced all other litter types and improved its cleanliness rating in the Keep Wales Tidy survey for 2020 to 23, smoking-related litter has remained at consistently high levels over recent years, and 86.6% of streets surveyed had some form of smoking-related litter. So it continues to be the most common form of litter found. The national average back in 21-22 was 74.6%, so there's a substantial increase in smoking-related litter, and it would be reasonable to put this down to vaping litter. As a relatively new litter source, there's no specific national data yet more broadly, but anecdotally we're definitely seeing more of this waste discarded as litter, so it's just a final point. And may I suggest we move to a vote?
Sorry, there's nobody else waiting to speak, so I think... sorry, Councillor Fuchs, an opportunity to sum up. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll be very brief to sum up. Thank you, councillors across the chamber, for indicating your support for this. I just did want to check the date, and I did write to Stephen Barclay on the 27th of September, and I went into the shop in Wisham the week before that. So I raised this. I know Rishi Sunak announced it on the 12th of October, but I was already, I didn't like the insinuation that I was just raising this opportunistically because Rishi Sunak has said he's going to sort out vaping. I started my campaign in September on this, and I'm very pleased that Stephen Barclay obviously must have gone to speak to Rishi Sunak and said, oh, there's a candidate in Monmouthshire who really, we should do exactly what she's asking. So it's great. No, I'm very happy. Thank you. I won't keep you all longer, but I do think this is extremely important. I've already filled out the consultation myself personally, and I do urge others to do so. Thank you very much for your support, councillors.
Thank you, Councillor Fuchs. We'll move to a vote now.
Yeah, again, Chair, the voting poll thing is not up on my screen.
Yeah. Was that Councillor Watts? Sorry, Councillor Watts, that does look like it's been carried quite unanimously, 37 votes. So
yeah, my point is, you know, I like to participate, as you can tell. I've always got something usually to say, and I feel slightly disenfranchised. So I would hope that the technology is resolved, not now, but going forward, we try and work out what the problem is. I'm sure other members wouldn't want to see me disenfranchised either, right?
Apologies, Councillor Watts. We'll ask Democratic Services to take a look at this.
Thank you, Chair.
So that has been carried at 37 votes. So we'll move on to the item 9.3. Councillor Buckler.
Thank you, Chair. I'm going to try and stand up, and if you can't hear me, do tell me, and I'll sit down again. Oh yes, seconder. My motion. Thank you. This motion notes the approval of the local elections principal areas single transferable vote Wales rules 2023 by the Senedd, giving individual local authorities the power to change their electoral system to the single transferable vote, values the mandate of individually elected councillors who are directly accountable to their residents, opposes any change to the single transferable vote, and instructs the administration not to waste any further time or resources on this issue. And if I could have a seconder.
I'd like to second the motion, please.
Thank you. By introducing the single transferable vote system, the Welsh Government is eroding accountable local democracy and showing a palpable lack of care for the people of Wales. If this council were to consider introducing the STV system, it would diminish the bond between the electorate and their elected representatives. Local communities are based on belonging. It is no small thing. It binds people and places. It helps alleviate isolation and sustains and safeguards all generations. Part of that connection to those community links is sustained by their county councillor. We have been elected as the champion of the area we serve. We have an in-depth knowledge of the people and communities in our wards, and that is absolutely as it should be. We are the bridge between our residents and Monmouthshire County Council, and we are accountable to the people who elect us to represent them and act for the good of the wards we represent. When I was elected to be the Devorden Ward's County Councillor last October, I considered it an honour to be given the trust of residents. A year later, I realised it is a greater honour than I had first supposed. That is because the more trust I am given by the people I serve, the more I realise what a privilege it is. It is not to be taken lightly. Would the electorate of Monmouthshire thank us for removing this personal link to their local representative member of Monmouthshire County Council? Would they admire the disconnect that would arise from a group of disparate councillors they have no personal links with? Would they be grateful for larger ward areas that take no account in the varied nuances of the villages, hamlets, farms and towns that populate our beautiful county? Would they feel that taxpayers' money is being thoughtfully spent? I think not. I know from personal experience that in the Devorden ward there are distinct identities in different places within its boundaries. It is wonderful that there are those differences, but you need to be able to read them as a county councillor. If you have a large homogenous area with, say, 6 representatives, where does that leave that sense of belonging? There is a little accountability or connection, and it becomes like a corporate experiment, not engagement with the local community, which is what it should be about. We need to highlight those important identities to our MP, our elected Senedd members, and the UK government, so that we can properly stand up for our residents. If we remove the localness of local government and make it impersonal and removed from the people we serve, we distance ourselves from what really matters. This is a dangerous road to travel and does not do our residents justice to pursue, which is why I'm bringing this motion before you today. I hope that members across the floor will stand up for their residents and vote to dismiss the threat of STV to accountable local democracy in Monmouthshire. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buckler. Councillor Powell?
Thank you very much. That was just to second the motion.
Thank you, Councillor Powell. Councillor Garrick?
Diolch, Cadeirydd. I have never, ever, ever heard democratic voting systems described as dangerous, and I am disgusted that somebody would say that in this chamber. STV allows a consensus to be arrived at among voters, and it is absolutely terrible to suggest that STV is dangerous. It is a form of accepting representation, which is more fair, which satisfies more people within the community and gets more consensus, which is exactly how it's being portrayed as not doing, which I find very, very strange. But the point where we're suggesting that a democratic voting system is dangerous, particularly one that is used within our country, is shocking. However, I would like to point out that this motion is incredibly time-wasting, which I'm sure everybody at this time of the evening can be empathic with. This has already been rejected by councillors via democratic services. We don't really have the ability to do this, as the threshold to pass STV was too high. Thank you.
I'm quite happy for it to go for the vote if you don't want to waste time, Council.
Looking at...
How you don't want something to vote?
I don't know.
We don't have many speeches yet. It would have to be a vote. Move to the vote.
Okay. Yeah. I'm looking around the room.
Chair, I've got my hand up.
Right, okay, so we're going to take a vote on whether we take it to a vote.
Are we convinced this isn't dangerous?
So it's clearly seen that the democratic process is dangerous if we're moving to a vote so quickly in a debate.
Yeah. What is exactly going on, Chair? I know it's late, but come on.
Okay, there's two people wishing to speak. Three. Armand. There's three people.
Armand.
I'm going to allow them to speak.
Well, all at once, Chair, or one at a time? Who's going first?
In the order. Sorry, Armand, you've put your hand up, have you? Or is your hand
I did, yeah, Chair. And then I've obviously the text rubbish tonight. So I just wanted to say, right, I wouldn't, if you allow me to speak, Chair, which I'm assuming you are now, and I'll be very, very quick.
Hang on, Councillor Watts. I think Councillor Chandler was next in line, so I'm going to allow him to speak.
All right.
And then I'll bring you in after Councillor Brown.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Let's be brief. I just wanted to, I wasn't going to speak, but I had to respond to Councillor Buckler's opening remarks. I think STV does not in itself reduce the connection between councillors and their residents because it requires a multi-member ward. And I think, are you suggesting then that Councillor John and Councillor McKenna are unable to represent their residents because there are two members representing one ward? That's the essence of it. The STV requirement in this legislation requires a minimum of 3-member wards. Now, I quite agree. I'm not going to be supportive of STV in Monmouthshire because I don't think it works for a rural county. So I'm agreeing with you in that, but I disagree with some of your reasoning for that because actually a fair voting system, we need fairer voting systems all the way across the board to actually so that residents are able to make a true choice and actually we get more of a consensus amongst our residents about who's elected rather than the first past the post system. So I just had to challenge that. And I think the other thing I have to challenge is the wording in the motion: instructs the administration not to waste any further time or resources on this issue. Well, clearly we've had a member seminar, it's been to Democratic Services, we put it to bed a long time ago. There's been nobody that has raised this issue since until you brought this motion forward. And that, to me, is the time wasting and the time wasting of resources, not what any discussions on STV. So I think, again, political game playing, just actually, let's be a bit more responsible. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Councillor Brown, please.
Yes, thank you, Chair. I just wanted to add that I thought that it's very important that there is a democratic link between a councillor or in the case of two-member wards, that they have the link between the residents in their particular area and the councillor that they choose to elect. Now, in the single transferable vote, my understanding is that basically the larger areas, and basically you rank quite a number of councillors, and I think that makes it very difficult for democratic accountability. It also makes it more difficult if somebody a resident in a larger area sends an email to somebody, which of those long list of councillors will actually respond to it, because there isn't that responsibility link directly with your electorate, and I think that is very important. And I'd like to point out that our chief executive actually put a tweet out on this saying that he thought that the single transferable vote was actually going against democratic accountability and the link between local residents and the person they decide to elect. So I think it is an important issue. It's not wasting time, because I think that local people in a certain area have the right to choose who they want to be their councillor and who to represent them. And if there's a long list that they simply have to rank, it just becomes confusing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Brown. OK, I think... so, Councillor Buckler, you've sum up?
Hang on a minute.
Oh,
Chair, what are you doing?
Councillor Watts, how could I possibly forget you?
I don't know what you're on tonight, Chair. Listen, so my point was this, Chair, was very, very simply that I was forged together in a joint ward with Sue. I was a traditionalist. I would have taken the former approach that, that I wanted to be accountable just to those people. I had a strong identity with those people. I'd represented them for 18 years. And then Sue comes along to spoil my fun, right? But that is not how it played out, because actually, despite our differences and despite the fact that Sue was a social worker, which terrified me, was that we work really well together. And it's an unusual mix, but we work in cooperation. And in fact, I think that the service that we provide between the two of us is enhanced, if I can say that. So I'd like to leave it there. I think to say that we're some disparate bunch of, detached, lost people is totally incorrect. Thank you very much, Chair, and thank you for your patience.
Thank you, Councillor Watts. We are going to move to a vote now. Thank you.
I'd like to just say a few...
Really?
Thank you.
Sorry, Councillor Butler. Yeah.
I'd like to say to Councillor Watts that I'm talking about more than two councillors working together on a ward for the good of the ward. I'm talking about the cracks that can appear when you have people not taking accountability, which becomes more likely when there are more councillors in a far more spread out way. I really take exception to being insulted by another councillor, as in Councillor Garrick. I've done this without being unpleasant to anybody else, and I really don't see the need to be unpleasant to other councillors. I think it's disgraceful. And I'd like an apology, actually.
I would need you to clarify exactly what you're referring to.
I'm referring to the fact that you're completely unreasonable in the way you talk in response. I think it's just not good practice, and I don't think our residents will think it either.
I'm sorry, I really don't understand your problem there.
Chair, can you come in there, please? Anyway, I've finished summing up. As I will just quickly say, you know, what I say I truly believe, and I think it's in residents' best interest to take the STV option off the table. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll move.
Chair, I've just been accused of something that I don't understand that has happened, and I'm really, really upset by that.
Councillor Garrick, you have the code of conduct in the Constitution, and you know, you can utilise that. So
thank you very much. I will investigate that.
Right. We're just checking the votes.
Chair, I didn't get a chance to vote. I told you. The kit didn't work.
Oh no, we're going to have a recorded vote.
We are.
Sorry, Chair.
So, councillors, the vote is very close, so we're going to do a roll call. Okay.
Okay. Councillor Bond.
Against.
Councillor Brocklesby.
Against.
Councillor Bromfield.
For the motion.
Councillor Brown.
For the motion.
Councillor Buckler.
For the motion.
Councillor Birch.
Against.
Councillor Butler.
For.
Councillor Callard.
Against.
Councillor Chandler.
Against.
Councillor Crook.
Against.
Councillor Dimmock.
For the motion.
Councillor Edwards.
For the motion.
Councillor Fuchs.
Against.
Councillor Garrett.
Against.
Councillor Garrick.
Against.
Councillor Griffiths.
Against.
Councillor Grocott.
Against.
Councillor Howarth. Councillor Howells.
Against.
Against.
Councillor John.
For.
Councillor David Jones.
For the motion.
Councillor Penny Jones.
For.
Councillor Keir.
For.
Councillor Lane.
For.
Councillor Lucas.
For.
Councillor Maybe.
Against.
Councillor McConnell.
Against.
Councillor McKenna.
For.
Councillor Murphy.
For.
Councillor Neal.
For.
Councillor Pavia.
For.
Councillor Powell.
For.
Councillor Rook.
Against.
Councillor Sandals.
Against.
Councillor Stevens.
Against.
Councillor Jackie Strong.
Against.
Councillor Peter Strong.
Against.
Councillor Taylor.
For.
Councillor Watts.
Against.
Councillor Webb.
For.
And Councillor Wright.
Against.
Thank you.
So who is there?
We're just checking those votes.
Chair, while the votes are being checked, can I just give my apologies that I do have to leave because I've got to pick up my daughter from the performance of Everybody's Talking About Jamie, the Mayhem Theatre performance, which they're opening night tonight. I would recommend it to members. There are still tickets available for tomorrow night and Saturday matinee and Saturday evening. And it's going to be a great performance, but I do have to go, otherwise she's going to be sitting in the dark. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Chandler. Thanks. 20 votes for, 21 votes against, so the motion has been defeated. Right, we move on to questions. So, Councillor Butler.
For the purpose of the recording, I'll read it out. Would the Cabinet member update me on the review of the community asset transfer policy to communities and whether the review includes consideration of how parity might be achieved in the existing leasehold agreements between community groups and Monmouthshire County Council for community centres and other such properties wishing to continue existing leasehold agreements? And I ask in specific relation to Goitra Community Centre. Thank you.
Thanks. So our asset management strategy is in development and will be accompanied by an associated asset management plan which supports the policies, and that will include, and supporting policies, and that will include the community asset transfer policy. We'll be reviewing that to ensure we continue to utilise community assets in a manner that optimises social value. That's going to include assessment of community facilities that access Monmouthshire County Council's rental concession policy, as well as investigating existing terms for community facilities like Goitra Community Centre. That's in order to ensure that they're occupied on terms that are equitable and best support our community enablement and outputs. Our asset management strategy will be brought forward for consideration by the Council in December.
Thank you. Could you give me some idea of when the policy will actually be completed?
It will be completed in time for the December Council and to go through the appropriate scrutiny, etc. at that point.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Garrett. Thank you, Councillor Butler. Item 10.2, Councillor Penny-Jones.
Thank you, Chair. Please would the Cabinet member, Councillor Catherine Maybe, provide an update on the Welsh Government's proposal to carry out a safety survey on the A40 Raglan bypass.
Thank you. Yes, the Welsh Government has committed to carrying out a safety study of the A40 at Raglan, and Welsh Government officers have confirmed that this study is underway with completion anticipated by the end of this financial year. I'm looking at you because I know how exasperated you feel. We will keep pushing, I promise you. We also understand that Welsh Government intends to temporarily reduce the speed limit on the A40 in Raglan to 50 miles an hour, also by the end of this financial year. We anticipate that the safety study will inform any permanent decision to reduce the speed limit along this section of the A40, which I would certainly support. Whilst the County Council had proposed a prohibition of right turns out of Monmouth Road across the A40, as you know, this was postponed due to ongoing discussions with Welsh Government officers and Sustrans and TFW. So we've had to hold progress on this now until the Welsh Government safety study is complete. But again, you know, we won't let that go on indefinitely. The proposed reduction in speed limit should make the crossing manoeuvre safer, although we do recognise that further improvements in this interchange may be required. And so we wait the safety study findings, and as soon as those are available, we would suggest that our County Council officers meet with Councillor Jones and the Community Council and Welsh Government officials to discuss next steps. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Maybe. This is in light of recent concerns by parents regarding PTU changing the school bus routes to include this crossing, this dangerous crossing. So, you know, could I just reiterate my plea that an insurance will, this request will be followed up, because I have heard that term within the next financial year for so many years now. But I think, it does seem to be a light at the end of the tunnel. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Thank you, Councillor Maybe. Just let councillors know, we have an emergency question that I'm just going to bring in at the end here from Councillor Pavia. But the next item is from Councillor Jane Lucas.
Would the Cabinet member please make a statement on parking provision in Monmouth?
Yep, Councillor Maybe.
I'll take this one as well. Thank you, Chair. Well, the question is somewhat generalised, so I'm taking it literally. I assume there is a specific question hidden in there, which will soon get posed as a supplementary, but let's see how we go on. So here's some general information on parking in Monmouth, and I promise you it won't be a long essay. There are 10 county council car parks in the town, and one more due to open very soon. These car parks provide a total of over 600 general use spaces, nearly 200 of which are free. There are 45 disabled spaces, 8 season permit bays and 8 for EV charging. There are also on-street spaces throughout the town, none of which are charged for at present. And there are private car parks at Waitrose, Home Bargains and behind Iceland. And EV cars can park free while charging, blue badge holders park free. So there's a quick summary of parking in Monmouth. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah, Monmouth has just started a huge Welsh water infrastructure project, as you're probably well aware, which will cause enormous disruption to our town, including putting Mono Street back to one way, which last time caused enormous gridlock. Whilst they were working, could we return to pre-COVID parking, please? So, as we both know, we attended Chamber of Commerce, where the members were asking if we could return back to pre-COVID, and then when and if hopefully we get funding for the Mono Street to be developed, that will then be given a clean street, that's the phrase, to get going with that. The Chamber of Commerce have taken on board the plan for the future and are keen to take forward, but they are very conscious of the fact they are going to lose a humongous amount of business. You've just mentioned about off-street parking. Well, Cinder Hill and Wanstow Road are just about to go to residents-only parking, which will remove 30 free car parking spaces. And when you refer to the free 200 spaces, they are constantly full. So short stay, free parking on the side of the road is going to be limited at that end of the town.
I'm not quite sure that I understand the first bit of your question. I don't think that's clear enough for me to answer fully. The bit about pre-COVID
Mono Street,
parking.
could we remove the temporary structures in Monmouth High Street, please, Mono Street, to go back to pre-COVID? You were there at the meeting, you were aware of what they were referring to.
Yeah, but I don't have the wherewithal to say to you, yes, here's a few £100,000 to remove the extended pavement right at this moment, as I'm sure you're aware. I think it's a discussion we could continue subsequently. The second part of what you're talking about relates to the removal or the replacement of on-street parking with resident-only parking in different places in order to enable the active travel route to be provided, which will link Kingswood Gate to the centre of Monmouth, something which I believe our Secretary of State was in the paper encouraging very recently and saying how important it was and how overdue that was. The traffic order to make the final decision on that has not yet been decided. It's at consultation stage at the moment, and we're looking at the detail on how exactly to provide that resident permit only parking. So the residents who have had on-street parking that will be lost will get something else, will get some other resident-only parking. So there will be a solution found to that aspect of it. And that's certainly something that we'll come back with more detail on. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Lucas. Thank you, Councillor Maybe. Councillor Taylor, please.
Thank you, Chair.
just for the purposes of, as agreed for the public, I'll read out the question. So it's to Catherine, so Councillor Maybe, Cabinet Member for Climate Change and Environment. The Cabinet Member will recall that in July I laid a motion which received unanimous cross-party stroke group support. Mega with Dundee Walkway Station is a unique concept and has always enjoyed cross-group support from Monmouthshire Council, Welsh Government and the UK Government. My request to call on this Council to write to Transport for Wales, Network Rail and further lobby for Mega with Dundee Walkway Station to be the first of the 6 new stations in respect of its deliverability and cost was unanimously agreed. Please could the Cabinet Member provide an update?
Yes, thanks, Councillor Taylor. I was expecting this one. Thank you. As Councillor Taylor will be aware, given my previous statement in this Council and our correspondence on this matter, this administration most certainly supports the development of Mega Walkway Station, and we've lobbied for it to be brought forward as soon as possible. Cabinet and officers have raised this in various meetings with ministers, Transport for Wales officers, the Burns Delivery Group and the Secretary of State for Wales. The most significant progress to report recently is the release by Transport for Wales of the designs for the new stations, for the 5 new stations on the South Wales line, including Magor, for public consultation. This is a huge step forward, which we're very excited about. Transport for Wales also presented these to the Magor group, and the deputy leader joined Councillor Crook, who's been with the group since the outset, in attending the group's meetings last week, which I believe you would have been at as well, Councillor Taylor. The other progress to report is the initial draft of proposals for restrictions to on-street parking in the town for potential commuters to avoid the corruption of the walkway concept by commuters using free on-street parking and hence potentially causing potential disruption to the town. This will be thought through with care to ensure that the needs of local residents are protected and their views respected. I can also report that I have written to Transport for Wales and Network Rail as requested and noted that the Magor group were pleased with the letters sent because we emphasised yet again the potential to bring forward the Magor station before the other stations as an early project capable of delivering quick, tangible benefits. Thank you.
Thank you, Chair, and my thanks to Councillor Maybe for constructing that letter. And you are quite correct. The Mega Group was very pleased, and as they were delighted to receive Councillor Griffiths, who I believe brought some helpful thoughts to the meeting. Could I just further just ask the Cabinet Member then, as my supplementary question, that she will, and I'm sure she will respond positively, continue to do all that she can to lobby for the important matter of the Mega with Dundee Walkway Station being delivered first out of all the potential new stations on the main line. Thank you, Chair.
Absolutely, yes, I can confirm that. Thanks, Councillor Taylor.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Thank you, Councillor Maybe. Move on to Councillor Pavia. Just to clarify to everyone that this question, emergency question, was received within the time allowed this morning, and the Cabinet Member has been aware of the question. So, Councillor Pavia.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Will the Cabinet Member for Education provide an update on developments in Caldergott School?
Thank you, Chair.
Chair, I think I need to declare an interest here. I have 2 children attending that school.
Councillor Garrick, we're not voting.
I'll shut up then.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia, and I'm sure members will accept that I need to be a little circumspect in the words that I use here, but I'll do my best to give as full a picture as I possibly can. There were some early positive developments about 3 weeks ago now. A positive meeting of the 2 teacher trade unions and the governing body of Chepstow Comprehensive School was held, and one of several points to emerge from that was an agreement that the governors would produce a new behaviour policy that would take into full account the advice of the 2 unions in its content. This would be discussed at a well-being committee in the school the following week, where it would hopefully be ratified and then brought in as policy over a phased period, with clear guidance being provided to learners as to what would be expected of them and their behaviour in future. As a result of this, the NAS-UWT called off its last 2 days of strike action. The following day, negotiations under the auspices of ACAS proceeded, and things did seem to be proceeding towards a positive resolution. Since then, members may be aware that the situation has deteriorated. 2 new synchronised dates for industrial action were announced by both of the teacher unions, the first of which took place yesterday, and the second on the 15th of November is still in the diary. In addition, the NAS-UWT will proceed to ballot members about extending the period of their mandate for industrial action. And there will be a continuation of action short of strike from October the 31st. This will take the form of refusing to teach specified learners. As a local authority, this gives us grave cause for concern, and we will do all we can to ensure that all learners are taught in school. As a local authority, we are well aware of our moral and legal duty that all children receive their legal entitlement to education. We will work with the school and the trade unions to mitigate any risks and ensure that all pupils can be taught. A follow-up meeting between unions and the governing body was held last week, and in addition to that, I speak on a weekly basis to the chair of the governing body. His reflection on the meeting of the governors with the trade unions held last week was, I quote him, awful. The view of the unions was that sufficient progress had not been made. The chief officer has again met with the governing body following that meeting, and indeed again this evening. I was hoping I could have said, as we speak, but I would be very surprised if that meeting is still going ahead. But I await to hear what the outcome of that meeting was. It has been agreed that a local authority and the Education Achievement Service will provide all necessary support for the school, and the support for the school and the governing body is being developed and enhanced. Perhaps I should just add that the head teacher is currently not in school.
Councillor Groscott, if I can remind you of the time.
Yeah. Things have not therefore progressed in a way that I had hoped following the apparent moves towards reconciliation. It's complex and there is not an easy answer. I want members to know that there are a number of streams of work that are going on at the moment to resolve the situation, and it's worth pointing out that all of the unions involved see the chief officer of this authority as someone welcome to continue to participate and indeed to be a conduit between all parties. And I think I would like to place on record the fact that our chief officer is doing a remarkable job in very difficult circumstances. I don't think I can say much more than that at this moment.
Thank you. Councillor Pavia?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Can I thank the Cabinet Member for accepting my emergency question this evening? I was disturbed to read the media reports today that the teachers exercising their right to strike have submitted a pupil blacklist to the school's leadership team, stating that they are refusing to teach a number of pupils in the school. While I appreciate the need to listen and to support our education workforce, I find this act quite extraordinary, really do, and it really does strike me as going against ethical professional practice. Given the immeasurable impact the COVID-19 pandemic has had on learning and well-being of our children and young people, can the Cabinet member give this Council an assurance that pupil learning and welfare is placed front and centre in the negotiations as they progress?
I would hope that in any discussion of schools, children are at the very centre of all discussions. And as I said in my initial answer, we are aware of our legal responsibilities to provide education for all children.
Thank you, Councillor Pavia. Thank you, Councillor Grocott. I think that concludes all our business for today. Thank you all for your time. Safe journey home. Diolch yn fawr.
Thank you, Chair. Bye-bye.
Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Chair. Chair.
Thank you, especially to the staff who've stayed so late this evening.
A pleasure, Chair.